All right, guys, we're live. Day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Welcome back, everybody. Bright and early, Jake. Bright and early. But we're here after a late night last night for rounds 2 and 3. We got rounds 4 to 7 today. I don't know about you, Jake, but I'm not even going to turn on NFL Network or ESPN
Oh, I
to
haven't I
watch.
haven't watched those in 3 years.
Well, I normally have it on up here. So if people see me, like I try to get just have it on for the ambiance, but on day 3, it's kind of like every pick that we learn about is either from our chat with all the amazing people like updating the feed for us in the chat,
Yeah,
or I'm on Twitter getting the picks or whatever. Your brother has been coming in clutch for us as well, which has been
yes.
awesome. So I don't feel the need. I mean, I feel like it gets so behind on day 3 on NFL Network or ESPN that there's just no point in us even
I
tuning
hear
in,
you there.
really. Um, so, guys, how is everybody? We're 82 to start off. That's amazing. Is everybody running low on sleep? How is everybody doing?
I'm running on
It
an hour and
is,
a half.
yeah, Jake has really not slept. Um, I got in an okay amount. I got in several hours. So I everybody's asking about the pineapple pizza. That'll be later on, closer towards the end.
I love that's like a ritual. We have to slam Alexis for her pizza choice.
I know. I have to allow myself to get bullied for that.
For the culture.
Now I'm seeing a lot of comments about what's up everybody? Um Brendan Rice and Javon Baker.
Yes, so
Jake, so if we want to talk really quickly, you know what? I am gonna actually turn on the NFL draft. I
did
changed my
I
mind. I
um
don't
did I share with you my mock draft I made? Like the current one? I
You
actually
didn't,
had the
but let me see if I
Rams
can.
trading up for Brendan Rice. So I think that's something that
That's
they
what I
could
have
do.
as well. Guys, give me 3 seconds. I am gonna turn it on because I just want to see when they actually get the clock going. So 1 second.
Let's see here. How we doing, chat? How we doing, chat? Okay. I think the Rams trade up today. I think reason being they did such a good job last year in the draft with 14 picks. I feel like they might have gotten ahead a little bit, ahead of schedule, and so I think that they can justify doing so. So we shall see. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers.
Pick is in. Um, okay, so I also have the Rams trading up into the fourth for Brendan Rice. I think that that's going to take them from.
Denver trade up to 102. So it looks like quarterbacks I heard we're going to go early today.
That makes
So
sense because there's not. Yeah.
Pratt,
Well, I was.
Ritter, and FSU, Travis. Those are what I was hearing. TJ Tampa's got to go off the board here. He's too good to even be there. If he falls, though, it's Jatavian Sanders to Panthers. Now, that might be the best tight end they've had since Greg Olson, if I'm being honest. So I love
Well,
that pick for them.
what's funny is I had them taking him in the third round, I believe, in my mock I did for them. So he
Oh,
makes total sense for them. They did see a lot. So they did see a lot of improvement out of Tommy Tremble last season. Um, I mean, Tremble is just not obviously Sanders. He's not, I would say, like your typical tight end one. So while he did, I think, do his job for them last season, um, this is an upgrade for them. This is going to be, they're going to move Tommy Tremble into that second tight end spot. And, oh, wait, am I blanking? Did they also sign a free agent tight end last season?
Well, I thought they had Hunter, not Hunter, Hayden Hurst.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
Okay. So
and he's
maybe that's
good,
what happened. Was
but
it
I
that
would
Hurst
say
got hurt
Hurst, I think, did get hurt. Yeah.
and then that's why Tommy Tremble is starting.
Yeah, the Broncos traded up with the Seahawks, by the way. So the Seahawks are trading down again. Yeah, Carolina's new look offense. They got Bryce Young, Tommy Tremble, Ian Thomas. They also had Jordan Matthews, who transferred to tight end. Now they add Jatavian Sanders to go with Xavier Legette, Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, Terrace
Oh,
Marshall,
guys.
David Moore, Jonathan Mingo. So there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Guys, the Broncos took Troy Franklin. I'm
The chat's going to be
sorry.
upset.
I'm so sorry. I know everybody really wanted Troy Franklin, but you know what? I love it because they're reuniting him with Bo Nix. Bo Nix and Troy Franklin now in the Broncos.
Oh, they
So
did that. Oh my
you know
God.
I love my reunions. Also, want to give a shout out. So Kendall mentioned my shirt. Yes, this is a Greatest Show on Turf shirt. And this one is from Dreamathon. I don't know if they are still selling this, so you guys can check it out. But this was the one that Odell Beckham Jr. wore for the warm-ups for the Rams when he played for the Rams, and I was like, I need it. And I talked to the guy at Dreamathon, and yeah, I don't know if you can still buy them, but Game Changers does have a Greatest Show on Turf shirt as well that I have. So,
Nice.
okay, so I'm so sorry. I know the Troy Franklin dream is dead. The dream is dead.
Not to pour salt in the wound, but I'm actually glad because I didn't think Troy Franklin was a fit. I didn't think they'd go for
I
a
didn't
guy
really
under
either.
180 pounds.
I know, but I just wanted everybody to feel, I know people really, really loved him and, everybody should uh do that. What are you drinking? You don't drink coffee. Are you drinking tea right now, Jake?
Oh no, I drink coffee. It just has to be mushroom coffee, otherwise I get nauseous.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm drinking mushroom coffee in my Harry Potter mug.
I was sprinting to Starbucks before this. I
It
pulled up. It was
all
literally
makes sense.
That's why I was late. Jake was like, "What? Where were you?" I tried calling. You know where I was? I was at Starbucks. So what happened was it was so we're starting this at 11 a.m. my time, right? Noon Eastern. So basically at 10 like 20 minutes till I was getting ready, whatever. I didn't do my hair, as you guys can probably see, but I was like, you know what? I've got time. So I pull up to Starbucks and it was like a line of 15 cars. But I was like, I got all the way here. I'm not turning around. So, but I made it. I was a couple minutes late.
Did you guys see the latest update? A friend of mine, Jarrett Bailey, who actually we did the horror podcast together on this channel.
Yes.
Jarrett reported that according to a source, the Rams and Steelers reached out to the Broncos before the draft about Cortland Sutton. So
I saw that.
do you think they go wide receiver in this draft? Do you think they're just because they were interested in Mike Evans? Do you think they're looking at more of like a a veteran option? Or do
I
you think that
think,
they're just looking for a receiver?
well, first off, thank you, Mike, but that's not true. If you see the ends of my hair, I'm struggling today. I think that they are going to go wide receiver. I think that they were going to go wide receiver regardless. So say they had brought in Sutton.
Yeah.
Um, every draft, I'm a believer that a team needs to at some point take a wide receiver, unless you have just an unrealistically deep and talented wide receiver room. You're always going to need a plethora of receivers. So I think they probably would have gone receiver
Plethora.
regardless. But I think especially right now, so you didn't get Sutton. There's no indication that we know of that they are shopping around for another veteran wide receiver. So I think that they do go wide receiver. And I think they need to go receiver sooner than later because, as we've mentioned, we only have two receivers under contract as of now for next year. So obviously they're going to try to resign, some guys, I would assume, but um, you have to always prepare to not have a receiver or somebody to get hurt. Um, Brennan Rice feels like a very Rams-esque pick, but you know what, Jake? There's two guys that you and I interviewed on our show. I saw that text as well that you're smiling at, Jake. That's funny. Um, but there's
uh,
there's two
Shout out
wide
Lucy.
receiver. Um, Thank you, Alex. No, I don't usually do my hair. By the way, Caden Robinson to the Patriots, and this is the first pick in the draft that I'm unfamiliar with.
Oh,
Um,
Layden Robinson. I was like, who the hell's
oh,
Caden?
Layden. Okay, I know who
So you
Layden
know who that
Robinson is.
is. Yeah, the
Yeah,
guard.
okay. Yeah, that was Tyler slipped up with the autocorrect.
Tyler.
It's not his fault. He's been doing amazing work for us.
I
But yes,
know.
Layden Robinson. Okay, that makes sense for them. Kendall said, sorry, Alexis, I walked away. My wife heard you say you heard about the shirt. Where'd you get it from? I'm about to look it up. So it is, let me put my coffee down, from Dreamathon, but I don't know if Dreamathon still makes the shirt. So I bought this, and I'll show it again. I bought this when Odell Beckham Jr. wore it for the Rams pregame.
That
Move the
was cool.
comments so you guys can see. Um, and then I reached out to the guy at Dreamathon, was like, can I get one? So I went and got one. But I don't know if they make it anymore. But somebody who does make a Greatest Show on Turf shirt that is really cool as well, which I also have. I just didn't wear it because I didn't go with my color scheme today. I'm wearing all black. Is Game Changers. So if you look up Game Changers tees, they should still have in stock their Greatest Show on Turf shirts. And if you use code Holden, HOLDEN, friend of the show, you'll get $10 off. So I don't know if I don't have access to the chat right now. I can't drop it. But if anybody wants a Greatest Show on Turf Rams t-shirt, Game Changers has a really good one. And they make high quality shirts. I got Jake one for his birthday
Yes, it was
last year.
great. Magic Johnson.
Yep, I got him a Magic Johnson shirt. So, yeah, I have it on. I do have a hoodie right next to me. It is really cold in here, so I might end up throwing it on, sadly, over the shirt. But, Jake, anyways, what I was saying earlier before I got on a tangent about the group chat, um, there's two receivers today that would be really fun if the Rams want to go receiver later. They don't want to do the trade up for Brennan Rice or Javon Baker, which I think they're going to have to trade into the fourth if they want either one of those guys. Are two guys
Yeah.
we interviewed on our show, Joshua Cephas and Jalen Coker. Would not be upset if they want to wait and take those guys later. I just saw a comment. You have Manuel Jalen Coker today. Jalen Coker went to Holy Cross, and Joshua Cephas went to UTSA. I know it's always cold in here, Ruiz. It is. Although I was hot last night. Something weird was going on last night because it was warm in here for the first time ever.
I was absolutely freezing. I just threw my Yankee hoodie on because I don't know. I like the New York look. I don't know. I think this is cool. I'm repping. Remember when we were doing the live stream, at the office a few years back, and I was repping the U Albany, and now the
Yeah,
Rams
that was
drafted
a
a guy
fun
from.
draft because we all really you're welcome, Kendall. This year we haven't done this as much, but that year we planned our outfits really well and
They were on
uh
fleek, if you will.
we slayed, and everything that we wore had some type of, like, I wore a lot of like my
Meaning.
like brands, yeah, that I wanted to help get the word out about. And you repped you Albany, and I had like my
Cardinals took
everything.
Adrian Taylor Demerson, by the way.
Oh, that's a good pick. God, the
I
Cardinals are making such good picks. It's so
I
annoying.
know. I really like that pick for them. Really good player. And look, they already had some guys in the back end of the safety room. I mean, Buda Baker's still there for by all intents and purposes. I imagine that he's still going to be on this team. Jalen Thompson's really good. But they were dealing with Chachir last year and Verone McKinley and Joey Blunt. So I think they upgraded big time at safety.
What's up, Johnny? He said, hey, Jake and Alexis, best show on YouTube once again. Alexis nailing the
Appreciate
picks
you,
this
Johnny.
year. Love 3 of our 4 picks so far and don't mind the running back. Rams straight up in the 4th. Thank you so much, Johnny. Totally on the same page as you. Jake and I do think they trade up in the 4th for a receiver. That's kind of our prediction,
Yeah.
but we'll see. They haven't yet, but it's just started. So, but thank you so much for the comment. Thank you so much, Wildman. So good to see
Thank you,
you.
Wild Man.
You're right. My Hawaiian
Fire.
pizza is coming later. Usually I order that around like the end of the 5th and it gets here like at the end of the 6th round. So yeah, excited for that.
What was I gonna say? If you are a Rams fan hoping for guys to fall in the 4th round for them to trade up, you should be rooting for safeties right now. You should be hoping there's a huge run on safeties. They got Kinchins, and man, there's a reason why I only slept an hour and a half before this draft. I was up all night watching additional film, doing those videos, making the content for all the picks. And Alexis, I gotta tell you, as much as I liked Fisk yesterday, getting to actually watch like 7 games of his instead of 3. Oh, I love Fisk. And I
love
love
Fisk.
Kinchins. I think Kinchins has a chance to. I mean, the Rams had 10 interceptions last year. They were 23rd in the league. They lost Jordan Fuller at 4 of them. John Johnson's not signed. He had 3. So
That's a good point.
not a lot of
Well,
interceptions. And I like that they went out and got him.
and I agree with you on that because I think it's been a long time that since the Rams have had a true ball hawk in the secondary.
Yeah.
So you could say Jalen Ramsey, but Jalen Ramsey, I think, was, and he was so incredible. So this is not taking away from him, but he was more just like that hard hitting, like presence type of guy. What I'm talking about is that guy who's going to get interceptions, right? That guy who has a good nose for the ball. We talked about it when we were scouting safeties and corners on Downtown Rams this year about
Yep.
guys who are like, we like those guys who can kind of mirror the wide receiver and go for the 50-50 ball and come up with it. So I think Kinchins, he might need a little time to get comfortable and develop into that, but that's to me what he brings to the table, and he's going to start right away. And something that I tweeted out this morning, if you guys follow me on Twitter, you might have seen it, you might not have, if we're talking about grades, to echo kind of on what Jake said, the Rams drafted my number 1 edge in the class in Jared Verse. They drafted my number 3 defensive interior lineman in the class in Braden Fisk. My number
Justin
3.
Aboigbe to the
Who?
Chargers. Justin Aboigbe.
Okay. He's a defensive lineman out of Alabama.
Yeah, that's good. Like that helps. If you're the Rams fan hoping for guys to fall, there you go. That pushes guys down the board. But yeah, sorry.
Well, so then my number 3 in the class with Braden Fisk, my number 3 running back in the class with Blake Corum, and my number 7 safety in the class with Cameron Kinchins. So all of the Rams picks in the first 3 rounds were guys that I had in my top 10 for their position in the class, which is pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. I think Kinchins could end up, I could like him more. There was guys that I like really liked, like Jaden Hicks out of Washington State. I think you liked him too.
I just
Really
saw
liked him.
Alex's comment when Jake says we should draft Vegeta. It may be sleepy time. Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, okay. I don't know that show, so I didn't know that reference.
Yeah, we got to get you to watch it.
Sargent,
Tried.
we wanted McCaffrey as well.
Yeah.
And he was the last pick of the 4th, so we were just about to, or the 3rd, sorry. We were just about to sneak into day 3 with kind of the dream of Luke McCaffrey, and he went. So
well, the dream is dead.
The dream is dead. Jake, I haven't gotten any comments on my glasses today.
I
Little
know.
bummed.
And there's people that obsess over them.
Cedric Gray just got drafted by the Titans. I
Ooh,
like Cedric Gray a lot. I think this
yeah.
makes sense for the Titans. Cedric Gray is my fifth linebacker in the class. So all of my top linebackers have gone except for I at 4 I had Jeremiah Trotter because he hasn't gone yet, right?
Yeah, I'm not huge on Trotter. I mean, his dad was great, and I think he could be a good player, but I don't love him for
I
the Rams.
I like him, but the injury concern again, when we talked about it yesterday, him and
Yeah.
Peyton Wilson, is that teams I think are going to be skeptical to take him because of his injury concern. Thank you, BSR. There's a joke between Jake and I. Whenever I wear my glasses for a podcast, I just get so many nice compliments on it. And so I was like, I didn't wear them the first 2 days. I'll wear them today. And thought
Nothing.
people would get nothing. I guess this is a different group.
Tough crowd.
Um, Tough crowd. So Brendan Rice, everybody, he is still available. So if the Rams want to trade up for him, which that's my prediction. Um, but I don't know. Maybe there's intel about Rice. Like maybe they've checked the temperature and they're like he's gonna fall. Maybe they don't think they need to go and get him. By the way, the Giants just drafted Theo
Ooh, I like
Johnson.
that. Theo
Love that
Johnson,
pick.
really
Feels like
athletic.
such a Giants pick at tight end, does it not? Theo Johnson is my sixth tight end in the class. All of my top tight ends have gone except for I have Eric All at 3 and Cade Stover at 5. So um, they took my sixth tight end. And yeah, I mean, now everybody wants to give me nice compliments about my glasses. Guys, I was half kidding, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Leroy. I don't actually think Aubrey wears glasses, but if she did, she would look good in them, of course. And yes, Jake, your glasses. You always wear yours though.
Well, no,
They
these are
look good.
new.
Oh, those are new.
Yeah. I mean, I've had them for 2 years, but I never wore them up until like this weekend.
Thank you, Ruiz. Yeah, I helped Jake pick out. Well, I didn't pick them out for you, but before we went live on Thursday night, Jake was like, "I have these glasses. Should I do these instead?" And I was like, "Yeah, those actually look really nice."
Yeah,
Um,
she preferred them. They're thicker. Like, so these are the ones
yeah.
that I had before. I know I'm blinding you. You've never seen me without glasses on.
I love a thick frame. If
That's
anybody
what I had
knows me,
before. So I
yeah.
actually like the thicker for right now.
Yeah, I
Um,
liked them better too. Um,
so
I
yeah.
love a thick frame. My philosophy is if I'm gonna wear glasses, like I'm gonna really go for it. Like if I had it my way, I could even go thicker. Like I want them to be kind of almost obnoxious. Like when I walk into a room, if I have glasses on, I want it to be a statement. I want it to be ironic. I don't want to, for me, I don't want to do like I want to go for it. So
Wait,
let's,
there's
who's
a
my,
video where Neighbors calls Daniel Jones Daniel Dones. I heard I heard there was actually a video, and I don't know if it was real or not, but I heard there was a video that apparently um the Daniel Jones meeting with Neighbors did not go well. So the social media account just didn't even post it.
well, I don't think anybody is going well with Daniel. I think that, and it might not be entirely his fault, but I think the attitude towards him,
Yeah, I actually
um,
kind of feel bad for him because
I
it's
do
just
too.
like he has this negative connotation like around his name, and it's like I don't think he's bad. I think he's dealt with injuries and he was paid a ton of money.
I agree. And by the way, thank you so much, Wild Man Samurai.
Yes,
Um,
wild man. Go Yankees. Let's not blow another 11th inning game. Alexis, let me just tell you this right now. They lost yesterday because in the 11th inning, they put in a guy who's never pitched before. And he gave up 2 runs and they lost. This guy Tonkin. I had never heard of him. I cover the Yankees every single day we come out with stuff on Yankees Unloaded. Had never heard of the guy and he gave up the game. Was so mad.
Kyrie Jackson to the Vikings. I like that pick.
That would have been nice if he was there. I just
Yeah,
like to
he's a
have
good corner.
options, you know?
I do, and I also want to touch on because I got so many messages yesterday asking if the Rams could still go another running back, like if the Rams would later on go like that big, like a bigger running back, and my answer is no, I don't think they will. I didn't know if any of those people were in here,
I
but
think
last
they
night
could, but I mean, it'd have to be
I
way
would
later.
it'd have to be way later, and I wouldn't be against it. I just don't
I know they
see
really like Jace McClellan from Alabama.
yeah, if one of their guys falls, I could totally see it. I just don't think it's a priority for them right now. They've already gone running back. They've kind of already made their vision with running back clear. It would surprise me if they went and like took another running back, especially if they trade up and get less picks. So, um,
Brandon
what's up,
Dorless to the
Blaine?
Falcons. So
I like Brandon Dorlus a
Blaney,
lot. Um, I don't know if we're trading up, Christopher. I suspect that we will. I think it will probably be mid to late fourth because I think they're trying to see how the board falls. Um,
Blaine, I made you a mod so I can actually you like pop out. I can actually see you. I didn't even see you initially.
Jake, do you have any suspicion why TJ Tampa's falling so much? Somebody asked that because I don't know. I
He
don't
didn't
have
run
an
like
answer.
he didn't run like a crazy 40 time. I feel like that's causing guys to fall. I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure. You know, when it comes to first off, let's go back. I mean, Kyrie Jackson. I actually really like that pick for the Vikings. Um, I think a Caleb Evans is a solid player, and you know Byron Murphy Jr. I really like, and they got Mekhi Blackman last year in the third round. They also added Shaq Griffin. I mean, I think there's a chance, you know, somebody like Kyrie Jackson could end up, you know, playing potentially starting. I mean, I'm not going to say he does, but like Caleb Evans is a fourth round pick from 2022. So, I mean, you never know. Um,
Yes, Exile pizza. I've I am getting the pizza today, but not till later.
so
Not till later. So the Patriots are on the clock, by the way.
yes. Patriots are on the clock. Doorless to the Falcons. I like that. Um, Dorless is interesting because I mean, I thought the 49ers would be more interested in him. He feels like a 49er, just exactly what they look for. And I was surprised they passed him up. They passed him up for Pooney. That surprised me.
Well, I agree. And Derek, I don't hate the quorum pick, and anybody who follows me on Twitter will see a better explanation of this because I don't want to get into it here, but I don't hate quorum. I actually had him graded as my number three running back in the draft. I had him graded higher somehow than well, I had him graded higher than Estime. Jake somehow had Estime graded higher than me, which we were surprised when we found that out. I think
Yeah.
Quorum was Jake's sixth in the class. He was my third in the class. It has nothing to do with Quorum. It was just my preference of I really love the idea of eventually the Rams getting just one of those bruiser type running backs that I wanted. But Jordan Rodriguez had a good article come out about that, about how the Rams want to stick to the same type of running back, so that way they can just do what they want with multiple guys instead of switching it up. So if that's a strategy they want, it makes sense. But that wouldn't be my preference. That wouldn't be my choice. And then for all the people asking me again, do we go running back again late? If we do, it's going to be that type of bruising running back I mentioned, and I don't think it's going to be until like the
So it would
sixth
be
round.
McClellan, but I could also see them going with a home run hitter. He's not really a home run hitter, but you know, we talked about it. Kimani Vidal. He forced over 80 missed tackles. He led college football in missed tackles forced. That's another thing. Blake Corum doesn't really do that. I don't know if that was based on, you know, the type of scheme he ran in and whatnot. I watched a lot of Blake Corum tape last night. His vision, he makes Javon Baker comes off the board here to the Patriots. That's a
Of
good pick.
course.
That's a good pick.
Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. Does it not kind of also sting that it's the Patriots? Even though like we don't have a rivalry per se with the Patriots, it's just the bad taste I think Rams fans will always have in their mouth about New England. So when they take somebody we want, it makes it like worse for me. I don't know. Does anybody else have that? Like
I
the
think
dream
they're
is dead for
fine.
Javon Baker,
Yeah,
but
the dream is officially dead. We can put that in our sizzle reel.
guess who's not, Jake? Guess what dream is alive? Brennan Rice. So if the Rams
That's
wanted
true.
Baker, if the Rams wanted Baker, they gotta, in my opinion, they gotta make a move now for Rice. Because what
So
we're at pick 10, that was 110.
yeah, that's pick 110. I mean, my thoughts on the Patriots getting him. I mean, I think he can start, and especially on the Patriots. But they have Demario
Yeah.
Douglas, who played really well last year for a sixth rounder. Kendrick Bourne coming off, injury. They have Jalen Polk. They have KJ Osborne, who they signed. Juju Smith-Schuster. Now they go out and get him. I mean, they're loaded. They're actually loaded. They don't have a dominant number one, but I really like what the Patriots have done getting Drake May and Jacoby Brissett, some weapons there.
I
Patriots can
um
get bent.
I am sorry, I'm sending this link out to a couple people who asked for it.
Yeah, Javon Baker.
So I want to answer, let me go back to our chat. I'm sorry guys. Um
So the Jets are on the clock with their brand new logo, which, by the way, I really like.
There was someone I was just about to talk about. I totally lost my train of thought that I was like, oh, they're still available. Oh, Devontae Walker is who I thought the Patriots would go after. That's what I was going to say. Um, Reunite him with May, not just for that reason, but that just felt like a Patriots pick, and he is still available as well. So he's fallen.
Mekhi Wingo is still there. You mentioned Devontae Walker. I'm
Hmm.
surprised the Patriots didn't grab Devontae Walker for May, but I think also
That's
Baker shouldn't have been there.
um, I agree. Well, and I mean, they could always take him again. I feel like when you're a team like the Patriots, who historically has just not been able to have success with receivers for whatever reason, you might just be like, screw it, we're going to take every single receiver and like a couple of them have to pan out. It's like the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs always have these receivers that you're like, they're in such prime position to be
Yeah,
so insane. And then for whatever reason, injuries or off the field stuff or something happens where the Chiefs just like don't have a successful wide receiver room. So the Patriots are kind of like that too.
Jets just
So,
trade out of this pick. It's now the Packers pick. Where do we think
okay.
they go?
I remember they took Edgerrin Cooper.
Oh,
They
they
took
traded up, so
Zach Fraser.
this could be TJ Tampa since they didn't take a corner. They just took Bullard.
Oh,
I
you're
think
right.
this is Tampa,
I think this is Tampa.
or it's
Yeah,
Cam Hart. Those are the two best cornerbacks available on the ESPN available list. Yeah, that's. I
by
would
the
like to
way,
see if
everybody,
TJ Tampa could fall far enough for the Rams to consider trading up for him.
by the way, everybody, I just want to preface this. We are about to have bad storms. So I
Oh boy.
already have a cursed connection for whatever reason, even though everything is set up as it should be for this live stream. Um, but we might get I'm hoping that my electricity doesn't go out. If that happens, Jake, you're gonna have to carry on without me.
We're chalk.
I don't foresee it happening because it's not, I don't know how severe the storms are gonna be, but I just know we're supposed to have a stormy day and it's gonna start here in about half an hour. Um,
So how much
thank you so
longer
much, Derek. Thank you,
until?
Derek.
Appreciate
Um,
that.
ID 89, that's who Jake and I think they'll take, but I haven't seen it confirmed yet. But they
Yeah.
traded up, and that seems like something that you would Um,
Yeah.
F3, I'm not on the East Coast. I'm in the Midwest. Oh, it looks like it is TJ Tampa.
Yeah.
Looks like
See,
the
that just
Packers.
seemed like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
The NFL just,
Well,
and this is the problem with, you have teams that just draft poorly. You have good teams like the Packers that'll just trade up and snatch a guy like TJ Tampa who probably should have gone on day 2.
Alex, you're right. It is always when the Rams are about to pick. I don't know why that is either. I don't know if it's because, like, I'm not running the stream from my side, so when all the people influx into the chat or whatever, it shouldn't affect me, but it does always seem to be like when the Rams are about to pick that something goes wrong. Um, Freddie, I'm sorry. He wanted TJ Tampa. But there's a lot of other corners. Jake, do you think that the Rams could trade into the fourth for a corner? Because we're
Um,
sitting here going receiver. Do you think that
they
like
met
a
with
Cam
Jarvis
Hart?
Brownlee. I could see
Yeah,
Cam Hart, Kalen Carson. I think is still there.
like if the Rams are in this mindset right now, which it seems they are, where they are just saying like no more weaknesses on defense. Like they have seen the writing on the wall and they are like we are absolutely like do
I
you
think
think
they've
they
already
just
kind of, that boat has left. I think the last guy that you could get that would be like a really key contributor. Um, well, I mean Cam Hart, but I think Cam Hart's more of like a long-term option if they're sticking with that same mold. Like, we want day one contributors, like big time impact players. TJ Tampa could have honestly been one of those guys. And it's worth mentioning, folks, that they still have Kobe Durant. And this is somebody who looked like he was a potential superstar his rookie year. And I'm not out on him. And I don't think the Rams are. And they just drafted Trey Tomlinson last year, who a lot of people were obsessed with. And now it seems like everyone forgets he's there, who was the Jim Thorpe winner. And then you have Darion Kendrick. So they've spent draft capital on 3 corners. If Tre'Davious White does, get hurt because he's had a hard time staying healthy, I think they'd be okay with Kobe Durant. Now, that doesn't mean they won't draft a corner. And so my feeling is that they could look at, a guy like Nehemiah Pritchett, in the 5th or 6th round out of Auburn. He's somebody to look at. Josh at TCU, Cam Hart. He fits kind of the length and the athleticism that they look for. Kamal Haddon is another guy. So, I definitely think there are a lot of opportunities there for the Rams. But if you're trying to find a guy that could potentially start right away, I think the ship has sailed on that with TJ Tampa. I gotta say though, I am laughing every time somebody mentions that. Michael King, my friend there, every time someone mentions that as the reasoning, I just laugh because that would actually be funny. Watching Jerry
another
Rice, who
oh
openly has just stood by, um,
the 49ers?
yeah, he is stood by the 49ers. He's at all the games. It'd be hilarious if he had to start going to Rams games and wearing Rams gear.
Egbert brings up a good point. We draft Cam Hart, we have 3 Cams in the secondary.
Hey, there was something that just came up about Brendan Rice. And
Like,
it looks serious. Brendan
oh,
Rice boarded a flight this morning to Dallas to be a pallbearer and give obituary speech at his best friend Keith Miller's the third's funeral. Miller passed away 2 weeks ago today. He will be answering the call whenever it comes from the funeral. That's really sad.
that's sad. I mean, yeah, I mean, as much as being drafted into the NFL is such a huge dream, um, some things can take precedence in that moment, and I venture to say that this would take precedence over that for him. Obviously, laying to
Yeah.
rest one of your best friends. So I think, yeah, I mean, obviously he'll get the call. I'm sure part of him will be excited, but it's probably going to take him a few days, if not a few weeks, to really be able to fully get into that mode. That is very, very sad. By the way, guys, Evan Williams just went to Green Bay, so I guess it wasn't TJ Tampa. It was Evan Williams.
Wait, TJ Tampa's still there?
Yeah, unless the Packers made back-to-back picks, which I don't think so. Um, if somebody can correct me in the chat because I didn't see it on the screen, but they did take Evan Williams for sure. So
Not the alcohol. um, I'm okay. I'm surprised because they took Bullock. I thought it was going to be TJ Tampa. So he's still there, and I guess the ship hasn't set sail.
yeah, so you've now got Baltimore, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, then Jacksonville up. So could the Rams maybe trade up with Jacksonville for one of those picks? Because Jacksonville's got two of these picks coming up. The Raiders selected Decameron Richardson, corner out of Mississippi State. So
He
there it
is
is.
speed. Oh my God. He is fast.
I don't know much about him, so I would say that even though I know of the name, I'll say that this is the first player drafted that I'm pretty unfamiliar with. Day 3, we always get to the point. Blaine just broke Javon Foster to the Jaguars. Ugh, I love Javon Foster. I would have hoped that he would have been, I would have not been angry if the Rams took him at any point. Um, Good for him, good for him. This is about where I had him projected, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that Richardson ran like a 4.3. Yeah, he's
So wait, then
fast.
who did Baltimore take?
By the way, Richardson is 6'2", and he ran a 4.3. Yeah, he's a speedy dude. Thank you,
So
Marlo. Loving all our picks so far in this draft. Wouldn't be surprised if our defense is top 10 or even top 5. Have you heard from Cam Lynch, Jake? I wonder what he's thinking so far about our picks. Yeah, so Cam and I are actually going to be doing an NFL show on BR next week. So, yes, I have heard from Cam. We talk very consistently. But as far as the draft, I have not heard from him since the draft. So I'll probably
thank you,
reach out.
Marlo. Thank you,
But thank
Marlo,
you.
for the donation. The Ravens took Devontae Walker, so there you go. Devontae Walker now off the board, and then it sounds like the pick after that was Javon Foster to the Jaguars. So, um, Cincinnati's on
Okay.
the clock as far as I know. Nick, I like Jamari Thrash. I don't know if I'm on as high on him. I just wasn't as like intrigued in him as maybe some other people. I have him going in like the fifth. Um, Not sure he's a fit for the Rams. I don't know. Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really picky when it comes to wide receivers, and I really like the idea of going out and getting like a guy like Jalen Coker. I could also see Anais Smith. Reason
Yeah.
being, Smith, he could have some value because of special teams ability. Like he's a really good returner, so I could see Smith there. I think Brendan Rice, like we've already talked about, and then I mean, I'll throw him out there, but did Johnny Wilson go already?
No.
Johnny Wilson and Cornelius Johnson. Keep an eye out for
Yeah.
Cornelius Johnson from Michigan. That's a guy that I was told they liked. So
ID 89, is that confirmed or is that like a
I know Eric
question?
all Bengals. Like
Yeah. Well, the Bengals are on the clock and they do need a tight end, so that actually would make total sense.
it is Eric all, and I like
Okay.
that. Eric
I like that
all,
for them.
you know,
He was my third tight end in the class.
like
So he,
the famous words of George Kittle. Back when I interviewed him years ago, he said, "If you want to play at Iowa, you have to know how to block. If you're a tight end." You can't play at Iowa if you can't block. Eric all can block, but he's got almost kind of he's a spitting image. By the way, he played at Michigan, transferred to Iowa. He's like a spitting image of Noah Fant. He really reminds
yeah.
me of Noah Fant.
So he was my third tight end in the class. So my best available tight end now is Cade Stover, who I have as 5. Because Theo Johnson, I had 6. He went to the Giants. Tip Ryman, I had as 8. He went to the
I couldn't believe he
Cardinals.
went that high.
Yeah.
Good for
So
him though.
my top available tight ends, if anybody's wanting tight end, it's got Cade Stover, Dalen Holker, AJ Barner, and Jaheim Bell. Um, who is left. I like Devin Culp out of Washington too. For whatever reason, he seems like he's going to fall, like potentially very far. So we'll see. But I like him. Alex asked a question for Jake. He said, "What if we trade for Alec Pierce?"
That would be interesting. They did add Adonai Mitchell. They paid Pittman. Yeah, I mean, he's a blocker, deep threat, maybe in a Sean McVay offense. Blaine, what do you think? I feel like you and I really liked Alec Pierce. I mean, he was one of my favorite. I think he was number 2 on my board that year.
Joey Muhammad Kamara is still available. So he's that edge from Colorado State. I do like him. I don't know. If we're gonna double dip at edge, I wouldn't hate Kamara. I still think if Brennan Jackson falls, I have no issue taking him
I could
whenever.
see them double dipping on edge. I don't know if they will because they also added Nick Hampton last year, O'Shawn Mathis, of course, Byron Young. They brought back Hoyt. So the pick we're on right now, I think we're on the Jacksonville Jaguars
Yeah.
second pick.
Yep.
So 116.
So we're on 116. After
Which
Jacksonville, you've got the Colts, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Philly.
the Rams could trade up here and there wouldn't be too much damage, I don't think, to their picks. I think keep an eye on a Rams trade up. Oh, I know. I know, Ashton. Trust me. Trust me. Day one, I made that very clear. I was upset. So it is Jordan Jefferson, LSU defensive tackle to the Jaguars. So he goes before Mekhi Wingo. I think this is wow. Okay. I don't think he's a bad player, but Mekhi Wingo being the third out of those guys.
Deb, we pick at 154 next.
Yeah, it's not that far.
So we're at 115 now. Or no, we're not. Sorry. This is so behind now.
It's at 117.
Yeah, 117. Takeover, we talked about that a little earlier. Like if that would indicate that the Rams are trying to trade or pick up a veteran wide receiver, or if they'll draft one. My opinion is that they are going to draft one regardless if they would have gone after Cortland Sutton or not. Jake and I's prediction is that they trade into the 4th for Brendan Rice, but I mean, that hasn't happened yet. We're in the middle of the 4th now. Brendan Rice is still available, so so Cincinnati, or no, Indianapolis is on the clock. Wow, the TV is behind. Jojo, I don't know if he's interested in coming back to LA or not. I'm going to say no because I think he's going to want a price that the Rams aren't going to give him at this point. So a lot of people are saying Spencer Rattler still on the board is crazy. I don't think it's crazy. Personally, I'm not as high on Rattler. I also have seen, and I have no idea if this is true, but I think that there is a little bit of a question mark around the attitude for whatever reason. So it's not surprising to me that those things come out and now it's draft day and it's the middle of the 4th and he hasn't been taken. So who knows why it is, but I know some people are like, could the Rams be interested in Rattler? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the Rams are going to draft a quarterback at all, if I'm being honest, because, they signed Jimmy G. Stetson Bennett comes back. So I don't really foresee them taking anybody. Thank you, BSR. So everybody who's looking at the screen, those are the picks that we have left as of now. Our next pick is 154. Unless we trade up. We currently have back-to-back picks at 154 and 155, so it could be intriguing for a team to let us trade into the fourth and we give them both of those picks.
Oh.
Oh, the Colts took Tanner Bortolini.
Oh man. Well, good
Oh,
for him.
good for him. We
That's
loved
great.
him.
I'm gonna find that interview and send it to Evan because he's gonna want to know about his new player.
So, Tanner Bortolini, and by the way, we did trade 155, by the way. Sorry guys, I forgot that was part of the Fisk trade.
Yeah, it's 154,
So,
and then I think 196 is their next.
yeah, so Tanner Bortolini, the Colts pick, he was on our show. We loved him a lot. He's a very versatile offensive lineman. He has quite literally played every position on the offensive line, but I think he's viewed more as a center in the NFL. So, yeah, great pick by the Colts. The dream is dead.
The dream
Um,
is dead.
Jake and I both had Bortolini mocked to the Rams in almost every mock draft we did because we just really loved him and he seemed like a pick that the Rams would make.
He felt like
So
somebody the Rams would go after for sure.
yeah, so all right, now we got the Seahawks on the clock.
The dream is dead. All of it.
So we got the Seahawks up, then Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, then Seahawks again. Liberty, there's no rumors on them trading into the fourth, but Jake and I think that they will. So it's not confirmed, but we could see them doing it.
Yeah, no rumors, but they've been aggressive all draft.
Yeah, it would just fit with
So,
what they've been doing so far.
and I think they should because this draft doesn't have a ton of depth. It does have a drop off. So, yeah, maybe we should make a merch shirt, just Alexis' face and just dream is dead. So
I don't
now,
know that. Oh,
um, the Seahawks, because they traded down. Oh, so Denver traded way up there.
mm-hmm.
They traded 16 spots to go out and get Troy Franklin.
Carlos, I do think the Rams draft a kicker. I mean, obviously not anytime soon, but I do think they target a kicker in the draft. Yep, the pineapple pizza's coming later, for sure.
So, by the way, based on the trade value chart right
Okay.
now,
The Seahawks took Tyrese Knight, the linebacker out of UTEP. Sorry, Jake.
okay, he was one of my sleepers. He was on my super sleeper list,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes in the fourth round. Now I feel like an idiot. Yeah. So their next pick is 154, has 29.8 points. We're at the pick 19 that has exactly 56 points. This is the Rams' former pick. This went to the Steelers for Kevin Dotson. The Rams took the Steelers' 155th pick, and they traded that away. And that's, we saw that yesterday with Fisk. But if the Rams wanted to move up, we're getting into the territory where they could really move up pretty easily. Giving away like a next year's 5th round pick. If they wanted to do that and then throwing this year's 5th round pick, they could trade up into the back end of the 4th round. So it'd be pretty easy to do it at this point.
Pittsburgh's on the clock. Have they gone receiver yet?
They did. You know who they
Okay,
got?
I'm blanking. Who?
They got Roman Wilson. I
Oh, you're
love it.
right. You're right. Yeah, okay. Um, I'm watching now on NFL Network as they announce the Tanner Bortolini pick. Ugh, just the dream is dead. Just would have loved for him to be a Ram, but
The dream is dead.
somebody's asking how early we would draft Joshua Carty from Stanford. Um,
Probably 6th round. Good news is there's a lot of kickers this year, so you might be able to get away with waiting.
so Alex is right. The part of the pizza that people hate isn't the pineapple, it's that there's all black olives on it. So if you didn't know that, that's
I mean, I
that's
hate pineapple too, but I get what he's saying.
it's a sweet and salty combination, guys, and it's good, okay? Some people put anchovies on their pizza, and I don't see them get as much flack for me putting black olives on my pizza.
Because black olives are repulsive.
I think it's weird when people don't like black olives, but they like green olives, and I like both of them.
I like neither.
See, Aaron puts anchovies on their pizza and pineapple and anchovies. That has to be worse than pineapple and black olives, right, guys? And I'm not judging him. Jermaine, probably. Because it hasn't my internet has been flawless this entire stream. So when the Rams are up, I'm sure it will go out. M. Borden watching from Germany. Very cool. Thank you so much.
Hey, there
Appreciate
we
the
go.
comment.
I know I'm Borden. Appreciate you. So, okay, Steelers have pick 19, a pick 119. Then you have the Eagles on the clock after them.
These comments, you guys are killing me.
I really like Tyree Snipe, by the way. Like, that's like a really good pick. And I think, I like this. Mason McCormick is headed to the Steelers.
Ooh, good pick. Jonathan said, Jake and Alexis, anyone you guys like as a coverage linebacker to pair with Ernest Jones? How do you feel about Jeremiah Trotter Jr.? Love his versatility. We talked about Jeremiah Trotter a little earlier. I like him. I think it's the injury concern is why he's falling.
I don't think they go that high with linebacker. I think they'll probably take Jalen Ford at Texas. But if they go high, I want McGee, Jordan McGee from Temple.
Sarath from India, or Sarath. They're split, so I'm not sure if that's a full name.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. India seems like a really cool place. I was just talking to one of my friends whose family lives there, and so he went and just had the best time.
$52 players have been drafted from the 2024 Reese's Senior Bowl.
So, Liberty, I didn't see the press conference yesterday with Sneed and McVay. I think I saw a couple clips, but I basically was up a little bit chatting with people and then went to bed. So body language, interesting. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Des watching from Scotland. Everybody here lives in places that I want to go to. It's just a constant reminder.
It's pretty cool.
That it's so cool. Scotland's amazing. He said, "What are your thoughts on the Stafford contract?" I understand it. He wants more guaranteed money, so I'm sure that they will find a way to work it out. I'm not concerned about it, but he basically just wants more guaranteed money. Stafford does. So, hello from Brazil. Go Rams. Okay, so there's been a trade. The Eagles are trading with the Dolphins. 120 goes to the Dolphins. The Eagles get a 2025 third. So let's see. Who did the
Okay.
Dolphins just trade up for?
We're
Could
still
it be
seeing 2025 picks come off the board. Okay.
Do we think this could be TJ Tampa? Could Tampa be in Miami? Ugh, the aesthetic of that would just bother me.
Yeah, that's kind of obnoxious, low key.
Um,
I'm
could
not a
this be
fan of
TJ
that.
Tampa?
I mean, I'm also not a fan of that in general. I, tough to say. I mean, taking a look at Miami right now, their biggest needs were offensive, defensive line, and tight end. So I could see a tight end here.
Any tackle prospects we are on the board still that we like? I'd have to pull them up honestly, because I feel like every time I say one, he goes. I really like Javon Foster, and he went to Jacksonville. Um,
Right now, the best
hello from
available
England.
on NFL.com, Jalen Wright is still not gone. DJ James from Auburn, corner. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Austin Booker, edge, Kansas. Cade Stover. This could be for Cade Stover. He's a really good player. I would not be surprised at all if it was for Cade Stover.
We are 550 people strong right now, guys. That's amazing.
There we go. Appreciate
Since
y'all.
the Rams aren't up as of now for yet, should we do it might be a little early. Let's do a location drop. If everybody right now, drop where you're watching from in the chat, and then I will rapid fire them onto the screen so everybody gets their hometown shout out up on the screen and we can see where we are. And
it was for
maybe
Jalen Wright, their top player on NFL.com.
Oh, okay.
So
So
they
Miami
get the
just
running back.
drafted Jalen Wright.
All right. Miami is psychotic. They went out and they got another 4.3 speed running back. They just love speed. They're speed. That's all they love.
Jalen was my 6th running back in the class because I had Brooks, Benson, Quorum, Allen, Estime, Wright. So my number 4 and 5 are still on the board, which is Braylon Allen and Audric Estime, who I know we both really loved. All right, guys, I'm going to start doing on the screen. And we are going to get everybody's location on. All right. So we got Romania, Exeter, England, San Diego, Vancouver, British Columbia, Los Angeles, Crenshaw, Almere, New York, Long Beach, California, Salt Lake City, Mexico City, Torrance, California, Maryland, Virginia Beach, Vegas, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Utah, Phoenix, St. Louis, Moreno Valley, California, Tucson, Arizona, St. Louis, Fredericksburg, Virginia, Winter Garden, Florida, Irving, Texas, Vancouver, Washington, Chico, California, Beaumont, California, Buena Park, California, Iowa City, Iowa, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Seattle, Washington, Pineappleville, California, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Vegas, Oregon, Pomona, California, Indiana, Gulfport, Mississippi, Redding, California, Helena, Montana, Temecula, California, Lincoln, England, Hawthorne, California, Fife, Scotland, Tempe, Arizona, Coos Bay, Oregon, Chino, California, Greenville, South Carolina, Vancouver Island, Indonesia, Peterborough, England, Lehigh, Utah, Los Angeles, Mexico City, Cleveland, Ohio, Long Beach, California, Fullerton, California, Toronto, India. I'm going to do a couple more. So many people in here. Fiji, Dublin, Ireland, Vegas, Kauai, Vancouver, Fort Worth, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri, Eureka, Missouri, Fullerton, Santa Monica, Utah, Norway, Fresno, and Colorado. Guys, I'll have to do this again later. I'm sorry, so many people.
AJ
By the way,
Barner is now a Seahawk. Shock of the century. The Seahawks drafted a tight end. I am stunned. The team that only drafts running backs and tight ends and just never uses them either. This is crazy. Um,
Okay, the Bears are on the clock with their last pick. So we'll see what they do. If I'm the Bears, honestly, I trade back and try to get maybe a couple picks because this is quite literally their last pick they have in the draft, guys. So maybe they use it and maybe they're confident in what they got. But if I'm the Bears, like I said, they have that stacked offense now, but I still think there's plenty of holes they could try to address in this draft.
the
So I don't know.
Bears just picked punter Tory Taylor. So the
Oh my
first special
God,
teams player is off the board.
in the fourth round. Well, it's a
And it's
strategy.
a punter. I don't know anything about Tory Taylor because Ethan Evans is the Rams punter, and I don't scout punters unless the Rams need one. Does anyone know anything about Tory Taylor?
I don't. I know he's the only punter that I've seen like in mocks.
Yeah, he's the only one that you
Um,
would draft, I think. But
yeah, but in the fourth, it's a strategy. I think the Bears are just they're probably so high on euphoric like feeling right now from their first round that they're just like we can draft the punter in the fourth. Like we have gotten who we wanted, like let's go for it.
they also took Amagaji, which was frustrating yesterday.
I know that hurt me. I made a tweet about it. I'm like, that's gonna really hurt for a while.
Man, the Mason McCormick pick. Steelers are absolutely killing it.
They always though. I feel like they always draft really well. At least the past few years. Bruno, thank you so much. Appreciate you watching. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. And yeah, guys, I'll order the pizza here and I can't remember. I feel like I usually order it around the fifth. I mean, Jake and I, we try to time it because Jake also gets the pizza, so we try to time it to where we like get them at the same time. Alex, I'm not sure when I want to draft a kicker. I think it depends on how the draft falls and what we do. Because I don't know. I don't pretend to like know a ton about the kickers and I don't like analyze their film. I mean, you can look at stats. It's what I just look at stats and I'm like, okay, he seems relatively normal or like a good pick. So I don't really get too upset either way. Now, if we drafted a kicker in like the third or fourth round, I'd probably have an opinion about it, but I'd say the sixth or seventh is fine with me if there's a prospect they really like. Um, we don't know for sure if they're drafting a kicker to answer the question on the screen, but they need to. Okay, so it looks like the Eagles traded back again. So the Texans traded up.
Cade
So
Stover. Ooh, that's a good pick.
that's who they picked?
Yep, he reunites with CJ Stroud.
Yeah. I like Cade Stover alongside Dalton Schultz, by the way, who is the Texans.
Well, I did mention I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans trade up for a tight end. Because it's a 2 tight end league, like I've said. So
where are you seeing? Are you on Twitter, by the way? I don't know if I'm looking in the right spot for picks. I've kind of just letting everybody in the chat
yeah, I
do it
mean,
for me.
I have the I have like Jordan Schultz's note he's on, so he's ahead of everybody. The RAS score for Tory Taylor, it just shows his size. He didn't work out. It just looks funny. But he's
Thank you, Hal 9000.
Thank you,
so
Hal.
much.
Appreciate you. Tory Taylor is 6'4", 229 pounds. Bro is
Sick.
jacked as a freaking punter.
Was it the Steelers punter? Or is it his kicker?
Which one?
The Steelers, I'm blanking who drafted
The
when we were
they had Jordan
really
Berry who was thick, and then they also got oh my goodness. I'm not gonna remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. Not gonna remember.
By the way, guys, the 49ers are on the clock, and I would venture to say this might be Brendan Rice. I know they took Ricky Pearsall, but with all the speculation about Ayuk, this could be Brendan Rice. I know the Niners don't need Rice, but this could be a very luxury pick.
I'm going to say it is. I'm going to say it's Mekhi Wingo. I have a feeling.
No, I wasn't thinking of Percy Harvin. It was the guy they drafted when we did the draft with Adam in 2021.
Oh, no. No, it's
It
Presley
wasn't,
Harvin.
was
That
that in 2021?
well, you're talking about Presley Harvin. Now I remember.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it
Yeah.
makes sense, but I didn't think his name was Presley, but oh no. The 49ers took Malik Mustafa.
Of course.
Oh, the dream is dead. No. Oh, this is so personal to me. Well, and you, Jake, not just me, but oh,
Pain.
no. This is so painful. And listen, after we drafted Cameron Kitchens, I kind of figured that the Mustafa dream was dead. But to have him go to San Francisco,
Yeah, that hurt.
ah, that is soul crushing. Well, guys, I know a lot of you liked Mustafa as well. Um, yeah, huge congrats to him though. I mean, I'm really happy for him to get drafted in the fourth. I think he was talented enough to even go a little earlier. Mustafa was a guy Jake and I had on our show, so we obviously liked him for that reason, partially, but we also really liked him um just because of his film, just a really nasty, hard-hitting safety, could kind of do it all, and I just oh man, this really hurts. It hurts
I
because
think
we
they've been
just
watching the YouTube.
mm-hmm.
They've been watching our YouTube.
The 49ers have been listening to Downtown Rams and they're like, how can we make this personal? Um,
Can you imagine? That'd be hilarious. They're sitting there like Kyle Shanahan's like, oh yeah, you hate me. I hate you. That'd be funny.
a lot of people are saying Kinchins over Mustafa. Guys, I really like them both. I like that the Rams picked Kinchins. I had Kinchins graded higher than Mustafa. So I had Kitchens at 7 and I had Mustafa at 8. So it was pretty close for me. K-Dog, I think we get a kicker in the 7th. But we could go in the 6th. I think it just depends. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with the pulse on the kicker market, so I can't, pretend to. The Buccaneers just drafted Bucky Irving, the running back out of Oregon. So this is kind of where I suspected him to go. He was my 10th running back in the class. I think a lot of people had him higher than that. So I liked Will Shipley out of Clemson and Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, Ray Davis more. So interesting, Jake. The two running backs we loved, Braylon Allen and Audric Estime, still on the board. And I'm wondering if that's because the NFL right now really likes kind of the, Kyron Williams deal, like we were talking about at running back, and not kind of the old school bowling ball type that we kind of pegged Estime and Braylon Allen as.
Yeah.
I know if you were we were to talk about this like a year ago, like Braylon Allen, people had him going in like the second round. So, interesting to me that Irving would go before him.
No, that's yeah. It's weird because this running back class. I feel like everyone was all over the place. Like I was really high on Kimani Vidal. I wasn't the only one. I know Brett Coleman had him in the top 5. And then you have other guys that are like, Bucky Irving is going in the top 3 of the running backs, and it's just like I feel like we were all kind of spread out on the running back evaluation.
So the Jets are trading back, by the way. I don't know who with. Yeah, we need to get Brennan Rice now to make up for them taking Mustafa. I want revenge. Although, is it really revenge? Because San Francisco could have taken Brennan Rice and they haven't. So the
There
Lions
will
are
be some sort of revenge there.
up now, by the way, guys.
The Jets just don't want to pick apparently because they just trade back. The Lions gave up a 3rd round pick next year for this pick.
Who could that be? Who would the Lions want bad enough? Let's think positionally. They've taken 2 corners already. They went.
Did they take an edge?
No, this could be an edge. This could be like, let me look at who's available.
By the way, that was the Trey Lance pick that they got from the Cowboys, Malik Mustafa.
Let me look at best available.
If they go edge, it's Austin Booker, I think. Go figure.
Or Gabriel Murphy.
I could see Gabriel Murphy, or Brennan Jackson. I could see one of those 3. Those are the best available right now.
I'm seeing Brendan Rice. Guys, is that confirmed? Or is that...
Where are you seeing that? In the comment section?
Yeah, so that's why I want to make sure
It's Giovanni Manu, the British Columbian offensive tackle who I actually... I made a video of Super Sleepers and I literally had him in there and he goes in the 4th round.
Good for him. Coming out of University of British Columbia. I know there are some people in the chat who are watching from British Columbia right now. So are you guys University of British Columbia fans? Are you familiar with Manu? 6'8",
kind of
350 pounds.
Manu. Yeah, he's crazy. Here's the point of this. They have a great offensive line. They know that. They can take their time, develop him. If he turns out to be, like a Jordan Mailata. If he ends up being like him on the Eagles, then he takes over for Taylor Decker and you have a left tackle of the future. He is absolutely an athletic freak. And this goes back to why, remember when I said I would take Aneem Dankwa late in the draft, taking projects. This is early. This is the 4th round. So he must have had a lot of interest around the league. I think his teammate also is really liked. So Benedette.
Well, I give you credit for I honestly hadn't heard of him. So
I'm kind of hyped, low key, that like he got drafted and I actually did homework on. I've never done homework on international prospects ever.
Well, hey, 4th round pick. So Philadelphia is on the clock, by the way, for people wondering. Christian Mahogany is still available. Would not be upset if the Rams went and drafted him. I think I would like a tackle, maybe a little more. I have to see who's available. Christian Jones out of Texas is still available. Why did I think he was drafted?
I could see him as an option. So, I mean, right now we're at pick 127. Yeah. It'd be funny if they jumped the Eagles to pick the guy who could potentially, we'll see, but
We're 30-ish picks out from the Rams for people asking because they're at 154. Yep, Jones and Mahogany still on the board. If you guys want the Rams to go offensive line, let's drop in the chat. What do you, if assuming the Rams stay at 154 and don't trade up, or maybe they do, but what position are you guys wanting the Rams to target right now? If you had to pick, you look at what we've done, what do you think the need to be addressed is next? Okay,
I
I see
really,
wide receiver or offensive tackle, wide receiver, offensive line, linebacker or wide receiver, offensive tackle, corner, offensive tackle, or wide receiver if Rice is available, wide receiver or defensive tackle, wide receiver or defensive back, corner or wide receiver, a center or guard, wide receiver, linebacker, offensive line or linebacker or corner, wide receiver, offensive tackle or wide receiver. So I'd say wide receiver is number one based on what I'm seeing everybody say. Offensive tackle seems popular. Linebacker seems popular. Seeing some more linebackers come in. Someone said has to be offense. Offensive line, linebacker. So the Eagles took Will Shipley, by the way.
that's a
They
good
took,
pick.
that was my next running, well, not my next running back, but one of my top 10. So I had Will Shipley at 9 in the class.
Yeah, I had him at 11. I like him though. Really good pass catching back. Makes sense.
Yeah, good pick for them. So that means that Buffalo's up. So we're at the end of the fourth round, guys. So you've got Buffalo, the Jets, Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Kansas City again, the Jets, and then San Francisco. Yeah, I would like to see the Rams go wide receiver or offensive line next pick personally. I mean, I really want just as much depth as you can get on the offensive line as you can because yes, you could say our starting offensive line is good right now, but if somebody goes down, you have to have depth there. And I don't know that I'm in love with the depth that the Rams have currently at offensive line. So would love to see them address that soon. Let me pull back up my best available. Christian Jones, offensive tackle out of Texas. Bo Limmer, interior offensive line out of Arkansas. Not a ton here. Sitoa Lamea,
I
off
like him.
interior out of Utah. Hunter
Yeah,
Norzad out of Penn State. Cedric
I
Van
like him as
Pran
well.
Granger out of Georgia. Walter Rouse out of Oklahoma. Christian Mahogany out of Boston College. Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana Lafayette. So there's options there. A lot of people asking about Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Again, I think he's falling because of the injury concern.
We just broke 2,000 views, by the way.
Let's go. We're at 600 concurrently.
Yes. Killing it.
So we'll see what Buffalo does here. Are they going to trade this pick to the Chiefs?
That's
Again?
funny. They are picking Ray Davis from Kentucky.
Another running back off the board.
So a punch in the mouth. That's what Ray Davis offers, and he's gonna give him a little bit of a compliment to James Cook. So I don't hate it. Not a bad pick.
I had Ray Davis as my 8th running back in the class. So good value here. So we're finding the picks either by you guys dropping them in the chat. Jordan Scholes on Twitter is breaking all of them first. And then Jake's brother, Tyler, is also coming in clutch and sending them to us. So we're getting them pretty much as soon as they come out. So we'll announce it as soon as we see them. So the Jets are on the clock, Jake, which in what seems like their first pick in a long time.
I know. Are they going to trade down again? Seems like they don't really want to pick.
I know, that's what it seems like.
That was a lot for the Lions to give up to get up to to go up in the 4th round and get Manu. So they clearly like him. TJ Tampa is still there. Someone asked it in the chat. He is still there. And so is there's another interesting option. CFL cornerback Quantez Stiggers. He was a star for the CFL. So for those of you who don't know, he dropped out of college. His dad passed away and he dropped out of college, and then he ended up going the CFL route. So a little bit different.
Wait,
The
the
Jets just
Jets.
traded down with the 49ers.
This has got to be Brendan Rice. I'm
And
calling it.
the 49ers are coming up from 135 here. I think this is potentially TJ Tampa. Well, hold on. Let me check.
Well, they just took Mustafa, which absolutely crushed our souls.
It's going to be Austin Booker because the football gods want to absolutely punish me. Oh, the best Kansas prospects in years? Yeah, they're all going to the 49ers. Enjoy. That's what's going to happen.
The Jets are like having massive anxiety. Like the Jets are having performance anxiety because they are not wanting to do it. They are like, let's just keep going back. They don't want any responsibility, I guess. I don't see the pick yet.
I could also see Gabe Murphy. I think they're taking a pass rusher. I feel pretty good in
Gabriel
saying
Murphy
that.
makes a lot of sense for them.
I could also see Brennan Jackson.
That would hurt. If the if the 49ers drafted Mustafa and Brennan Jackson, it would be so personal. It would
already
be
feels
so
personal.
well, it already is because of Mustafa, but like oh God, who could it be? I haven't seen it come in yet. Everyone asking about Brendan Rice, why he hasn't been picked. I don't know. I do want to say I think Brendan Rice was slightly elevated because of
Oh,
who his
this is
dad
a
is.
49er pick. Isaac Guerrendo from Louisville. Very athletic running back. This very, very Kyle Shanahan-esque.
It is. He was my 11th running back in the class, so just didn't make my top 10. Jake, I think I was onto something when I said earlier that the NFL does not care anymore about that Derrick Henry bruiser type running back. I don't think because you've got Braylon Allen, Aldrick Estime. I'm not comparing them to Derrick Henry. I want to make that clear.
I get
I'm
what
not
you're
sitting
saying.
here. I'm saying the more of the idea. You could almost blame Kyle Shanahan for it because somebody who's perfected that art of just having that running back by committee, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum-esque running back.
No, the Ravens just took TJ Tampa. Oh my God. They just got value with that. That's brutal. I was hoping he'd fall. I feel like you just have these dumb teams that don't know how to draft, and the Ravens just always sit there and they let everybody fall into their lap.
Yeah, guys, if you are a big running back, this is not a good time for you.
Guarendo is
And
actually a big running back.
he is big,
Six
but I
foot,
don't,
221, and he ran a 4.33. That is,
yeah, but if you look at his style of play,
yeah, he doesn't like contact.
yeah, like any running back who is that classic contact brawler, I don't think it's your time. It's not your era. And that's okay because there's still a place for you, but we're going to start seeing um these other backs, I think, rising. I mean, Braylon Allen and Audric Estime could fall. I mean, who knows at this point, the way this is going.
I think Guarendo could be a problem.
I mean, yeah, behind McCaffrey.
He kind of reminds me of, I mean, I didn't love his tape, but I was like, if he figures it out at the next level, because he was a backup pretty much for his career. If he falls to, essentially, I could see him being like the guy in the Chiefs, his name is escaping me right now, from Rutgers, Isaiah Pacheco. I could see him being Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, I like that comparison. The Chiefs are on the clock, by the way, guys.
So, speak of the Chiefs. So 131. Hmm.
Nick, I like Sion Vaki,
I could see them getting Braylon Allen.
the Rams. I'm
No, the
sorry, I'm not.
Chiefs.
Oh, um,
That was a running back run.
well, like I said, I think that you're gonna start seeing that happen.
It's Jared Wiley, TCU tight end.
That makes sense for them. You know, because I know that technically Watson is their, second tight end, but Watson is more of like a hybrid to me. He's not um stereotypical tight end. He's kind of like, I hate using the word tweener as we talked about yesterday, but it makes sense that the Chiefs would go after somebody like Jared Wiley. Um and so Philadelphia's up and then the Chiefs are up again.
Eagles just traded, so the Lions are back up.
Oh my gosh, the Lions are aggressive. Champ Theo was drafted to the Giants in the third, or it might have been early fourth. I don't remember, but Theo Johnson did go to the Giants. So now we've got the Lions up. Um,
Oh boy. I like the Wiley pick for the Chiefs. So, I mean, I think that made sense. I don't know where the Lions go here, if I'm being honest.
Could be Brennan Jackson, Gabriel Murphy. They
Oh,
haven't gone edge.
this will probably be Austin Booker. This will be Austin Booker. No comment, but yeah, I think it will.
Well, let's see. It hasn't come in yet, but we do know the Lions just traded up. So after this Lions pick, it's going to be the Chiefs again, then the Jets, then the 49ers, and then round 5. Man, the 49ers have just been all over the place in the 4th round.
Austin Booker is the number 1 remaining guy on NFL.com.
Jake, you plan on making a video about potential CFAs after the draft? That was a question from
I don't know because they'll already be signing guys. So I mean, I think we'll probably hang around at the end for a little bit and wait until some signings trickle in.
Ian. There are no official rumblings of the Rams trying to move. We thought that they would trade into the 4th, but there's only like 3 picks left in the 4th and they haven't done anything, so that seems super unlikely now. The Lions took Sion Vaki, the Utah safety.
Okay.
So
two-way player, played running back, played safety. I think he's gonna probably play safety at the next level. So I picks all right. I'm glad they didn't take a guy that I wanted.
I'm sorry, Nick. I know you really liked
he was
Vaki.
announced as a running back?
He was?
Jordan Schultz just announced him as a running back.
No, he says Lions take Utah safety and former running back Sion Vaki is what I'm looking at.
Okay, because he can play both. And I know teams were looking at him as running back.
The Chiefs took Jaden Hicks.
Oh, yeah.
Of course they did. So the Chiefs took safety Jaden Hicks with the next pick. He was my 3rd safety in the class. So, in my opinion, great value.
Yeah. Once again, just bad drafting at the top by a lot of teams. It's why they continue to pick in the early portion of the draft. And the Chiefs, the rich get richer. The Eagles got 164, 201, and a 2025 4th from Detroit for that pick.
Wow. Devin, I think they're going to draft a kicker. At least that's what I think they should do. They might go UDFA, but I think that there's like 3 to 4 kickers this year that I've heard of. Again, I don't scout kickers, so I'm not gonna, give analysis or pretend to know more than I do. But supposedly there's 3 to 4 kickers that are draftable that would be good pickups for the Rams. So
I'm gonna say something that I didn't think I'd say today. I think the Rams should probably trade down, and here's why. At 132, we just saw the Eagles get all those picks and a 2025 4th rounder. If these teams are throwing around 2025 picks, I might be interested in trading down from 154.
I wouldn't hate that. I could see it. Although I do think there is something, I mean, the Jets took Braylon Allen.
Okay.
So Braylon Allen is now gone.
So Israel Abanikanda, and then I was a big fan of Braylon Allen. So they get both of the guys that I really like. Izzy last year, Braylon Allen,
they got Breece Hall. So
Breece
that's
Hall.
an example. That's an example of a diversified running back room. So that's
Yeah.
again that different strategy. So then, you see the Rams who prefer to keep everything kind of uh the same so you can interchange running backs. You see the Jets basically like we're going to take every kind of running back that you can have and put them in one room. So Braylon Allen ends up just sneaking into the fourth round. So good for him. Braylon Allen was my fourth running back in the class. So I had Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, then I had Blake Corum, then I had Braylon Allen. I'd estimate at five. So out of my top 10 running backs, the only one left is Audric Estime at five. And as I touched on earlier, he probably is just going to really fall because it does not seem like NFL teams are wanting to take that style of running back early. Except for Braylon Allen, who just went to the Jets, of course. So that is right. The Niners are on the clock again with like their millionth pick in the fourth round. Do we think it's going to be Brendan Rice, guys?
How are they on the clock? No, the Jets. Wait, no. What?
Yeah,
How
the
the
Niners are back on the
49ers
clock.
trade up?
They
They
didn't
didn't.
trade up.
No, they
They
traded up
got,
earlier to get
well, I know, but I
Guerrero.
think
How the hell did they
this,
trade up if they didn't have to give up the last pick?
um, I'm not sure, but I don't see that the pick's out yet. Um, Jordan Schultz is a little behind because he hasn't even announced the Braylon Allen pick yet. I'm not sure what the 49ers do here. It's probably going to be something to spite us. Um,
I just don't know how they have a pick. Like, so the Jets traded down from 129. What? I don't get it. I have no idea. I don't know how they have the pick though. By the way, Vaki was announced as a running back. I thought so.
Interesting. Let's see. I'm not seeing the
That was the weirdest sound I've ever heard in my life.
I like Sion Vaki as a safety too, but
Yeah, I don't know. I'm I'm flabbergasted.
yeah, I'm not seeing the pick yet. It could be because it's the last pick of the fourth and the NFL is um, doing something.
Mark
Thank you
asks
so
why we're
much,
not
Mark.
trading up. Mark, appreciate you.
I guess there just wasn't anybody that the Rams loved enough to give up assets for. By the way, the 49ers traded down is what I'm seeing. Do we know who they traded down with? No, I see the pick is in, guys. I know I've seen like three people say they traded down, but I see the pick is in on the TV screen. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure who it is. Probably a pass rusher. Probably somebody I like. Probably Austin Booker. Didn't get him before. Probably get him now.
I think it's Brennan Rice or a
It's
pass rusher.
Jacob Cowing. So they're not taking Brendan Rice.
Huh.
They're going after Jacob Cowing. And that's actually a really good pick. A little weird that they're going wide receiver, but that dude is always open on tape.
Hey, they like Arizona wide receivers. Remember, they took Brandon Ayuk in first round out of Arizona. So they're
Arizona
going.
State, but yeah.
Oh, you're right. Why do I always think that Brandon Ayuk went to Arizona?
I don't know. Why do you
I
think that?
always, I don't know. I always, when I talk about him, I'm always, I mean, it's Arizona State. You're right. So guys, now we are moving into the 5th round. So we're at pick 136. The Rams are up at 154. So we're like, what is that, 18? Or wait, hold on. 154 minus, we're at what? 136. Yeah, 18. So I see a lot of people upset. I guess a lot of people in here really like Jacob Cowing.
I just don't think the Rams were going to draft a slot guy. I didn't really see that.
Someone went to high school with Cowing. That's cool.
Here's my thing. Why did you put a second round tender on what's his face? Juwan Jennings. The hell do you have Juwan Jennings for if you're drafting all these running backs? God, they're annoying.
Well, I think they're prepared to lose Ayuk.
I don't
Is
know.
my assumption. Because things have obviously not been good with Ayuk. So you say you in your mind you rationalize, okay, Brennan Ayuk is going somewhere else. So then you've got what? You've got Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and Jacob Cowing. Am I missing a 49ers receiver? Because
Sounds about right.
that's your 4. So to me, what this indicates is Ayuk is for sure gone. Maybe not. Maybe they
not
work it
him.
out.
Maybe it's Deebo. I mean, they were both on the block.
Well, right. One of them is gone because you don't take a wide receiver in the 1st and the 4th. Like, you're not taking Jacob Cowing with the last pick in the 4th round to be your 5th receiver. So somebody's gone. And I think it's obviously one of those two. But Ayuk to me seems more likely to be gone because he's been the one that's been vocal about
Pritchett
wanting
to
to
the
leave.
Seahawks.
It's a good pick by them. They always take really good corners though, don't they? Like every time we like a corner, I feel like he ends up in Seattle.
Sounds about right.
Remember the Kobe Bryant?
Yes.
Rams Twitter was like,
he's got to be a Ram.
It was a really hard day.
Never forget Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, Tariq Woolen as well. They've got a really good secondary room in Seattle. So the Chargers are up, then the Cardinals, then the Commanders. What do we think the Chargers do here? You know what I could see? It would be early for him. But could you not see that Harbaugh taking like Cornelius Johnson?
I could see that.
It would be early in my opinion. But
yeah, I could see that. I don't think it'd be early. We're talking about the 5th round now.
Yeah, I mean, I just maybe wasn't as high on him as everybody else, but SoCal and other people are asking about Brennan Rice. Guys, I don't know why he's falling. The only thing that I could say is I always felt like he was a little, I don't want to use the word overhyped, but
I mean, I think it's fair.
Slightly because of his dad. Like if he wasn't Jerry Rice's son, I don't know that he would have been projected as high as he was. And that's not a knock because I like him and I want the Rams to draft him. So the only thing that I can think of is that maybe we're realizing now that he was talked about a little more than he normally would have been. Dominic said he played Monty Ball in high school. He actually broke the Missouri rushing record against us. Who are you talking about? What prospect in Missouri?
You don't remember Monty Ball?
Oh, okay, I've totally misread that. I played Monty Ball. Yes, I do remember Monty Ball.
He was like my favorite prospect in that draft.
Hal saying he thinks the Chargers take Cam Hart.
Yeah, I mean, they need a receiver, right? Have they even drafted a receiver? I think it's Malik Washington if they go wide receiver. I'm actually surprised the 49ers didn't get Malik Washington. Could also see Anthony Gould. I'm going to say it's Malik Washington if they go receiver.
Well, we are in the 5th round, and yeah, the Chargers took Lad McConkey, so they did take a receiver.
Okay, the Chargers took Ladd. That's right.
We are in the 5th round, as you guys have noted, and the Rams tend to do very well in the 5th round, so everybody should
They
be
do.
excited.
We're approaching 3,000 views.
Let's go. 600 strong right now.
600 strong, and the Rams literally have gone all this time without picking. That's saying a lot because you know it's going to start filling up even more when the Rams are about to pick.
Right. And yeah, we were wrong. I mean, Jake and I were wrong. We thought they would try to trade into the 4th. They didn't. So maybe they didn't need to get Brennan Rice if we think that's the route they go. Maybe they take Joshua Cephas or Jalen Coker.
Gabriel Murphy's still there. Austin Booker's there. Brendan Rice, Cornelius Johnson,
Brennan
Malik
Jackson.
Washington, Brendan Jackson. Miles Harden. DJ James is still there. Cedric Van Pren would be interesting because the Rams don't have a backup center right now. Fabian Lovett is somebody that was mentioned by Les Snead yesterday, so it's worth mentioning. Not mentioned, but he said that there was another guy that was going to go tomorrow as well. So from Florida State, kind of hinting, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what Harbaugh does here, guys. We're at pick 137 in the 5th round.
What's up, Chach? We don't want these. We don't want it to slow down like this. It's Tarheeb Still from Maryland. So another defensive player for Jim Harbaugh.
Can honestly say I'm not familiar, so I won't give any analysis.
Yeah, he's a corner. I didn't really get into him too much, so I can't really say much about him other than he played cornerback. And he went to Maryland.
Thank you so much, Bo. He said Fabian Lovett Sr. is still there with the Rams dare.
You need to get a senior. I mean, you need one. Time to cook in the 5th round. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. Somebody wants your take on cilantro, Jake.
Not a fan. Cilantro is mid.
I have that thing where it tastes like soap to me. So
yeah, it's mid. I don't know.
What's up, Chacho? Liberty, I'm not sure. The only thing I just think there probably wasn't anybody they loved enough to give up assets for, so they stayed put. They maybe there's someone they're targeting and they did a temperature check, didn't think that they were going to go, and I don't know. I thought they would trade into the 4th. So the Cardinals are on the clock, guys. We think they're going to take what's up, Mario? Seeing some different opinions about cilantro in the chat. I'm actually starting to get hungry. The Cardinals pick is in. Tacos are good, Devin, but I'm getting pizza.
Pizza.
ID 89, I do think it's going to be pizza time soon. Um,
Taj Washington would be a nice pickup to replace with 2-2 offers. Also, cilantro is amazing.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Thomas.
Um, Jake, should we order our pizza soon? Everybody in the chat seems to be.
Well, I think I'm just gonna. I have one more Sally's pizza, so I think I'm just gonna
Oh,
have
so you're
that.
gonna make one. Well,
Yeah.
when Jake puts his in the oven, that's when I'll
Xavier
order mine.
Thomas to the Arizona Cardinals. So
I
pass
wasn't as
rusher.
high on him as
I
everybody
wanted to
else.
like him more than I did. That's what I would say.
Well, hey, they didn't take somebody I wanted. So that's the way when an NFC West team doesn't take somebody I want, I call that a win.
That's fair.
Because far too often it happens where they take somebody I really like and then I get sad that somebody I like is in my division and not on my team. And yeah, Jake, you think we should do the pizza soon?
I mean, you could
This
do
is
it
typical.
whenever. I don't know when I'm gonna do it because I just had a breakfast sandwich.
Oh, that's right. You were.
Yeah, I was
Um,
munching.
I haven't eaten since in a long time. Um, Deb, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you so much for your support. You're awesome. Um, so yeah, thank you so much for the donation and for hanging out with us. Washington is on the clock.
I just want to
Um,
point out how absolutely pathetic this league can be. Howie Roseman has not only added a fifth 2025 pick, or a 2025 pick, fifth rounder, he's added a fourth and a third. He's added 3 2025 picks because these teams don't know how to draft and they panic draft and they trade up and they give up way too much. That like bothers me to no end. I don't know why.
Eli, we unfortunately can't. Um, I have another tab open. Christian, we are at pick 139. The Commanders are on the clock. The Commanders have been absolutely killing the draft. Oh, what pick are we at? Okay, like you mean the Rams or what pick the draft? Like we collectively. Sorry, I wasn't. I thought you were talking about just.
154 the Rams are.
Yeah, we're at pick 154. The draft is at pick 139.
Yeah. And in an effort to make this very like Rams friendly of a stream, I have the picks on the bottom that they've made already, and I will update that.
Deb asked Jake, when are you moving?
May 1st, Deb. We'll
Coming up.
see. Hopefully, I'm able to get everything up and able to record in my apartment on May 1st. But if not, May 2nd.
So the Commanders just took linebacker Jordan McGee out of Temple.
Oh, man. That's a good pick. I mean,
Yep.
Commanders have just been really killing this draft.
And you know what? Good for them because a lot of people were giving them a hard time because they, got the basketball guys, in their front office and they like cleaned house and everybody was like, this isn't going to work. But they've made really good picks. So kudos to them.
Yeah. And did they add Eric Kendricks? I know they added Bobby Wagner.
I'm not sure.
I thought they had another.
So Cinco Bordolini already got drafted, unfortunately. The Colts drafted him in the 4th. Well, Pooney didn't go to the 49ers, did he? Oh, he did.
He did. Don't even get me started.
So for me, it was Mustafa, but for Jake, it would be definitely Pooney.
I just hate that I have to well, I don't have to. I hate that a Kansas Jayhawk is going to my arch rival. And think about it like this, Alexis. A Kansas Jayhawk that would be beneficial in a year that the college football playoff is expanding and Kansas is supposed to be a favorite. It would have been nice to have our left tackle another year. But instead, no. He's gone and he's going to go help out the freaking 49ers. That's pain.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm going to order my pizza soon too. Thank you so much, Doug, for the donation. And we are glad you're
Thank you,
back.
Doug.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Haha, it is tradition. Appreciate you. Yeah, we've grown up on here, if you think about it. I mean, it's
We really have.
6 years. We were way more immature. I went back and I watched our old ones. We were young.
Little.
Remember
We
the
were
orange
little.
vanilla Coke?
God, we were obsessed. That's the
I
last time
know.
I've really had I haven't had dark soda since.
I've never even seen orange vanilla Coke since. That was like
They might have stopped making it. I don't even know.
it was a limited thing. I think you can only get them at like Five Guys restaurants. Like they have the machine where you can like get orange vanilla Coke. Vanilla Sprite too. I don't know why
So
they don't sell vanilla Sprite.
Decameron Richardson already got drafted, I think, Chris,
Yes,
by the
he
Raiders.
is fast as hell.
LA, I don't think that we take Jordan Travis. No. Chargers are on the clock, then Buffalo, then Indianapolis. Thank you so much, Ram. Let's go. He said, which NFC West team has had the best draft so far? Honestly, they've all drafted really good. I don't think it'd be Seattle. I'd say, I mean, I like what we've done. I like what the Cardinals have done.
Tough to
Probably
say.
the best. The 49ers have, we'll have to address that at the end because I think it's,
Well,
I don't think,
let me bring it up. I have it right here. The Cardinals took Marvin Harrison Jr. They got Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, back-to-back Illinois guys, by the way. Elijah Jones, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, and Xavier Thomas. So I'll say the Cardinals look really good right now.
yeah.
The Rams, as we know, they took Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Blake Corum, and Cameron Kinchins. I'm very much liking their draft. The 49ers here, they took Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Gorendo, and Jacob Cowing. I like their draft.
Yeah.
And then Seattle, they took Byron Murphy II, Christian Haynes, Tyrese Knight, AJ Barner, and Nehemiah Pritchett. I like their draft, but that's clearly the worst of the four.
Yeah. I think it's really close in the NFC West. By the way,
Yeah.
the Chargers took Cam Hart.
And the Bills just took Cedric Van Pran / Granger.
Oh, the Cam Hart dream is dead.
Never gets old.
I didn't think that he was going to fall to the Rams anyway, so it wasn't like I was sitting here going like, I felt like where the Rams picked and where Cam Hart would go wasn't going to line up anyway, but still.
I feel like if I put it out into the ether, the player that I want is going to just cease to exist, so I'm just not going to say anything who I want. I just feel like that's how it works.
Cam Hart, former wide receiver, turn corner, great pick. I think he can contribute right away in the NFL.
I said slash. It was like dash Granger. Good Lord. Cedric Van Pran Granger. Is he gonna have that all in his uniform? Will they be able to fit that? Will they do the NBA thing, like where they kind of like have the names kind of like go in like
I don't
a?
know.
I don't know either. Oh, Jordan McGee. Although I'll say this with Jordan McGee, I mean, freakish athleticism. But his size, he's not like your stereotypical 3-4 inside backer. I think the Rams still would have considered drafting him though.
What do we think the Colts do here?
Oh God, if
Because
they
you got
they
they're
I
not
mean the
going to take a
Rams could
receiver.
draft Johnny Wilson, but it feels like Jacob Harris all over again. I don't know.
Yeah, that's my thoughts too. You've got the Colts, then Atlanta, then Buffalo up again. Guys, we're getting close. We're at pick 142. We're up in 12 picks. We're 680 people strong. I've seen so many of our dreams die in the chat today. Whether it was mine or your guys's or Jake's, we all have just had, it happens every year. People you really want, they get drafted, and oftentimes they get drafted to the NFC West, and we just have to deal with it. Cam Hart didn't go to the NFC West. He went to the Chargers, but still,
Yeah,
um,
he's a good player.
yeah, I like him.
Well, obviously, he wears the gold helmet.
Well, yeah, but I know it surprises people. There are a lot of people that play for Notre Dame that I still don't want to draft. It was like when we drafted Ben Skoranek. There are people where I'm like,
Yeah.
but I would have liked Cam Hart.
Well, you like Ben Skoranek.
I do like Ben Skoranek now, but if you guys remember when that was the year we were in
You were
in the
trying to
studio.
like justify it. You're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
I didn't get it at the time. When we drafted him, I was like not really on board with it, but
Benny Sco. Colts at 142. Where are you going?
someone asked who are the best receivers available. So what I see is Anais Smith out of Texas A&M, Malik Washington out of Virginia, Joshua Cephas out of UTSA, Johnny Wilson out of Florida State, although some people see him more as a tight end, Jamari Thrash, Louisville, Jalen Coker, Holy Cross. After that, Brendan Rice, obviously out of USC. After that, there's not really anybody that I would take in the fifth. Thank you so much, Aaron. I'm going to order my pizza soon. Jake, it sounds like, is going to make his pizza. He is not going to order one. Um, I'm going to order mine soon. What's up, Mitch, who is in Scotland? Appreciate you tuning in, even though you are on vacation. Mitch is hoping for a corner or a backup center at the next pick.
I think a backup center would be nice. I think Hakeem Butler. Man, that's a throwback name. Remember that was like he was coming out the same year DK Metcalf was, and I loved them both.
Well, Hakeem Butler has been killing it for the Battlehawks. So I appreciate that as a faithful Battlehawks fan. Jordan Schultz fallen a little bit behind. Hasn't tweeted in a while. So the Colts pick is in. So then after the Colts, you've got Atlanta, Buffalo, Denver, Tennessee.
It's so annoying. I keep getting spam calls and I'm listening to you. And then, so if someone calls me, it goes through my computer. So I can hear the ringing.
Ooh, the Colts took Anthony Gold.
With the new
Another
return rules,
receiver.
makes sense.
Yeah, so they might view him as a receiver. As a returner, obviously as a receiver. Interesting. So you've got the Colts now, who have, off the top of my head, you've got Pittman, you've got Alec Pierce, Let me pull up the name. I'm totally blanking. They drafted a receiver too. Hold on.
We just hit 3,000 views.
Amazing. Okay, so they drafted Adonai Mitchell. So the Colts have Michael Pittman, Joshua Downs, Alec Pierce. They drafted Adonai Mitchell, and now they've drafted Anthony Gold, who, as Jake and I touched on, you know, more of a returner. Not that he can't play receiver, but Jake, I know that when you and I talked about him previously, what really stood out to us was kind of the return ability. So in that sense, this is a little high for him.
Yeah, he's a good receiver. So
Blaine
I
said,
see
"Give
it.
me Alec Pierce and horns." Well, we touched on that a little earlier, and I think it might have been Blaine. Forgive me, you might have been the one to bring it up. We were like, with the Colts, kind of what they're doing, maybe they do trade Alec Pierce. Jimmy, the Storms have actually kind of been missing me, I feel, because I'm not, it's like a
No,
little
why would you
rainy.
say that? You
Me?
just jinxed yourself.
Oh, I did. Well, because earlier
Watch,
I
like, the
was like,
Storms will be like, and it miraculously is actually doing a full turn around.
in a crazy turn of events, the storm has gone from east to west, leaving Indiana, going back into Illinois. No, but it was supposed to hit like on the radar, but I've been watching it and so I don't know. Um, so Falcons on the clock. We'll see what they do here. Pick is in. Ken, he has not been drafted. Ken asked about Frank Gore Jr. He's still on the board. He hasn't been picked up yet. Fun fact, Anthony Gold was supposed to come on our show. I don't know if I ever told you that, Jake.
I did not know that.
Well, he was, and it ended up not working out schedule wise, and then it just died down. Would have been fun though.
Yeah, it happens.
Tim, I think we're a little indifferent on Jeremiah Trotter. So speaking for myself, I like him, but I, people were talking about him on day 2, and I was like, I just feel like the injury thing is going to cause him to fall.
Well, now
Um,
I would consider Jeremiah Trotter
yeah,
Jr.
I would
now.
consider it now in the 5th,
I
but
wouldn't trade up for him, but now, we're getting there.
what does Atlanta do? It's like, I don't care how good of a draft Atlanta has, they will not make up for their Penix pick. There is nothing they can do to make us forget. Joseph asks who we want at pick 154. I kind of want Brendan Rice. I don't know. What about you, Jake?
Yeah, I think Mekhi Wingo or Brendan Rice for me. And if they go with another wide receiver, well, I wouldn't be against Austin Booker, obviously. If they go with or Gabriel Murphy, if they go with another wide receiver, that's different than what we're talking about, then I would definitely like to go after Jalen Coker. Yeah.
So
Brendan
someone
Rice is my top
asked,
available right now.
Michael asked if there's anybody worth trading up for at this point. I don't think so because we're at what, pick 143? We're 11 picks out. I don't think so, but Joshua Cephas, Christopher asked about. I like him a lot too. Would not be upset taking him here. I think he's very underrated. Love his film. Um, I know Jake does too. Obviously, we had him on our show. So,
Yes.
um, Joshua Cephas looks like like when I watched him, my first thought was he looked kind of like a bigger CeeDee Lamb. Jake watched him and was like Demarcus Robinson, and I also see that as well. He just like has this very like
The
maybe it's
Bears
the way
just
he
traded up.
runs. The Bears, how? They didn't have any picks
144
left. Well, that's
with
a
the
2025
Broncos.
pick. So
Yeah, I mean,
the Bears traded, we don't know which pick yet, but they traded a 2025 pick because they quite literally had no more picks left this year. Um, I feels like this has to be defense here because they took a quarterback, obviously, they took a receiver, they took an offensive tackle, then they took a punter. So this has to be defense, in my opinion. Uh, you know what? I think it's going to be Wingo. That'd be my guess for the Bears. The Falcons took J.D. Bertrand, the linebacker out of Notre Dame. Um, love that pick. Great linebacker. Maybe even a little higher than I thought he was gonna go. So good for him. Getting drafted by the Falcons. Great pick for them. ID89 says the Bears gave up a 2025 fourth.
that's a lot
Yeah.
to go
Well,
up and they didn't get Bertrand. Okay. I would say that's kind of a reach,
no, the
but
Falcons drafted Bertrand. Now the Bears, because I think they got to go defense based on the draft that they've had. Oh, you know what? Somebody said it could be Rice. There's just no way. I
no,
mean,
no. I
there's
mean maybe, but
if they're
I
doing
think
that,
they
they're
have more
doing it
pressing
for Caleb.
needs.
They already took Roma Dunes, and why would you waste a Brendan Rice in that? I mean, you've got so many receivers already on roster. Um, that to trade a 2025 Brendan Rice just to appease your quarterback. I mean, how much power? I don't. You can't give a quarterback that much power.
Well,
So well, you could. You shouldn't.
I feel like they
Um,
already kind of did.
yeah. I mean, I think it's got to be defense, though. They've not, obviously, like I said, they've only had 4 picks. Brian, they did take an offensive tackle. They could go interior offensive line because, that offensive line for the Bears just was awful the past couple years. So they really could try to rework it. But I think it's got to be defense because, instead of going defense, they took punter. It was Austin Booker out of Kansas. Sorry, Jake. The Chicago Bears have drafted Austin Booker out of Kansas. Really good pick for them. Like I
Yes.
said, it had to be defense because they did not take defense yet. They had 4 picks, didn't go defense. And listen, Austin Booker, who we like, and Jake obviously likes a lot, and the Bears gave up a 2025 fourth round pick for him. So they wanted him. They really liked him, and
Yeah.
they were aggressive, and he's going to contribute. You know what? He honestly, and I'll pull up the Bears depth chart, um, probably is going to start right away. So you look at the Bears depth chart, and I don't want to say that he's obviously going to have to earn his spot, but theoretically, yeah. I mean, you pair him with Montez Sweat, that's probably their idea. So now you've got Denver on the clock.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, because I think that he'll replace DeMarcus Walker. Somebody asked, why is Estime on the board still? So we talked about this a little bit earlier. My belief, I obviously don't know for sure, but it looks like for whatever reason, the NFL is much prefers these kind of shiftier, smaller backs and running back by committee, and you are seeing these running backs that are kind of more bigger, bruiser, a little slower, falling. So that's my assumption. They're just the market is not favorable for them. Because we're seeing guys that we had projected to go much later, like going earlier. But who knows? Maybe there's something we don't know about. Aaron loves the Bears draft, says they're slaying. They've my thing with them kind of is like throwing me off for them is the punter in the fourth. That to me was like now
Yeah, that
maybe
wasn't
Torrey
ideal.
yeah, maybe Torrey Taylor is like an amazing prospect as a punter. I honestly did not really look into it. Wasn't really looking at punters, so maybe I'm missing something there, but other than that, um so now that Austin Booker's gone, Jake, you think they could still go edge the Rams and a few
I think
picks
there's
here?
a possibility. I could see them really liking Mo Kamara as well as Gabriel Murphy and Brennan Jackson. So I would not rule it out. Brendan Rice is also still there, so there's that.
I think that Brendan Rice feels like the pick, but I mean, so the Broncos just drafted Abrams Drain, corner out of Mizzou.
It's a good pick.
This is good pick, good value. I had him going higher, but again, he probably fell because he's kind of a slot corner. Would that be the word I'm looking for, Jake? Looking at too many screens. Um, you know what's interesting is the Broncos really like drafting people out of Mizzou. Like a lot.
Oh yeah,
Like you
that's
look at
true.
Drew Lock, Albert O, now Chris Abrams Drain. There's a linebacker who's slipping from my memory. The name. Okay, so Tennessee, Denver, Vegas, Cincinnati. That's who's up next. Seeing a lot of questions about Dwight McGlothern over the past couple of days. I think he's a sixth round guy. Um, Now, again, I could be wrong. He could go higher. Pick is in for the Titans, or for the Titans. Is Denver up again?
Um, yes, they are. The Titans are on the clock. Denver is after them.
All right. So Denver took Chris Abrams Drain, the corner out of Mizzou. Titans pick is in. Then you got Denver up again, then Vegas, Cincinnati, and then New Orleans. Is it just me, or has New Orleans not picked in a long time?
I feel like I don't remember them picking since Kool-Aid
Like,
McKinstry.
yeah, I feel like it's been a while for them. Michael said top 5 guys on the board who fit the Rams. Well, my board obviously is a mess, but top 5 guys in my mind, I love Brennan Rice. I love Jalen Coker, Joshua Cephas. Those are all receivers. Brennan Jackson. Um,
I'd throw Mekhi Wingo in there for me.
yeah, Mekhi Wingo. I
Gabriel
mean,
Murphy,
I wouldn't mind biting on Jeremiah Trotter here.
Mo
Um,
Kamara.
yeah, I like Mo Kamara. People keep asking about Rattler. I don't know where Rattler goes. The Raiders, hey, you know what? The Raiders are up in 2 picks. It would make a lot of sense. Christopher, we haven't picked yet. There's really nobody that the Rams could take here that I would. Oh, the Titans picked Jarvis Brownlee Jr., the corner out of Louisville.
Rams met with
Really
him.
like him. Yeah, really liked him. Good pick for Tennessee. Um, but yeah, there's nobody the Rams could take here that I would hate except for Spencer Rattler because I don't want them to take a quarterback here. I'm not a huge fan of Rattler, and
I'll be
again, I
right
just don't
back.
think it's a need. So yeah, but there really isn't anybody else. The dream is dead on Jarvis Brownlee Jr. It's like have any of you guys seen the Hunger Games where it was like the cannon goes off? Like that's what we need like a montage of us saying the dream is dead and then the cannon sound in the background. I agree, Gary. Rattler to the Raiders makes sense. I think this might be a spot where teams take him. I agree. With Stetson Bennett back, I don't think we take a quarterback. Yeah, I just think it doesn't make sense for the Rams to draft a quarterback. If there's a UDFA they like, bring him in for depth, but I would not spend a draft pick on a quarterback. You know, you got Stafford, Garoppolo, and Stetson Bennett coming back. So many more needs, and I don't know that there's anybody left who is intriguing enough to take that risk on or to waste that pick on. Ray, I don't think Rattler is garbage, but I think he has a little overhyped. I think there are some question marks about his, and I want to be careful how I word this because I can't confirm this. I think that some teams are a little put off by him and maybe some personality things. I don't know that Stetson Bennett's going to pan out. The reason I say, so he's coming back. I think the Rams want to give him a shot. So that's why I don't think we should draft a quarterback. I wasn't a fan of the Stetson Bennett pick, if you guys remember last year, and everybody was really angry with me about it when I really didn't like the Stetson Bennett pick. So that's all I'll say about that. I'm not saying he's going to work out one way or another, but I stand by I did not like the pick when it happened, and I still don't really like it now. What other running backs do you like? I really like, well, I don't want the Rams to take a running back again, and if they do, I want them to take the old school bruiser type that I wanted them to take originally, although it doesn't seem like they're interested in that. I like Kamani Vidal. Um, Muffin Man, you would be surprised because I got crucified on social media for being angry about the Stetson Bennett pick because everybody was like, he's a winner. He won the championship. He could be the heir to Stafford. And, so maybe I know that I wasn't alone, but if you can go back on Jake's channel and watch the clips and watch the chat. And I spent weeks fighting about that one. Not fighting, but like the Broncos took Audric Estime. The dream is dead on Audric Estime to the Rams. Listen, it was already dead when they took Corum. So, listen, Audric Estime was my fifth rated running back in the class. He was Jake's third running back in the class. I think he fell because the type of running back he is I don't want to say it's fading because that's not true, but he is a little slower. He's bigger. He loves contact. He is that kind of more old school bruiser type of running back. And, the NFL appears to, if you look at the past couple of years, they kind of have been moving away from that. And we've seen it this draft, and Jake and I were talking about earlier, is you're starting to see these smaller, more shifty running backs go up higher, and teams are pairing them together with each other and using them more as a running back by committee. You don't have guys like a Derrick Henry around much anymore. Teams are steering away from that. So I think that's why Estime fell. Um, that there just isn't a market for that as much anymore. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's just my observation from the outside. So, guys, the Raiders just took linebacker Tommy Eichenberg out of Ohio State. Um, I like that pick for them. I like Tommy. Um, Makes sense here for the fit. Um, so yeah, that's the Raiders pick. So, when Jake comes back, he's missed Estime and he's missed Eichenberg. Um, so you've got Cincinnati, New Orleans, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, Jacksonville, then us. So we're coming up. Jose, I'm not actually sure where Jake went. He either went to throw in his pizza or use the restroom. I'm not sure, but if he's putting in his pizza, I wish he would have let me know because then I'll order mine. So we'll see. Ramdalorian, yes, somebody make that shirt and I will wear it. Or I guess I could make it too. But Emizzy, I like big backs still though too. I do. I love the old school type of running back, uh violent, type thing, but it makes sense why maybe the NFL isn't as intrigued by that because the injury risk goes way up for those guys. So maybe they like the idea of just having a couple smaller backs and putting them in rotation and just lessens the injury rate, for those running backs. Estime, I'm watching, they have his highlights on NFL Network right now. So fun to watch, such fun tape. Um, would have loved him on the Rams, but I think, they're going in a different direction. Wouldn't have been my thing, but as Ethan said, short kings, our time is now. Yes, exactly. If you are going into the NFL as a short running back, it is your time. Yeah, Clark said Steven Jackson type back lingers on our minds. I know we long for those days, but you don't really see that anymore. Michael said, I like big backs and I cannot lie. So true. Um, some teams do. Some teams do still, just not as many. I was gonna make a point. Not about the running backs. It's about something else. But anyways, so the Bengals are up, the Saints are up, then the Colts. I would like if the Rams drafted Christian Mahogany. I am surprised he's fallen this far. Again, a guy Jake and I interviewed on our show. Really, really nice, fun interview. He's got great tape. He's versatile. They haven't gone offensive line yet, so that could be a thing here. Donnell, yes, we were just talking about Estime. I know a lot of us really wanted him. And I think the Rams did meet with him several times. So uh we know that the Rams liked him, but again, it sounded like based off what they said in their interview after the draft yesterday is they want somebody who can pick up where Kyron leaves off. Like they want to take Kyron off the field and then put somebody onto the field that can do the exact same thing as him. So again, they weren't looking for like the Jets approach, like we talked earlier, where the Jets are like, we're going to take one of each kind of running back and mix it up. The Rams want the same type of running back so that way they don't feel like they're losing anything if somebody goes down. The Bengals, by the way, just took Josh Newton. And then the Saints took Spencer Rattler. So there you go, guys. Everybody wanting Spencer Rattler. He is gone to the New Orleans Saints. I love that pick for them, especially because Derek Carr is on the decline. Someone said, is it me or Estime reminds me of McCaffrey? Kinda. I mean, he's not McCaffrey, obviously. Nobody is, but yeah, maybe a little bit in his play style. I mean, I think he's a little bit more of a brawler than McCaffrey is. Um, Willie, nobody has drafted Brendan Rice yet. No, the Spencer dream is gone, said Johnny. Benji, you're right. I should order after the Rams pick, I'm gonna order the pizza. Um, 806 of you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. The Rams are about to pick. Fatal Recoil, thank you so much for the donation. They said, as a Missouri fan, I want Cody Schrader so bad. So, hey, we talked about those small backs who, you know, that teams seem to like. I think Cody Schrader is a little bit of a risk. Not sure it makes sense for the Rams unless they don't know what they want to do in the seventh and he's there, and maybe they really want to do small back by committee. However, I just think if the Rams take a running back, they again, after taking Blake Corum, they should take that old school, bigger, slower running back that we were talking about because you got Ronnie Rivers already, who's very similar to Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, maybe not on that level. So yeah, Christopher said, Alexis, how do you feel about any middle linebacker prospects? The only one that I would really probably take here would be Jeremiah Trotter. I know early on in the draft I talked about injury concerns with him, and I'll pull it up because I don't want to speak out of turn about what the last thing I saw on him was. Was it a knee injury? He missed oh yeah, it was broken arm too. Um, yeah, I don't know. I would take the risk on him in the fifth. Jake really also likes this isn't a linebacker, but Mekai Wingo if he hasn't gone. Um, so yeah, we saw Rattler to the Saints. Colts are up, then the Eagles, then Jacksonville, then us, guys. 830 strong. Jake has gone to the restroom, so he's not here. Hopefully, he doesn't miss the Rams pick. Um, we'll see. I mean, again, my number one pick, if I'm looking at who's available, and it's a little early because there's still three picks to be made before the Rams pick, assuming they don't trade up three spots, would be Brendan Rice. I think it's great value to grab Brendan Rice here in the fifth. If they don't take him, Jeremiah Trotter is interesting as a prospect here. Let me pull up best available. Let me refresh it. See if any of us are missing anybody. One second, guys. I'm pulling up best available. Okay. Oh, the website CBS is crashing. So, uh, Christian Jones, Christian Mahogany, two offensive linemen I would like. Um, Kalen Carson, I think, got drafted already. If I'm not mistaken. So, looking at best available, so Jalen Charles to the Colts is what I just got texted. Not familiar with him. Oh, it's Jalen Carley's. Tyler, that must have been an autocorrect thing. Okay, Jalen Carley's safety out of Mizzou. Another Mizzou guy just went. Great pick for Indianapolis. Felt like Carley's was going to fall a little bit. I mean, he was at like the Senior Bowl, the Combine, so he's been out there. He's met with teams. Colts are having a pretty good draft. Um, Jermaine, that's not why I like Brendan Rice, but I have to admit there is an added benefit because his dad played for the 49ers. But I do like him as a prospect too. I do think it would be great value. KT13, I don't believe there is any intel the Rams have met with Rice. Yes, the dream for Rice is still alive as of now. So we've got Philadelphia, Jacksonville, then the Rams. So if you look at CBS Sports, and I have them pulled up because they are the best at updating the best available. Top prospects, you got Christian Jones, the offensive tackle out of Texas, DJ James, corner out of Auburn. I do like him. Anais Smith, wide receiver out of Texas A&M. Bo Limmer, offensive lineman out of Arkansas. Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas. Miles Harden, corner out of South Dakota. Malik Washington, receiver out of Virginia. Jalen Ford out of Texas is still available, and we know the Rams have met with him. He's a middle linebacker. Mekhi Wingo, as Jake and I talked about, defensive lineman out of LSU. I just don't think they do defensive lineman again. Christian Mahogany, offensive lineman out of Boston College, is interesting. Brennan Jackson, edge out of uh, Eastern Washington, or sorry, Washington State. A lot of interesting guys there. But guys, 2 picks out. How about everybody drop in the chat? Shoot your shot. Drop who you think the Rams take in 2 picks. Because we got the Eagles and then Jacksonville and then the Rams. The Rams also might trade down. I'm seeing Rice, I'm seeing Trotter, I'm seeing Ford, I'm seeing Wingo, a lot of Rice. Some people saying kicker. Malik Washington, a lot of Brennan Rice, a lot of trade down. Johnny Wilson. I don't think they do Johnny Wilson because I think he's like that tight end receiver hybrid that they tried with Jacob Harris. Trotter Jr. is still available. Rice or trade down. Rice. So many people saying Rice. Kicker. I don't think they go kicker this early. Trotter Jr. Christopher says he thinks we would have traded down already. That's true. Makes sense, although they could be taking calls, trying to see what's out there, trying to see what Philadelphia and Jacksonville do. Brian says best player available. Christian Jones. I do really like Christian Jones. And again, I think this would be maybe a good spot to address offensive linemen. Kalen Carson, more trade downs. So everybody, yeah, we'll see. Taking a while. Let me see if I can find out who the Eagles took. I don't see it yet. Arrows. Jake just texted me and said he might not make it back for the pick. He said that he got really lightheaded. He felt like he was going to faint and he's nauseous. So, mushroom coffee might have been too strong. Caffeine. Oh, wait, let's see who the Eagles took. Anais Smith to the Eagles. All right, Benji, I'll try. So or sorry, the Bengals, the Eagles. I apologize. Anais Smith to the Eagles. They've got another Smith as a receiver. So, okay, guys, so we now know the Eagles pick. It's Jacksonville and then us. ID89 says dream dead. I didn't foresee the Rams taking Anais Smith. I know Jake liked him. So we'll see. But Jermaine, I know, please, universe, this is not the time for my feed to get bad. Because it's been perfect this whole time. I want everybody who's been here to know my stream has been perfect this whole time, and now that the Rams are up, who knows what's gonna happen. And Jake is out of commission. Too much caffeine is a horrible feeling, and I know that feeling all too well. That is me every morning at work. I chug a coffee, I overestimate my ability to handle caffeine, and then I am like shaking profusely. Um, yeah, ram your end zone, you're right. Okay, guys, we have one pick until the Rams are on the clock. Um, I'm seeing the Rams are on the clock, but I don't see Jacksonville's pick is in. Let me see if that has been announced. I don't see the Jacksonville's pick has been announced. So drop it in the chat if you see it. Over 900 of you guys in here. Thank you for tuning in. Jake is feeling unwell, so he just left and he's not back yet, but I'm still here. Thank you, Wildland Samurai. We appreciate you a lot and all your kind comments. So the Eagles got Anais Smith, the wide receiver out of Texas A&M. So we are waiting for the Jaguars to announce their pick, and then the Rams are up. So I don't see that the Jaguars pick is in. It hasn't been announced. And that's what we're waiting on, so the Rams can officially be on the clock. But if everybody wants my prediction for what the Rams do, is my gut feels like they're going to take Brendan Rice. It might be a long shot, it might not. But I feel like Brendan Rice makes a lot of sense. Jalen Coker makes a lot of sense, and Joshua Cephas makes a lot of sense. Those three receivers right here, to me, make a lot of sense for the Rams. Wouldn't hate if they took Brennan Jackson and double dipped on edge. You know. William, I am 5'4". The reason is my camera is the way my setup is Jake has his camera right here, mine is farther away. So I could like try to sit up straighter, but I'm usually just chilling. I do have my Greatest Show on Turf shirt for those who haven't seen it yet. So yeah, or my Greatest Show on Turf shirt today. Guys, Rams are on the clock because the Jaguars pick is in. Let's see, do we know who the pick is for the Jaguars? I don't see it yet. If you guys see it, put it in the chat. But the Rams are on the clock because the Jaguars pick is in. Let's see. Guys, again, I think it's Greatest Shirt on Turf. I think it's going to be Brendan Rice, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay, the Jaguars took DeAndre Prince, the corner out of Ole Miss. Okay, the Rams are on the clock. Thank you so much, Fatal Recoil, for your donation. He said, Jake, we're supposed to pass out live. I know. Okay, guys. Rams are picking. I don't see that the pick is in. I'm going to pull out my phone because Jordan Schultz has been on fire with getting these picks in. If you guys see it, drop it in the chat. A lot of us, like 20 minutes ago, I asked everybody, who do we think the Rams are going to take? It was like 75% Brendan Rice. We saw a lot of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So we'll see. I saw someone say they could go running back again. I don't think so. Jake made it back just in time. Jake, the Rams are on the clock. You made it back just in time. Audric Estime went to the Broncos.
Oh, I know. I was following along.
Oh.
Yeah. I will probably be leaving, going back up and trying to, get back to good health. But yeah, I'm wicked lightheaded right now. I just wanted to be here for the Rams pick.
All right.
Ooh.
Well, a lot of us might be lightheaded as well, but for a different reason. We're just on edge.
It's Brennan Jackson. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Brennan Jackson.
So Alexis and I interviewed him, and the first thought we had afterwards was he's going to be a Ram. He's going to be a Ram. We loved his demeanor. He was a fun interview, stood out, kind of one of one type of guy. I love this pick because it's a rotational guy who can come in, but I wouldn't be surprised if, after Byron Young's contract, since he is 26 years old, he becomes a starter. He is really good, relentless motor. I was just really impressed with what I saw on tape with Brennan Jackson. And, he graded out to me
Wow.
as a 17th overall edge. But it's not even about that for me. I just fell in love with just, who he was when we interviewed him. So, I mean, I love this pick. And, it's just when you talk about that, high character, right? You talk about what the Rams look for. Okay. They look for high character guys. Brennan Jackson is a high character guy.
He is. And real quick, before I give my thoughts on Brennan Jackson, the Eagles just traded up and they took Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So I know a lot of you in the chat wanted Jeremiah Trotter Jr. He went one pick later. Thank you so much, Kenny, for the donation. So, yes. Okay. So, what we were all talking about in uh the chat when before the Rams picked is we were like Brennan Rice, but a name I did mention wasn't my pick, but I did say I could see them double dipping on edge and getting Brennan Rice. So, um, or sorry, Brennan Jackson. So they did take Brennan Jackson. Now, what Jake touched on earlier is high character guy. It was noticeable when we interviewed him, and we really loved talking to him. He was very, very kind, high energy, super friendly. And both Jake and I said, we were like, even if the Rams don't draft him, like we know this is going to be somebody that we keep in touch with and that we're friends with for a long time because we all hit it off. We talked for a very long time. He is a very, very we not me type guy. Awesome. So you look at his film. The biggest thing that stands out about Brennan Jackson is kind of what stands out about his personality. It's like just so much energy, high motor. He does not stop. He just goes for it all the time. He doesn't get tired. He's always out on the field, and he's just so fun to watch. His mom also is awesome. She after our interview, she followed me and Jake on social media and has just been super kind and really nice. So I'm so excited to reach out to her and congratulate their family on becoming Los Angeles Rams. Um, this is an A pick for me. I know some people might not like that we double dipped on edge, but again, as we talked about this whole draft, a very, a not good spot or a not good look, I guess would be the better word for it, last year for the Rams was getting to the quarterback. It was a really big problem. So we are going all in. We are basically saying no more. Like we are not going to have these we're not going to get run over on third and long anymore. We are not going to let these quarterbacks pass all over us, have so much time all over us. We are correcting that problem now. By the way, the Browns just took Jamari Thrash, the wide receiver out of Louisville. Um, wow. Um, Someone said get his mom on the show right now. Man, she's probably celebrating with him and the family, but yeah, maybe we could eventually have her on in the future. She's so cool.
Yeah.
Um, Let me, real quick, guys, I'm going to do Twitter check in. Jake just tweeted out, by the way, obviously stay here and hang out with us, but after the draft is over, you can go check out our interview with Brennan um, on social media.
And we're definitely going to try and get him on for a Downtown Rams return.
Yeah, I just remember vividly talking to Jake, and as soon as we hung up with Brennan, we were like, he's so somebody that the Rams would like. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but this time it worked out. Yes, I'm gonna celebrate by ordering that pizza. You are right. Um, so by the way, Carolina's on the clock. So we still are monitoring that for people who want to know. But yeah, Brennan Jackson, guys. Ooh, Benji, I'm happy we double dipped on Edge too. Like I said, if we were going to double dip on Edge, Brennan Jackson was the guy I wanted to double dip on. But there was some other guys too, I think at Edge that would have made sense. Um, but yeah, really great prospect. Jake, if you're still not feeling well, and want to dip for a bit, don't feel pressured to make it worse by being here with us. But although we love having you around, and I am going to order my pizza.
Okay, that might put me over the edge.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely pale. You can see it.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't know what it was, but man, it hit me. It hit me hard. I'm still feeling it, but I'm gonna try to push through for a little bit longer. Go upstairs. It's just, yeah, it's not fun.
A lot of people asking if we somehow still get Brendan Rice. I mean, he's still available. He is still available. So
He is still
our net
available.
our next pick is I'm totally blanking on because we would have had the back to back. By the way, Carolina chose Smith Wade, the defensive back out of Washington State. So that means Miami is up.
I don't know if Alex got our reaction, but hopefully he did. That'd be nice.
That would be lit. If not, we'll have to go back and find it. So let's see what
Yeah.
we have coming up. I think our next pick is 196, right? If I'm not mistaken, which is in a while. Um, so Miami is on the clock. Wow. I'm just so ecstatic we got Brennan Jackson.
Yeah, I'm really liking that pick.
Miami took Mohamed Kamara, the edge out of Colorado State. It's a good pick. We liked him. ID89 just put the rest of the picks we have up in the chat, so I put it on the screen. Um, Chiefs on the clock.
Wow, we have almost 1,000 people in here.
I know, guys. Um, yeah, so again, the Rams' next pick as of now is in quite a bit. We're almost slightly under 40 picks out because the Rams pick again at 196. So we will see what happens. Maybe they trade up, maybe they don't. Um, Rams have gotten two edge rushers, a defensive lineman, a running back, and a safety. So when is the last time, guys, that we had a Rams draft where the Rams drafted four defensive players and only one offensive player in the first 5 rounds? Yes, Red Sky,
Appreciate
you should
you.
get pizza.
Appreciate you, Wild Man Samurai. I'll be fine. I don't think it actually has anything to do with the whole sleep thing. I think it's more so I think it's something I ate, if I'm being honest. I don't know what it could be, but um yeah, so we're over 900 and we have 23 average view duration and we're approaching 5,000 views.
Amazing, guys. For day 3 on a Saturday,
I know. And we had
dedication. We love to see it.
7,000 at the end of day 3 last year. Now, mind you, that's 7 hours of streaming. So for 3 hours, we're almost at 5,000. Tells you where we are.
I know. Incredible. Greetings from Germany. You know, it is a little, again, it is interesting to me that Rice has fallen. So for everybody saying, um, expressing their confusion about that, I do think it is. But I mean, maybe, I don't know, Jake, does it insinuate something that maybe it really was just an overhype? You know, I've seen his film. I don't think that, I think he's worth a fourth or fifth round selection, but, maybe it really is that he was just super overvalued. I don't know what it is.
That's certainly possible. We see it every year, you know. We see it every year. There are guys that we think are going to go in the third and they end up going seventh. And it's like, oh my God, this guy. And then it's like, well, really, that's just where he went. I mean, the NFL viewed him that way. Mock drafts aren't accurate. That's really what it comes down to.
All right. Well, it is interesting we haven't drafted a wide receiver yet. I agree, but I think we do go wide receiver, and I feel good, Jake, about Cephas or Jalen Coker if we don't like trade up for Rice or get Rice. Could you imagine if we went
I
and got one of
I would very much like Coker. Yeah.
I know a lot of people are disappointed about Jeremiah take Trotter, and he went obviously the pick right after we took Brennan Jackson. But guys, please watch the film on Brennan Jackson if you haven't already. Please watch the interview that we did with him. I think you'll really like him if you're unfamiliar with him. Um, and again, Jeremiah Trotter, obviously, I said I would have been fine if we would have taken him. So it's not a diss to him at all. I almost am like kind of wondering if I want to not order my pizza. I want to order a pizza, but I'm like, should I order a more normal pizza? Because something
Because
about
are you
that.
worried that it's going to make me throw up?
No, I just kind of am like, I
I
don't
just
know.
think it's funny. Like, it's
I feel
like,
like to do tradition, I have to stand strong, and I've got to stand firm and order what I normally order. So
fair enough. Oh, Tyler Ellenbogen, my brother. Um, Favorite show, Brennan Jackson, when we interviewed him, How I Met Your Mother. That's your favorite show. So he's probably already your favorite already.
thank you so much, Fatal Recoil.
Yes,
Agree with
thank you.
you. Love the heavy defensive draft. Find pieces that fit together. Totally agree. Wildman Samurai, thank you so much. You are so kind. Appreciate that. Um,
Uh,
Brian, you're right. Tradition for sure.
the movie, get this, the movie he recommended was Blade Runner. And we had the conversation. Remember, I was like, oh, I saw it. It was kind of boring.
You guys did have a disagreement about plate, but that's fine.
Yeah, he
Um,
favorite snack was fast break bars, Reese's.
he
Favorite
did.
favorite music was Red Hot Chili Peppers. So he's right at home in LA.
Yeah. Guys, the Chiefs drafted Hunter Norzad, the center out of Penn State. They are having such a good draft.
I
God, I
like
hate it.
that.
Um, Gregor, I live in the Midwest. I live in Chicago, but I'm from St. Louis. I've been living in Chicago area
Alex
for
did
about
it.
3 years now.
He is just Alex, I love you.
All right, guys, pizza's ordered. Buffalo took
Ah, that would have
uh
Ulafosio. That would have been so
yeah.
nice. He's such a good fit.
So up next, in Arizona, Buffalo, Indianapolis, Baltimore. Um, so we are up. We aren't up for a while unless we trade up. So we are at pick 161. We're not up to 196. Um, Justin, if I was in St. Louis, I would be getting Emo's Pizza, but I am not, and I don't have it frozen. I could order it and keep it frozen. I just haven't done it yet. Um,
Gold Belly.
Unfortunately. Washington's on the clock. I mean, Jake, Commanders have just been having an amazing draft, so I don't know who they're going to take here, but it's going to be somebody amazing, I'm sure, based on what they've done.
So Eulafosio. By the way, sorry guys, the ticker's gonna probably be really behind, as to be expected.
Jake, you tweeted a screenshot of us interviewing Brennan Jackson and said, "We love the guy." And you're like, not, you're half smiling. I'm literally just not smiling and I'm staring at the camera.
Oh, it was just a screenshot that I had. It's no big deal.
It's like, we love Brennan Jackson, and I'm like listening to something he's saying and just there's no emotion.
Well, they know though.
They
Like the
know
whole
that I do,
point.
though.
Yeah, the
Yeah, they
whole
know that I
point
do.
was that we were interviewing him because I'm in mid sentence. But what was I doing before you rudely interrupted me? No, okay. That was pick 154. Yeah, it was okay.
So pick is in. Commander's pick is in.
Brennan Jackson, Washington State. Damn it, Bills. Lefosio, so annoying. I'm really annoyed by that.
All right. Hey, Darren, you're not, I don't know, where are you again? Are you in Illinois? Are you in Indiana? I can't remember. Everybody hating on Chicago in the chat. Lame. Brendan Rice is still there. Alex, I appreciate it, but I look like I'm like rolling, like my eyes aren't even open in that screenshot. If you guys see the one that Jake posted, which is fine because everybody knows how I feel about Brennan Rice, who follows, or sorry, Brennan Jackson. I keep seeing all your comments about Rice. Brennan Jackson knows how I feel about him. Nathan, we drafted Brennan Jackson, the edge rusher out of Washington State, who we love. Jake and I interviewed him. By the way, the Commanders drafted Dominique Hampton, the safety out of Washington. Not familiar, but I trust the Commanders based off everything they've done. They've been cooking. So that means Arizona's up, guys. What do we think? Gotcha, Darren. T asked, do you guys think we run more four-man fronts this year, considering Verse and Jackson ran that in college? I wouldn't hate it. I don't know. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they could be, like a multiple defense. I could definitely see them doing that. I had Brennan Jackson, my 134th overall player, so they get him at 154. I like that a lot.
Yes, Christopher, definitely go watch that interview with Brennan. Okay, Arizona's pick is in. We'll see what they do. After Arizona, we got Buffalo, Indianapolis, Baltimore, Giants. I feel like the Giants haven't picked in a long time. I don't see the Cardinals pick. I don't know. I don't think they'll. I mean, they took Marvin Harrison Jr. already. I mean, could they take Brennan Rice? I mean, that would be scary. Um, wouldn't like that. I do think we draft a kicker. I've seen a few comments about that. I do think we draft a kicker in the seventh.
Don't mind
I'm
me.
starting to
I'm
get
just
caffeine shakes. Talking about, oh, let's talk about caffeine. That's why I'm glad my pizza's on the way because I was slamming that cold brew.
mine wasn't caffeine related. I was like getting shaky, like as in like I was like, you know,
Mm,
I was like when you're getting like the chills,
hmm
like when you get nauseous, that's what I was. So
Thank you, Emmanuel. Um, no, I don't. I mean, I think Kamara would have fit fine, but I don't, I thought Brennan, I preferred Brennan, but I did like Mohammed Kamara out of Colorado State.
yeah, I liked him a lot.
Ooh, the Cardinals took Christian Jones, the tackle out of Texas. God, great pick. Damn. Cardinals again, and I said this to Jake on night one, if you guys remember, where it was like impossible. Like every mock draft that I did, the Cardinals just for whatever reason always had such good options available at every pick. Like there was really like it was so frustrating. Um so you've got Buffalo, Indianapolis, Baltimore, Giants on the clock. We are at pick 163. The Rams are not up until 196.
It's funny. I said I wanted him to wear number 80, and now he can't on the Rams. Brennan Jackson.
Yeah.
I'll live. Trust me.
Wingo is still available, Christopher. Um, I'm gonna refresh my best available. My board's kind of like I haven't been updating it because I've been just doing everything else, so I'm just gonna use CBS's. So a lot of corners. You got like DJ James out of Auburn, Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas, Miles Harden out of South Dakota, um, Daquan Hardy out of Penn State. Now we're starting to get a little low. Christian Mahogany is still available, Jake. Jalen Ford is still available.
Yeah,
Kalen
they're
Carson, I
definitely.
believe, is actually no, Kalen Carson is not. I'm pretty sure he got drafted. Christopher, I like Jordan McGee out of Temple, but he got drafted. Darren, my draft grade so far, honestly, is like teetering between B plus and A minus, probably more like A minus. Um, I've pretty much liked. I've loved every pick they made. I really liked Kinchin's, and I was a little, as everybody knows, like a little skeptical of the Corum pick. But there hasn't been anything the Rams have done where I'm like throwing my computer through a window. I'm trying to remember, Jake, what do you think the maddest we've ever been at a pick was? I feel like it might have been like what comes to mind for me was Tutu Atwell.
Yeah.
And because we were sitting there in New York that year. For those of you who were around back in 2021, Jake and I did the stream in New York, and we were all together with Adam, and there's a infamous rant. Yeah, everybody in the chat is saying Tutu Owl that Jake went on at the time. He obviously came around to like Tutu Owl, but at the time, Jake was very angry. I was like sitting there with my phone recording him like this. Not that I needed to because we had a camera on us. But
Yeah.
I think that was probably the angriest we've ever been about a pick. I'd have to go back and look at the archives, but so the Packers are up. Their pick is in. Mark said, "Did y'all know Corum's dad played for the Rams?"
I did.
I didn't until today. I did see that article. Yeah, I didn't like the Stetson pick last year either. We talked about that earlier when Jake
Jacob
was gone for
Monk
that.
went to the Packers.
Center out of Duke. Interesting. Honestly, didn't watch anything on him, so I can't comment. But okay. So now you got the Colts up again. Ooh, we're kind of at the end of the 5th round. Yeah, the happiest I ever was obviously Kyron Williams. In terms of the drafts that we've all done together. I don't know what the happiest pick would be for Jake. Maybe Davis Allen?
I went pretty crazy for Davis Allen.
Thank you so much, Connor. Appreciate it. He said kicker choice, Cam Little or Joshua Carty. I kind of like
I'd go Cardi B.
As I was very happy when we drafted Jared Verse as well. That might be my second.
Alex is so good at this, getting the clips out. Like I just uploaded it. The Jackson one.
All right, Colts pick is in. So yeah, guys, we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks left in the 5th, and then we're into the 6th round. Dominic asked, do you think Allen starts over Parkinson? I don't think so, at least at first. But I also think
I
that
don't see it.
I think they're very different as well. I don't think they'll be used in the same way. Thank you so much, Benji. We've loved having you around for the past 4 years.
Yes, Benji. Thank you.
Appreciate you sticking around. Jake, I didn't watch the video you posted, but does it include my reaction? And I only ask because one of them didn't, and so everybody came at me on Twitter and was like, "You didn't say anything when so and so got drafted." And I was like, "I did. It just the clip came out a little different."
Well, okay, so that was a rapid reaction.
Oh, okay.
Um, so
It doesn't matter, but I just am preparing myself for people to say that, like people, they're like, "Oh, did you not know who was it? Cameron Kinchins was?" I was like, "No, I knew who he was. I just like I talked about him." By the way, the Colts drafted Jalen Simpson, the safety out of Auburn. That feels high for me for him.
yeah,
Thank you, Ruiz, so much. Appreciate it. You're right. Um, I remember Jake kind of being unhappy at the Ernest Jones pick. I kind of think I was too. I don't remember. Obviously, we like him now. Benji said, we know Alexis wants to bolster the O-line. Jake, what would you like to do in the 6th round?
based on who's available.
So, guys, to close out, so Baltimore is on the clock. You've got Baltimore, the Giants, Jacksonville, Buffalo, Green Bay, the Saints, back-to-back picks for the Phillies, the Jets, the Cowboys, the Saints, the Jets. And then we're into the 6th round.
Brendan Rice is still there, right?
Yeah, something's going on with that.
I would take him. No.
Yeah.
I would take him, or I'd take Jalen Coker. I think that's
Yeah,
who I would
that's
go
where
with.
I would take him, Jalen Coker, or Joshua Cephas if I'm picking a receiver. Christian Mahogany, I would like. Offensive line. Who else? Let's see. I really like Tyrone Tracy Jr., but I mean, we're not going to do that. Jalen Ford, I would take, linebacker out of Texas. I wouldn't go edge again, although there's some interesting. Ooh, I spoke too soon. The Giants drafted Tyrone Tracy Jr. Literally, as I said, that I liked him. So good pick for the Giants. Obviously, they're going to have some holes to fill at running back now that Saquon Barkley's gone. Dwight McGlothern at corner. Interesting.
I would definitely like
Kalen
Dwight
Carson is
McLaughlin.
still available. I don't know why I thought he was drafted, but Kalen Carson is available. I would like him. Um, Interior defensive lineman that I like too, but I don't foresee us going there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, again, there's nobody that I would just be distraught over the Rams taking. Drake Nugent out of Michigan, interior offensive lineman. So we'll see. We'll see. We still got a while. We still have
Yeah.
a while. Unless they trade up. The Ravens drafted Rasheen Ali, the running back out of Marshall.
Okay, I see that.
And guys, my pizza is here. So I'm going to go get that. I will be back in probably 5-ish minutes. So Jake, if you could please hold it down like I know you will. I'll be back, guys, and I'll see what I missed in the chat when I get back. But I'll be back soon.
Sounds good. All right. So you got me. Dominique Hampton went to the Commanders. I guess I missed that. How we doing, guys? Dwight McLaughlin is still there. Yep. I'm updating the ticker right now. I mean, I would take Brendan Rice or Jalen Coker. And their next pick is not that far away. Let's see. I'm feeling a little bit better. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, no, I'm definitely feeling a little bit better. Wasn't feeling the best, but seems the storm may have passed. I don't want to jinx anything. But yeah, it was tough. Like I just started getting really lightheaded and dizzy and yeah, I don't know. And well, really my stomach I was starting to get like the pains, so I was like wondering I probably ate something yesterday that just wasn't great. Didn't agree with me and that's probably what it was. So hopefully the storm has passed. This is actually my last weekend living with my parents, and my mom clearly found out that I wasn't feeling well because while while we were doing this, she brings down this, she brings down this, and she brought down a giant picture of this. So she, there's nobody like her, I swear. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, I continue to feel good and feel better. Yeah. Yeah. Moms do rock. So I'm trying to see where the next pick is. It's quiet, too quiet. Really like the Tyrone Tracy pick, by the way. That's a really good pick. Former wide receiver turned running back. Giants are getting there. I mean, I think he had an argument to go way earlier. Third round, I had him, but big fan of Tyrone Tracy. Was at Iowa, transferred to Purdue. So John Franklin Myers just agreed to a 2-year, $15 million deal with the Broncos.
All right, I'm back.
And
Can you
she's
hear
back.
me?
I held out long.
Cool.
I can already start to see there's like complexion coming back into my face. Isn't that bizarre? It's funny how that works.
So I got my pizza, and you guys will be happy to hear this. But there is like no pineapple or like there is like very sparingly pineapple and olives on this. It's almost like a
They watched
joke.
your live stream and were
They
like,
either
nah.
they were sabotaging me, they were like, no. They saw my order.
Sabotage.
Yeah, they were like, and real quick, guys, do any okay. Because I see the Jaguars just picked Keelan Robinson, the running back out of Texas. My brother just texted me and he's got like very long, like luscious hair. And he's like, I'm thinking about getting a buzz cut. Thoughts? And I think he would look good with a buzz cut. But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there a chance when you buzz your head for the first time, it doesn't grow back the same? Or am I making that up?
I don't know. I've never even
Because
heard that.
I thought somebody told me that like be careful if you get a buzz cut because your hair won't grow back the same.
Yeah, I do not know. Interesting.
Somebody said false. False. All right. I told him to go for it. He's never done that before, but I guess with the weather getting warmer.
Let's see. Javon Solomon to the Bills. He's a disruptive. I think he's a situational pass rusher at the next level. Doesn't really offer much outside of that. I mean, doesn't mean he can't be developed into anything else, but impressive player out of Troy. So Javon Solomon out of Troy going to the Bills.
I like that pick. I like him a lot. Everybody wants a pizza review. Guys, it's great. I just wish it had more pineapple and olives on it. It just barely has any. It's basically a cheese pizza, but it is good. I do mute my mic when I chew, so I don't want anyone to think I'm going to be like over here. You're going to be listening to me eat. I mute myself.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised to see Keelan Robinson go that early. Like I thought he'd be kind of like a late 7th undrafted. So Katan Oladapo is being picked by the Packers. So Packers, is that their third safety they've picked? I mean,
I'm not sure. They really needed help though in the secondary, so they're probably like scarred and they're just like Alex, I do owe you guys ASMR content, but not in the form of this.
so to the shock of nobody, the last 60 minutes, the interview with Brennan Jackson just had 157 views. Getting close to 6,000 views.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so the Saints are up, then Philly back to back, then the Jets, then Dallas, then New Orleans, then Jets, then we're into the 6. Yeah, guys, this is, I don't want to show you my pizza. I mean, I'm going to show you. It's too loose. Hold on. This is my pizza. You can see black olives. You can see pineapple. Yeah, but there's barely any on it. So to the likes of everybody who hates the combo.
Come on, anything? Bub Means is headed to the Saints. Jump ball, 50-50 ball guy.
Yeah.
Bub Means has quite the name coming out of Pitt.
Benji, yes, I am a thick crust person. I mean, I do like thin crust, but I prefer thick crust.
Chewy or crisp?
I know. I like it doughy. I do. I like greasy, doughy New York. I want to fold it in half. That's my preference. Thank you, Chacho. You're right. Now the Eagles have back-to-back picks.
All right.
There is something weird going on to me with Brendan Rice. I don't think it's a stretch to say that. I think it's very weird that we are almost to the 6th round and Brendan Rice has not been picked.
I mean, Taj Washington hasn't been picked either, so there's a chance that people are looking at they're holding Caleb Williams against him. I've seen that.
Well, I was not high on Taj, really. I mean, I thought Taj was a 6th round pick. So to me, it's not weird that he hasn't gone, but it's weird to me that Brendan Rice is gone or hasn't gone.
That's fair. Let's see.
Thank you so much, my love songs. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
Appreciate that. Let's
HD,
see.
I would take him maybe in the 6th.
Jets just trade up. I think it's for Pratt.
I do too.
Comments think it's for Pratt as well.
That's who I've had the Jets taking in all my mocks.
Makes sense.
It's Jordan Travis. Huh.
So they took a quarterback.
They did take a quarterback. Okay, so Jordan Travis was my 10th quarterback in the class. The thing with him is I think he's a hard prospect to get a handle on because of the injury. So
Yeah,
you're
that's
taking a
true.
little you're taking a little bit of a risk on him, maybe. Maybe. I think it's hard to tell. So the Jets obviously really liked him. They traded up for him. He's obviously, regardless, going to sit under Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like Travis. I really think it's a mistake to take him over Pratt personally, but I think Pratt's the better prospect. So just my take. Um let's see.
A couple questions about Corum and Kyron. Sorry, Corum and Kyron. I'll just call him Blake and Kyron. Um, my assumption is that in the red zone they're going to use Corum, so I wouldn't be shocked if Corum gets more touchdowns than Kyron. I know a lot of people disagree. They think that Kyron's the guy and that Corum's coming in to fill in, but I don't agree. I don't see why the Rams would draft Corum as high if they did, if that was the case. So if you are a Kyron fantasy owner, I apologize. Because they're probably going to use him down the entire field and then take him out and put Corum in the red zone, is my assumption, because that was kind of Blake's thing. Those are very short touchdown runs. So I don't know that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Rams haven't decided yet, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Leroy, I'm not a big dessert person. Like, I'm not a sweets person. I know that might be weird, but Emizzi Kyron is good in the red zone. I agree, but I think that they're going to pull back on him for that. Smooth operator, I own just one. Oh, I clicked the wrong comment, but I own one Stanley Cup. Just this one.
Step up your game, win some more.
No, I'm already embarrassed by the one. I don't need to go buy more and carry around more.
I'm just again making a joke. It's not very good, but
Eagles took Trevor Keegan, the guard out of Michigan. Good pick. Jets back on the clock. Brad, yes, I'm more of a salty food and carbs person than a sweets person. Benji, I do still like Olipop. I have not had it in a long time, though. Jay asked how we met,
Twitter.
me and Jake, through Twitter. The Eagles are having a nice draft, Christopher. I agree.
Jordan Travis's RAS is ridiculous because he couldn't test, but the poor guy came in with like 13th percentile weight and 28th percentile height. So it just looks like the worst thing you've ever seen. I actually thought the Rams could be interested in Travis. I definitely wouldn't have been surprised if they took a chance. But he fractured and dislocated his ankle. So don't love that. I'm about to fracture and dislocate my ankle the way I was just sitting. Ow. Who do you pick with the very last pick in the draft? That's a very detailed. I don't know. We're in the 6th round now, though. So, yippee. And I don't care what anyone says. There's no reason that the draft has to go until 7. They drag this thing out so hard. Like we're already in the 6th round and it's 3:50, and this is magically going to go for another 3 hours.
Well, they're getting their ad money.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny. I'm not hating. Get the bag, but so the Rams have 196. In this round, the Seahawks pick ahead of the Rams. The Falcons have back-to-back picks. Houston Texans have back-to-back picks. The Cardinals pick against before the
Hold
Rams. The
on.
Seahawks pick again.
The Jets took Isaiah Davis, the
Wait,
running back.
how are the Jets there again?
They had the last pick in the 5th round. The Jets took another running back. Remember what I said earlier? They are committed to having every single kind of running back that you can have. They now have Brees Hall, Israel, they drafted Braylon Allen, and now they've got Isaiah Davis. So they are committed to the bit, guys. They've committed.
They've committed. I think at this point, the Rams would definitely take Brendan Rice.
All right, I'm gonna go. I only had a couple pieces of pizza. I'm gonna save the rest for later, so I'm gonna go put it away.
Mm-hmm.
So I will be back. We are at pick 174, so we are 22 picks until the Rams are up at 196, if I'm not mistaken, unless they trade up. So I will be right back, guys.
The Eagles have made tied for the most trades in a draft since 1990. They've made 8 trades. 8. That's insane. That is insane. Okay, we wait. Mark, thank you for the 2. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that. Has anyone in my mock been taken? No. I had a mock with Brendan Rice. Excuse me, Brendan Jackson. I'm not counting that though. It's the final mock draft that we're counting. So no one has been taken. Man, Wingo is still there. I might want to trade down.
All right, back. Cowboys on the clock. Have they picked?
Waiting.
My AirPods are getting low. I think what we've learned, or what I've learned, is to always have an extra set of headphones when I do these long mocks. So I'm not reliant on one. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, cool. Ruiz, we have 22 picks left until we pick. 22 picks. We are up again at pick 196. We are currently at 174.
All right.
Why do we think Rice has fallen so far, Jake?
Not sure. I mean, I
I have
think
no idea.
maybe he's just not valued like he was in mock drafts. I mean, he had a big name, and it's easier for the casual viewer to be like, "Oh, that's Jerry Rice's son. I'll just pick him in a mock draft." Like, there's more that goes into it. So,
Ruiz, don't apologize. If it's pronounced Ruiz, I am making the mental note. Got it. We have 4 picks left, Jake? 3? I gotta pull it up. My camera cords are getting
um,
intertwined.
so the Rams have pick 196. They have pick 209, 213, 217, and 254. So they've picked 5 guys so far, and they have 5 picks. So they have 10 picks total. They only gave up 1 pick this year. They came in with 11. They gave up a 5th rounder, which I kind of wish they kept that 5th rounder if they could have. Kalen Carson to the
Yeah.
Cowboys. Good pick.
Yep, good pick. I like Kalen Carson. 196, 209, 213, 217, 254. That's what we got left. Thank you so much, Rudy. A question for Jake. He said, how does our draft compare to the NFC West so far?
It's definitely on par with the rest of the NFC West. It might be the best draft, but it also might not, because I mean, it's hard. Like, in a way it's the best, in a way it's not. The reason I say that is because it's almost not really fair. The Cardinals are picking 4th overall, so they got the best player in the draft. They've drafted well. I'd probably say the Cardinals are probably the best draft. I think the Rams have drafted on the same level as the 49ers, and I think Seattle's drafted pretty well, but I'd say they're clearly the worst in the NFC West so far.
I would like Jalen Ford, for people asking about him. I know Jake likes him as well. That could be
Yeah, I've
fun.
I've mocked Jalen Ford every
We
single mock draft I've had him in.
we do know the Rams have met with him, so it would make sense.
Texas guy. They're gonna get
Mhm.
somebody from Texas, whether it's Whittington, Ford, I don't know, but they're gonna get someone from Texas. I just know it.
So, guys, the Saints and the Jets are up, and then we are into the sixth round. So, and Jake, I don't know if I think you agree with me because I think we've talked about this before, but it's like once you get to the sixth round, anything can happen. It really feels like whenever teams get to the sixth round, if there is somebody they really like, even if we're like, why are you taking him in the beginning of the sixth when we think he would have been there in the seventh? It feels like teams just take them. Like they
It
just
also
kind
doesn't
of,
cost that much to trade up when you get to the 6th round either.
oh, wait, did the Saints just take Ford? Yeah. Okay, the Saints just took Jalen Ford. So
Oh my God.
who did they take earlier that we liked as well? I'm blanking. They took the Saints also did this to us earlier. We wanted somebody and then he went to New Orleans.
Yeah, I don't remember who, but that sounds about right.
The dream is dead. Hey, I haven't had to say that as much, as we would have thought.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I
All right,
definitely
everyone
thought
on the
we were
count of
gonna.
three. Everyone on the count of three together will say the dream is dead. One, two, three. The dream is dead. Jake, I said on three.
I was fidgeting with my glasses. We're all good. I don't need to say it. Oh man. Any players you interviewed still left? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Coker for one.
Joshua
Um
Cephas, Christian Mahogany, um,
yeah,
come to
there's
mind.
quite a few still.
David Iwobu. I just don't think we'll take him because
They already went edge twice.
mhm,
Yeah. I'm
but he
with
is
you on
still
that.
available. Nobody has picked Brendan Rice. Oh, again, we have no idea why. I do think it's very interesting that he hasn't gone yet. Like Taj Washington to me was always going to be a sixth round, seventh round pick. But Brendan Rice, I thought was going to
David
be.
Owobo to the Jets.
Oh, really?
That's what I'm hearing.
Thank you, Meximart MK3. They said it seems like the Rams are embodying the 80-99 philosophy in this draft. They draft players that excel in one or two moves or fit the scheme they like.
Appreciate the 5. That's
Yes,
awesome.
thank you. Josh said, Alexis, do you wish a team was willing for us to trade to get Joe Alt, or would you just have Jared Verse if you had a choice? Well, no, if I could have had it my way, I would have taken Joe Alt. Um, that doesn't take away from how much I love Jared Verse. I just know Joe Alt is one of those prospects that's like there's a reason he went fifth overall. Um, just one of the best left tackle prospects we've seen in recent years, franchise guy. So yeah, I really loved him, but I also liked Verse. He was my number one edge in the class. So I can't be, upset at all that we didn't trade up for all. And I don't think it doesn't sound like the Rams ever entertained doing that anyway.
Yeah, trading up to 5, that's not something that I expected them to do.
No. So guys, we're in the sixth round. Vikings on the clock.
You know what's funny though? I keep thinking I don't know anything about Brendan Rice's character. I'm sure it's not bad, right? Oh my God, the Jets are killing it. Quantez Stiggers, that's a good
I
one.
thought you said they took Igbowu. No?
I see Quantez Stiggers. How many picks do they have? I just have both come through.
I'm not sure. Oh, they got okay, it wasn't Igbowu. Um,
Yeah, I've had different. I've been following the picks and like two different of the media people Okay, they deleted the tweet. Okay, that's weird. I don't know how you get
Hi,
those confused.
Raquel. Hi, Raquel. How are you? I'm doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in with your mom and or dad and parents. Um, really appreciate you watching and tuning in. I hope you're having a great Saturday. I'm doing really well, and I am watching the Rams and waiting for their pick. But for now, the Vikings are on the clock, guys. So we're in the sixth round, first pick. Um, First couple picks of the sixth round are going to go, unless there's a trade, Vikings, Steelers, Seahawks, Patriots. I feel like the Patriots haven't picked in a while.
Caleb Williams texted Tory Taylor after he was
I
picked.
I saw that. He's
You're
just
not gonna
so
be
like
you're not gonna punt much here. It's kind of funny. It's also kind of like, I don't know.
he's really making it hard to be
I'm
all
sure
in
that's not
there.
what Tory Taylor wants to. Like, bro, that's my job. Yeah, I really like the pick by the Jets there. CFL represent there. 5'11", 204, elite speed. Like,
I want Steel Chambers too. I would like that pick.
yeah, I would be for that. If we're being honest, based on what they target, I think the Jalen Coker is very much in play because, like,
Yeah.
just from like a you know character standpoint. Again, I don't know what kind of guy Brendan Rice is, but I can say like Coker, just the way he interviewed, they would like him a lot.
Well, I've had the Rams taking Coker in pretty much every mock I've done, so I would like it if they take him.
Steve
And
Smith
I
called
think,
him best route runner in the draft.
yeah, and I just think his skill set is a little different than the guys that we've gotten. When I watched his tape initially, when I booked him for the show, what stood out to me was like he just does not drop anything. Like the way that he can catch things is just he's just so it's like if you guys watched Jalen Coker's tape, it was like his hands are like so strong. Not that he didn't have other good qualities, but that was the first thing that stood out to me.
Yeah. Did you take anybody in the shadow draft?
Not yet, because we don't pick for.
Well, no, at 154, did you just take?
You know what? I didn't because that was when you were coming back and I was distracted. I was not thinking. Um, does everybody remember what I said? Well, I guess I technically said Brendan Rice. I did say if they went edge, it would be Brendan Jackson, but I'm not going to count that. So I'll say that I took Brendan Rice.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was
Um,
curious.
Vikings took Walter Rouse, the tackle from Oklahoma.
Interesting.
Gabriel Murphy is still there. I just don't see us going edge again because we've taken two.
Yeah, I don't see them going that route.
The Chargers have only taken one receiver. So we're waiting to hear Pittsburgh's pick now because we know that Minnesota pick, and so we've got Pittsburgh, Seattle, New England, and then the Chargers. No, if Brendan Rice goes undrafted, something's up that we don't know about. There's no reason that he should be undrafted.
No, I agree with that. Oh, for my shadow draft, by the way, I did have Brendan Rice. I double dipped on wide receiver instead of edge. So I went Chop Robinson, Adonai Mitchell, Dominic Pooney, Mekhi Wingo, Brendan Rice.
Well, guys, we're still waiting on the Steelers pick because I haven't seen it, right? Can everybody hear me? You can? Okay.
Yeah, I was watching the Brendan
I
Jackson.
can't hear you.
How can you not hear me?
What's going on? It's probably a problem on my end.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're muted.
I don't know why it's not, it's showing that it's connected. Oh, wait, Jake, can you say something, please?
Yep.
Okay, I can hear you. All right. Cool. Just checking. Has anybody seen the Steelers pick? Because I haven't seen it, and I feel like they've been on the clock for a bit.
It's
But it's the
probably good
Steelers, and then it's
knowing
Seattle,
them.
and then it's New England.
Knowing the Steelers, it's probably good. Over
Brennan
6,000
Jackson
views.
is very happy to be in LA. Love to hear it. I finally see that the Steelers pick is in, but I do not see what it is. I just see that it's in. So God, the Steelers, is there a reason? Like, okay, the Steelers took defensive tackle Logan Lee out of Iowa.
I like that.
I don't know. It feels a little high, but again, it's the sixth round.
I'll be right back.
All right. Jake is left. So just me for now, guys. I don't know why. Um, I can't, I feel like nobody can hear me. It says it's connected though, but What's up, Soham? Thank you so much for joining. Glad you guys can hear. So, guys, what do you think? Okay, so the Seahawks took Satoa Lamayu, the guard out of Utah. I liked him. I know Jake really liked him, so of course he goes to the NFC West. So now that the Seahawks pick is in, um, the Patriots have picked. It says pick is in. Patriots pick is in. I don't see. Okay, the Patriots took Marcellus Dial, the corner out of South Carolina. That's a good pick. Um, like that for them. Uh, Up next is the Chargers, the Titans, then the Giants. So we're at pick 181, so we're 15 picks away from the Rams picking, guys. I don't know, 15 picks away. Are we thinking anything specific about what the Rams might do? I think they go receiver, but what do you guys think? Everybody wants Rice. We're 15 picks away from the Rams picking. We're now at pick 181. The Rams pick at 196. I could see them going Brendan Rice, but I also could see them going Jalen Coker. I probably would say Jalen Coker. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I like both of them. The Chargers took Kamani Vidal. Oh, Jake has missed two picks that of guys he really liked. I liked Vidal too, honestly. So linebackers that are around, let me refresh my best available. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Linebackers available. There is like nothing. Unfortunately, that I'm seeing like until a while. I mean, Braden McGregor out of Michigan, I see him more as like an edge. John Tree Hunter out of Georgia State, Curtis Jacobs out of Penn State. Um, Someone just stopped by my place. Oh, all right, guys. I don't see the Titans pick in, and I don't see, let's see. We do need to take a kicker at some point. I don't think we take him here. Is that confirmed? Jaquan Jackson to the Titans? Oh, it is. Wide receiver Jaquan Jackson out of Tulane. Yeah, something weird is going on with Brendan Rice, guys. This is very weird. I mean, I had Jaquan Jackson in the 7th. He's going here in the 6th, but something's up. Thank you so much, Christopher. Appreciate the donation. That's very kind of you. Kenny, you haven't missed anything. The Rams haven't picked since Brennan Jackson. We are 13 picks out, right? Yeah, we're 13 picks out from the Rams pick, guys. Kenny, I already ate my pizza. And I actually felt like people were really nice about it this year compared to other years. Maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like people were a lot kinder to me about the pizza than they have in the past. Maybe because they've just got it out of their system in previous years. Darius Muasau Giants, I'm seeing in the chat. I don't know who that is, if I'm being honest. Thank you, Mexi. Any good tight end or O-line you want to see drafted by the Rams? No tight end I'm really high on with who's left. Offensive line, I'd really like Christian Mahogany out of Boston College. I think that would be a good pick. Javion Cohen out of Miami. Uh, some other guys that are left, but I'm not sure that I'm like psyched about them. Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana Lafayette. Bo Limmer out of Arkansas. So yeah, there's some good options here. I definitely would like us to draft some depth. So the Giants took Darius Mausaw, linebacker, UCLA. So now Miami's up, then Philly, then Atlanta with back-to-back picks, then Houston with back-to-back picks. Yeah, something could have come up medical wise with Rice. Not sure. Almost there. Um, Jake is not feeling well, Kenny. That's why he's exited the screen a few times. He's not feeling his best, sadly. And guys, I was muted before when I was talking about what I was saying when I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. It was just that it's warm in here. It's normally freezing, and it was cold in here earlier. So like, I don't know, something weird. Somebody said Coker over Rice. Yeah, I like Jalen Coker a lot. Rice Stream is alive as of now. Miami took Malik Washington, the receiver out of Virginia. This is way later than I thought he'd go, so good value for them. I thought he would go at like the end of the 4th round, so they get him in the 6th. I agree. Something weird's going on with the Rice situation, at least in my opinion. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the donation. Really appreciate it. It's very kind. Yeah, if the Rams want a receiver, they need to definitely do it this round, I think. Because we've got Philadelphia up, then back-to-back picks for Atlanta, then back-to-back picks for Houston, then Philly, Arizona, Seattle, New England, Cincinnati, Pitt, and then the Rams. Ugh, these balloons. There's something with the iOS update that if you make like a peace sign to the screen or a thumbs up or whatever, it will like do these like graphics. And I don't know why. So that's why all those balloons just came up. Um, So the Eagles pick is in. I don't think they'll take a receiver because they already took a receiver. They took Anais Smith out of Texas A&M. Um, so we'll see what happens here. Malik Washington did just go to the Dolphins. I agree with Leroy. I don't think we need any more defensive line. We'll see what the Eagles do, and then it's back to back for Atlanta. Almost 700 people in the chat. People are pouring in because the Rams are about to pick. So welcome everybody. And we will see. The Rams still are up in a while. The Eagles took Anais Smith. That was the receiver that I was mentioning that the Eagles took. So linebacker, I agree, Nelson, but there isn't anybody at linebacker left that I love, if I'm being honest. Curtis Jacobs is available. I won't hate that pick. I would like to see us go offensive line or receiver with the next pick. I'll make my prediction when we get closer to the pick because we're still, right now we're at 185, so we're 11 picks out. Okay, the Eagles just took Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver out of Florida State. So maybe there is a receiver run about to happen. Again, taken before Brendan Rice. Johnny Wilson is kind of a tweener. He is like that wide receiver tight end hybrid. I always see debates about him. Like, is he a receiver? Is he going to play tight end? He's kind of like that Jacob Harris vibe. If you guys remember when we took Jacob Harris out of UCF a few years ago, where it's like teams might try to switch him between receiver and tight end and see what works out. So Johnny Wilson to the Eagles. Now Atlanta's pick is in. They've got two back-to-back picks. Their first one, the pick is in. They took Jace McClellan, the running back out of Alabama. That's a running back that the Rams met with. Obviously, they went a different route. This is about where I had McClellan going, so makes sense that he's going here to Atlanta. I mean, you're putting McClellan in a running back room with Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. And is Cordell Patterson still in the Falcons? I'm totally blanking. A lot of people saying that they were Jacob Harris believers. I was not. I don't say that as a brag, but I just thought it was a weird pick at the time. And a little high. People still want Brendan Rice. Patterson isn't on the Falcons. Oh, he's on the Steelers. Okay. Yeah, maybe we all were a little too high on Brendan Rice. Okay, so the Falcons took Casey Washington, wide receiver out of Illinois. All right. Yeah, we were either way off base with Brendan Rice, guys, or there's something we don't know about. I don't feel like we're off base. I feel like um I thought he was like a fourth round receiver. I guess I'm wrong. Um, we'll see. Thank you, Delbert. Uh, So there's a wide receiver run going on right now. So I can tell you this, Casey Washington, who I'm pretty sure played at Wake Forest before he played at Illinois, is not the Illinois receiver that I thought would go first. Isaiah Williams would have been the wide receiver that I thought would have gone first for Illinois. So, thank you, T-Mill. Yeah. So interesting. Casey Washington out of Illinois. All right. So now you've got Houston back to back. We'll see what Houston does here. They traded for Stephon Diggs, as we know. I think they're pretty set at receiver. I think they also drafted Cade Stover out of Ohio State. I see them going defense here. We don't know who the pick is. It says it's in. But I don't know if you guys have noticed, and maybe you guys don't have NFL Draft Network up like I do, but it's going quicker now. So they took Jamal Hill. I'm honestly not familiar. I see it in the chat, but I don't know who Jamal is, if I'm being honest. So, also seeing Coker or Cephas in the chat. Yeah, I really like Jalen Coker, the wide receiver out of Holy Cross. We really like Joshua Cephas, the wide receiver out of UTSA. Interviewed them both on our show. Both have very good tape, and they have been projected around the 6th round. So we'll see. Thank you, Darren. That's very kind of you to say. And the Lions traded up. Okay, so could the Lion? I don't want to say that every trade up is Brennan Rice, but they've already gone receiver, right? So I know that the Lions got embarrassed in the NFC title game with their receiving core. Everybody dropped everything, and it was just not good for them. So they could very well be taking another receiver, and they just might be like, we're not having that happen again. They took 2 corners. They also struggled in their secondary that game. So I think that the Lions have drafted really well. So I don't know. Do we think they traded up for Rice? I think this is the 3rd time that they have traded up in this draft. Thank you, DS. Jake did not go to bed. He is feeling ill, so he stepped away from the camera for a bit. Lions are on the clock. Mekai Wingo is still available. Yeah, I'm surprised he's still available too. He's a defensive lineman that is very talented, but we'll see what happens, guys. 748 of you in here. Appreciate it. Rams are almost up, assuming they don't trade back. So we're waiting to hear Detroit's pick. They traded up at 189. We're 7 picks away. I haven't seen Detroit's pick. See if I'll refresh. Maybe it's on the internet and before it's on the TV. I don't see the pick yet. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you guys for all the kind comments I'm seeing in the chat. DJ James is still available. I'm curious what the Lions do here. I don't know. I know a lot of you said you think they're taking Rice. They very well could. AK's right. He would be reunited with Amon-Ra, a USC receiver. It would be a reunion over there. The Texans took Jamal Hill, the linebacker out of Oregon. So we'll see what Detroit does here. So we've got Detroit, then Philadelphia, then Arizona, then Seattle as the next 4 picks. We're up in 7 picks. The only reason I don't think we're going to take Wingo because we've already taken an interior defensive lineman. We've taken 2 edges. So I don't think we're going defensive line again. Kitty13 said, did you know that the Rams and Steelers inquired about Cortland Sutton from the Broncos, but Broncos turned both offers down? I did not know that till this morning when that article came out. Sounds like the Lions took Tyler Davis. Is that confirmed? I like Tyler Davis. He's a defensive tackle out of Clemson, but I don't know if that's confirmed. Okay, it sounds like they did. It sounds like the Detroit Lions took Tyler Davis, defensive out of tackle. So as Alex said, the dream is still alive for Brendan Rice. We'll see what happens there. Okay, so now that we know Detroit's pick, we've got Philadelphia, Arizona, Seattle, New England, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, then the Rams. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Brendan Rice thing, guys. Sean Tree, I agree. I wouldn't be upset about it. I just don't think that the Rams do that. Freddie, yes, Brendan Rice still has not been drafted, and we are in the middle of the 6th round. Exodus, yes, we do. Oh, wait, no, the Lions took Mekhi Wingo. Is what I'm seeing on the TV. They didn't take Tyler Davis, guys. They took Mekhi Wingo, the defensive tackle out of LSU. So he's gone, and he went to the Lions. So it was not Tyler Davis. Okay. Great pick. I really like Wingo. So again, we've got Philadelphia, Arizona, Seattle, New England. McGlothern is still available. Yep, Wingo's gone, guys. The dream is dead. The Mekhi Wingo dream is dead. Yeah, we could get a like I just don't know that Jake or I want to spend 12 hours trying to find the clips of all of that, but that would be funny if we had a compilation of all of that. Curtis Jacobs is still available. I wouldn't hate that pick. If we did that. God, I know everybody wants Brendan Rice. I'm starting to be, let me look on Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I don't call it X. And see, like, I haven't seen anything come out about Brendan Rice, so I don't know what's going on, if I'm being honest. You know, maybe we all I mean, he is trending, you're right. Let's scroll through. Yeah, there's nothing that's come out about Brendan Rice that as a reason for why he's trending because everybody is like, why hasn't he been drafted? So there are no reports or stories or anything that would tell us why. So hey, we are on pick 190. The Eagles are up. I don't see that the pick has come out. For everybody asking about Jake, he's just really not feeling well. I don't something he ate. So he is off. So you're stuck with me for now. So pick 190, the Eagles. Guys, we're 6 picks away. So we have the Eagles are up at pick 190. Then it's Arizona, Seattle, New England, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, then us. And the Eagles picked. They took center Dylan McMahon out of North Carolina State. Ooh, I would have liked that pick for the Rams because I would have liked to back up center behind Steve Avila. So the Eagles have had a good draft. Thank you, KEST. Cards pick is in. I don't know who it. We know that the Eagles just drafted the center out of North Carolina State, Dylan McMahon. We don't know why Brendan Rice is falling. I looked all over social media. It sounds like everybody on the planet is tweeting the same thing, like what's going on with Brendan Rice. But we don't know. Nothing has come out that would tell us why. Bo Limmer, center guard. See two comments about that. Yes, he would be nice as well. Drake Nugent as well. Johnny Wilson did get drafted, Leroy, at the beginning of the 6th round. Joe, you're right. I need my computer to not randomly shut off now. Coker or Cephas, I would love that. Everybody's saying we have to get Rice, right? Listen, we do need to take a receiver. Absolutely. I think that we have to take a receiver with the next pick. I'm wondering if there's something we are all missing about Brendan Rice because every single team has passed up until this point, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I do think we need a receiver. I liked Brendan Rice on film, so a lot of people are saying take Taj Washington over him. Either one of them. I had Washington graded around the 6th round, but I had Brendan Rice as the 4th round pick. So who knows? Arizona's pick is in. I don't see what it is yet. After Arizona, you got Seattle, New England, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, then us. Jermaine, in all of the mocks, Brendan Rice went in around the 4th round. So very late for him. Some people had him even in the 3rd round. I see the Cardinals pick is in. I would like DJ James. Man, they were getting these picks in so fast. Then Arizona's pick came in and they were like, thank you, Darren. That's very nice of you. Okay, the Cardinals took Tijon Palmer, wide receiver out of University of Alabama, Birmingham. Another wide receiver taken before Brendan Rice. Honestly, I am not familiar with Tijon, so I can't give any analysis on this. I didn't see him. I haven't seen his name before now. So 6th round pick to Arizona. They take another receiver after taking Marvin Harrison Jr. in the 1st round. Man, if Arizona would have taken Brendan Rice, they would have had Jerry Rice and Marvin Harrison's son on the same team. But yeah, guys, there's something that is going on. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube yet, please do so after this live stream. I just got a text from somebody who was like, shout out your YouTube. So I said I would, but the Seahawks pick is in. The Seahawks pick is in. What do you guys think the Seahawks do? I'm really bad at shouting out. Oh no. The Seahawks took DJ James, the corner out of Auburn. I'm so sorry, everybody. I know so many of you in the chat wanted DJ James, but what have we talked about? The Seahawks always take the corners that we want. Always, without fail. It never fails. The dream is dead. The dream is dead. The DJ dreams, or the DJ James dream to Los Angeles Rams is dead. All right, guys, getting closer. 777 people in here. We're at pick 193. Patriots pick is in. Um, we don't have pick 199. Ooh, the Patriots took Joe Milton. What? That was like the Steelers when they took they took Kenny Pickett and I'm blanking on that other quarterback's name. Okay, so the Patriots, I feel like they've also done this in the past. The Patriots have taken two quarterbacks. They took Drake May, number 3 overall, and now they have taken Joe Milton in the 6th round. Rams not up yet. Cincinnati is on the clock. We do still have pick 196. So we're up in 3 picks. Cincinnati's on the clock. I don't see the pick for Cincinnati yet. The pick is in for Cincinnati. So we'll see who that is in a second. Cincinnati took Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end out of Arizona. Jake really liked him. Is this not the second tight end the Bengals have picked today? Pretty sure it is. I'll think about that later because you know what? Right now, Pitt's on the clock and then the Rams, and now I'm starting to get jittery and nervous. 2 picks away, guys, for the Rams. By the way, 800 people in here. Amazing, guys. Rams about to pick 816 people. So let's see what's going on. Pittsburgh pick is in. We'll see who it is. We'll see who the Pittsburgh pick is, and then the Rams are on the clock. Does not appear that they've traded out. Oh yeah, that's right. The Bengals took Eric All and Tanner McLaughlin. They pull the Packers because remember the Packers took Tucker Kraft and I'm blanking on his name. Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave in the same draft. Jake is back. He came back for the Rams pick.
I am back. Good God. Flu game.
Pick is in for the Steelers. Don't know what it is yet. If you guys see it, drop it in the chat. So since the pick is in for the Steelers, the Rams are on the clock. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I still don't see the Steelers pick. Of course, it's like we need them to get this over with so we can see ours. And it's not coming in. We know the Bengals took Tanner McLaughlin. Let's see what's going on, guys. Steelers, come on. It's so frustrating when we're like sitting here waiting for our pick and the NFL Network and all these reporters are just like not dropping the Steelers pick. I'm seeing you guys drop so many names in the chat. I don't know if any of these are like confirmed or you guys are just saying who you want, but I don't see. Okay, the Steelers took corner Ryan Watts out of Texas.
Interesting.
It's a good pick. So now that the Steelers have picked, the Los
7,000
Angeles Rams
views.
are on the clock in the 6th round with pick 196. Let's see what happens, guys. You guys have been dropping it before me. Because I'm not, who I was getting my picks from is not as quick as they were, which was Jordan Scholes. He's probably got a lot going on. So if you guys are on the Brendan Rice train, your dream is still alive. That's still an option. Wouldn't mind him here. Would love Jalen Coker here. Would love Jalen Cephas here. Would love Christian Mahogany here. Would like Nathan Thomas, offensive lineman out of Louisiana Lafayette. I'm going to say it's Jalen Coker. Brendan Rice makes a lot of sense, but I think there's something going on.
Brendan Rice or Jalen
He
Coker
has
for
just
me.
completely dropped. So, um, we'll
For my
see.
shadow draft,
We'll
though,
see.
I can't go with a wide
Pick
receiver,
is in.
so I'm going to go with Miles Harden.
Pick is in.
I could see this
Is
being Miles Harden.
everybody
Actually, I'm going to go with Dwight McLaughlin. That's what I'll do.
nervous? Is everybody all together? We'll see. I'm seeing Rice. Are you guys have to tell me if that's confirmed. You can't just
Wait,
all
is
say
it?
Brendan Rice at the same time when the pick is in. So we know who it is.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here.
I don't have anything to say. I'm just trying to. They've got all these cats and dogs, or all those dogs on the screen, so we don't. They're taking forever to announce the Rams pick. They're doing a bit on
Oh, good
NFL
God.
Network, so it's stalling.
Ugh. Wow, the Rams are going to go the entire trade with the entire draft without trading.
I'm gonna just get really quiet, and just.
Take Brendan
Is it
Rice.
Christian Mahogany? Guys, you need to say confirmed because I'm trusting you guys. Is it Christian Mahogany? Is that confirmed or is that just you guys manifesting? I
I
need to
don't.
know.
Yeah, nothing has been confirmed yet.
Jake, also you're muted.
I'm not muted.
Or I can't hear you. It's not it's showing me that like I should be hearing you.
That's weird.
Can everybody comment if they hear Jake? Because I can't hear him.
Okay, I'm not muted. I could see Michael Pratt. I could.
All right, then it's me.
Where do they go with this?
Everybody's saying that they can hear us both.
I can hear you.
All right, I'm just gonna keep talking. I can't hear Jake at all, so I don't know what's going on. Guys, no names yet, nothing confirmed. They've literally had the Rams pick up for over 5 minutes on NFL Network. They have had it up saying pick is in, and now they're doing all these bits, and I'm like, come on, let us know. It's almost like feels
Good
personal,
grief.
even though I know it's not. Um, Come on, the suspense. I know, guys, the suspense is crazy. They've had Rich Eisen up, Ian Rappaport. They've had every reporter up here saying something without announcing it. They're just like taking their sweet, sweet time. They're still talking about the Patriots. You guys are all trolling in the chat too. Come on. So Jake can hear me, but I can't hear Jake, so it's obviously me, but everything shows that it's working totally and connected. So my AirPods are fully charged now.
Oh my God. Come on.
It is almost comical how long they've had the pick is in up for the Rams and they have not said anything about it. I would leave and come back and reset, but of course this is happening when the Rams pick is up. It's always something. It's always something. Let me try. Jake, can you say something now?
Check 1, 2.
Okay, I can hear it when I can disconnect. Okay, can you say something now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. This is they still have. This is insanity. Insanity how long. they have had the pick is up in for the Rams. Are they like planning like a dance number or something to announce the Rams pick and like the dance or something? This is insane. They are trying to give us a heart attack over here. Um,
This is
come on.
obnoxious. They're slowing it down for like no reason.
It's not a trade because they say the pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in.
So it's not
Dude,
a trade.
this is so obnoxious. I actually hate when they do this.
And it was it last year they did this on like every single. Do you remember the year where we were sitting here in like the sixth and seventh round and like the Rams would come up and they would literally not say the pick?
It's
I'm
it's
getting
the whole
flashbacks.
viewership thing. They want to have people
They're,
tuned in longer. I don't know.
oh man, come on, guys. Did the Rams try to change their mind last minute and now they're trying to like, I'm seeing Tyler Davis. It's Tyler Davis, defensive tackle out of Clemson. All right, so I do like Tyler Davis. Um, we talked about this earlier because we actually had it break in the chat. I don't remember what team it was where it was the Lions. Originally online it said the Lions took Tyler Davis and then it ended up being Mekhi Wingo. So we talked about Tyler Davis a little bit. I do really like Tyler Davis. My only complaint about this pick is position. I probably wouldn't have gone defensive tackle here when we haven't addressed receiver or offensive line. Um, so I'm a little bummed that we went another defensive lineman.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not overly excited about this pick. It's very meh. It's like almost like why
yeah,
wouldn't you just trade down? Like I just
exactly. And maybe they tried to trade down, but again, there's so many more positional options that you could have taken here. By the way, the Falcons just took defensive tackle Zion Logue out of Georgia. So Georgia guys staying in Georgia, playing for Atlanta. Okay.
I mean,
So again, I like Tyler Davis as a prospect. This is about where I
mhm.
had him going, but I just don't think it makes sense positionally based on how your draft is shaken out. You haven't addressed offensive line. You haven't addressed receiver. We talked a little bit earlier about how the Rams seem to be hell bent on just stacking the defense because I think they're very scarred from some games last season where our defense just didn't have the juice. But this might be taking it a little extreme. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, they're better players. Gabe Hall is a better player. Christian Boyd is a better player. Leonard Taylor, Marcus Harris, Fabian Lovett, also from FSU. I'm not too high on Tyler Davis pick here. I feel like this is probably somebody you could have traded down for. But again, they're going with the whole mold. He's 23 years old. He was a 5-year starter at Clemson, played, big time program, 6'2", 300 pounds, had a 1.71 10-yard split, which is pretty good. 29 on the bench. So, he's strong. I think really with him, it's he's got good get off. But I think the thing is he is undersized, the short arms. I just don't think he has the heavy hands that you want for a defensive lineman. So I'm gonna say this is like it's a sixth rounder, so I don't want to rip the pick too much. I think it's like a C, I would say. It's a C minus. I'm not overly enthused.
I'm
I hope
giving it
to
a C.
God, like I hope to God they weren't going to take Mekhi Wingo because that just makes me so upset if they were and the Lions like took him. I would have loved Mekhi Wingo, and Gabe Hall is the guy I would have taken here if I was going to go interior defensive line. I did predict though. I had a feeling that they would double dip on interior defensive line. I did say that. So yeah, to me, I think he's a good college player. Started 52 of his 56 games in college. I think he's a rotational guy. I don't think he's a starter or anything like that. I don't think they found a gem or anything like that. Um, I would have just gone ahead and taken Brendan Rice. I don't really, maybe they're not high on him. Jalen Coker would have made more sense. I don't know, man. I don't love it.
Yeah, I just think it's a very weird positional pick. I think that, again, so many other positional needs that we could have addressed. I like Davis. I think this is about where I would have thought he would have gone. But, I think that, just because we've already we've gone heavy on defense, I would have liked to have addressed offense, especially offensive line depth, receiver. Again, we're up at pick 209, so we're 10 picks out now. So we could very well go offense there. So maybe you know what? The Saints just took defensive tackle Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa. I really like Christian Boyd.
I would have gone with him over Davis, but I hope Davis
Yeah.
is great. I'm not rooting against him by any stretch, but it's just,
Yeah, a little surprising. Again, just a positional thing. It's not so much about Tyler Davis as it is just like bigger needs. And again, I think there were a couple other defensive tackle prospects if you were gonna go defensive tackle that I would have taken, but I'm not fuming mad about it. I don't hate it. Just a little confusing. Um, Panthers are on the clock now. Then you've got Indianapolis, Green Bay, Minnesota, Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, Davis was my second best on my board, actually. He was my second best remaining interior defensive lineman. So I shouldn't rip the pick too much. I just really didn't want them to go interior defensive line once Mekhi Wingo went off the board. But if they went with Gabe Hall, I would have been okay with it because I really like Gabe Hall out of Baylor. I just would have probably not gone in this direction. But, I had him rated as the 15th defensive lineman, and 13 of the top 15 that I had have already gone. So it's not a bad pick. Like I said, I'll probably give it a C, not a C minus. I'll give it a C.
Yeah, I'm giving it a C too. Yeah, Leonard Taylor was there too. I do like Leonard Taylor. I like Christian Boyd, who went with the next pick, but um, Michael, yes, Crum from Wyoming is left. So the Panthers pick is in. Um, we'll see who it is. Yeah, the Rams obviously don't think receiver is a big need. They haven't touched receiver yet, so we'll see what's going on with that. Um, Everybody is still wanting Brendan Rice with the next pick. I would really like to go receiver or offensive line with the next pick. I'll say that. Would
Yeah.
really like to go receiver or offensive line depth because again, we have not touched offensive line depth, and I think it's very needed. If any of those starters go down, it's very shaky on the Rams right now. So we'll see what happens. Some people think the Rams haven't taken receiver because they're going to trade for Cortland Sutton or T. Higgins. I don't foresee that happening.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I don't think the Broncos want to give up Sutton because it sounds like they've been getting calls on him and they haven't wanted to get rid of him. Hal 9000, thank you so much. He said we should have
Thank you, Hal.
Mahogany for depth. I agree. I really
I
like
would have
Christian
taken
Mahogany.
Mahogany.
I would
Yeah.
have too. Listen, I just think there was, the Rams. Yeah, somebody said Davis might have been the first reach. Again, I don't think it's a reach so much on the prospect as it is the position, but yeah, I think the
Yeah.
Aaron Donald retirement has really shaken them to their core. I think I think they're a little shaken. So the Carolina pick is in. Again, they're doing something, and I don't know what that is. Everybody asking why Brendan Rice is still on the board. I have no idea. I don't know. Earlier, we looked on Twitter to see if like any news had broken about him or if there was any insight as to why he's been falling. There was nothing. It was just everybody.
So okay,
basically.
Davis had an elite run defense grade according to PFF, 90.8. So one of the best run defenders in college football. Run stop rate of 7.7%, pass rush win rate of 10.7. I kind of see the vision. They see a guy, graduate, um, 5th year senior, um, high football IQ, block shedder, really good run defender, spot starter slash, rotational. I get it. I understand. They were looking for a guy that could help them more in the run game. And Tyler Davis, to be fair, is probably the best option in that regard. So I would have preferred Gabe Davis, or Gabe Hall. But I get what they're doing with Tyler Davis. They want another guy to stop the run in the
Yeah.
trenches. I can't hate on that.
So the Panthers took defensive tackle Jaden Crometti, and then the Colts just took cornerback Micah Abraham from Marshall. So you've got Green Bay, Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, Cleveland, Seattle, Vegas, us.
Wow, they're up
Dwight
soon. Damn.
Dwight McGlothern has not been picked.
Where would I go here if I were the Rams?
I'm going receiver or offensive line depth, no questions asked.
See, I would go at this point. I would probably take Christian Mahogany. I thought he should have gone earlier. I'd also take Brendan Rice. They have 209, 213, 217 in the 6th. So I'd probably go Brendan Rice, Mahogany, and Harden or McGlothern. Yeah.
I think I'm probably going Mahogany or Coker or Brennan Rice. Yeah, the Brennan Rice dream is still alive for everybody who wants Rice. But I really would like to see us get offensive line depth, if not a receiver. I don't know if the Rams are going to switch to a 4-3 defense.
They're not.
The Packers picked Travis Glover, the tackle out of Georgia State. There you go, offensive tackle off the board. So you've got Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston up as the next 3. So we've got 3 picks coming up in a short period of time. Thank you so much, Thomas. He says James Williams, 6'5", 220, strong safety. Put him next to Ernest. That he is still available. You're right.
Thank you, Thomas.
Out of Miami.
Appreciate you.
Ooh, Steel Chambers would be fun with one of these picks. KT13, I'm not sure. I think the next pick needs to be offensive line or wide receiver, but we could take like a corner. Wouldn't be surprised if we take another safety or definitely an inside linebacker. Vikings pick is in. They're distracting us. They have all these picks come up, but then they're doing like a puppy thing where they're showing puppies that you can
That's
adopt.
annoying.
So, so the first kicker's off the board, guys. The Minnesota Vikings have taken Will Richard, the kicker out of Alabama. I might have pronounced that wrong.
He was the first kicker taken. That's the one
Yeah.
kicker I didn't want. I
First
wasn't overly
kicker
impressed.
off the board in the 6th round. Okay. Yeah, he wouldn't have been. I mean, again, and I'm not going to pretend like I've sat there and evaluated the kickers, but I read the reports and I look at the rankings.
You mean you haven't watched 8 games of kicking
I haven't, no.
for each prospect?
I was a soccer player, but believe it or not, I don't go crazy over the
To be
kicking.
fair, those all 22s of kicking they have to be very quick watches because you're only seeing like 4 times at most per game.
I'm like such like a little like softy. I'm like getting so distracted by these puppies. I'm on to you, NFL Network. You're trying to get all your ads in and your airtime in, and you're putting all these adorable puppies up here to make us distracted. So again, the kicker that I would like probably would be Joshua Carty out of Stanford, but I'm not like dead set on a kicker. So
as long as they get one of the 3, Cardi, Little, and Mevis, I think they're fine.
yeah, those are the big 3. So Bills pick is in. So we'll hear the Bills pick, and then it's Houston, Cleveland, Seattle, Vegas, us.
I think they should take the kicker first. Because if there's a run,
it would make sense. Yeah,
you're done. Like if there's a run, you're done. Like the Rams literally wouldn't have a kicker. Jawar Jordan from Louisville
just went
to
to
the
the
Texans.
Bills.
Texans.
Oh, wait, who did the Bills take?
I think they traded the pick to the Vikings.
No, it says the Vikings just picked the kicker, then the Bills are up, and then it's Houston.
Huh.
Thank you so much, The Lens with DT. I agree, we need a returner. It's also a need. Yeah, I don't know what's going on because I'm seeing the Bills pick is in, and then Houston's up, and then Cleveland, Seattle, Vegas, us. But I don't see that the Bills pick has been reported on. Yeah, the Bills pick hasn't been reported yet. They have all these puppies up there. I need someone I know to get a puppy so I can hang out with it and play with it because I work too much to have one, but I love them.
I have one. I mean, he's older, but he's basically a puppy still.
Yeah, it's true.
But I also live way far away from you.
Elpris cat. That's actually so true. So Spencer Rattler looks like the actor that would play Patrick Mahomes in a movie about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Dude, hey. I am so cursed. Oh my God. Today has been awful. Oh, this is the worst.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
So the pick is in for the Bills, but they're doing that thing where it said pick is in for so long, and we just have to wait for it. Brandon, we did. I already had my pizza earlier.
This is absolutely brutal.
Okay, the Bills took tackle Tylen Grable out of UCF. Just want to update everybody. So KT13, we basically aren't like super picky about a kicker as long as it's Joshua Carty, Harrison Mevis, or Cameron Little. But we haven't like scouted them extensively, so we don't have like somebody who we're like dead set on. Pick is in for Houston. So we've got Houston, Cleveland, Seattle, Vegas, us, guys. It is coming up. We've got 992 people in here. We'll see who Houston has picked. Pick is in Houston. They said the pick is in, and then they flashed to a different screen.
Oh my God.
ID89 thinks it's Jawar Jordan to the Texans.
Man.
Guys, we're at 1,000 people.
1,000 people are watching me in agony.
I
I'm
know.
holding out. It's so hard.
If you
I
feel
will be leaving very soon.
Well, if you listen, the Rams have several picks coming up. So if you want to dip for the first one and come back for the last, then we understand.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So Jake's heading out. He's struggling. I'll hold it down for you guys. The NFL Network did that thing where the pick is in for Houston and it's taking forever, and they start to do this when the Rams are up. People asking what's wrong with Jake. I think he ate something that isn't agreeing with him and is making him feel sick. So he's been struggling throughout the live stream. So yeah, I've got to hold it down. Pick up the team. I'm trying. Thank you so much, Mexi Mart. He said, don't we want to give Tutu and Robinson a chance? Yes. I think the whole reason though that we want a receiver is because we only have 2 receivers under contract next season. And guys, the Texans did take Jawar Jordan, the running back out of Louisville. So that is correct. So now we've got Cleveland, Seattle, and Vegas, and then the Rams. So we are almost up. David, the Niners spiked Jake on draft day, like the Jazz did to Michael Jordan. Absolutely. Over 1,000 people in here, guys. Awesome. So again, we're just waiting 3 more picks to come out until the Rams pick again. Everybody drop in the chat who you want the Rams to take, or you could just say the position. You don't have to say a prospect. I've said I think they have to go offensive line, receiver, or kicker. If there's a kicker they like, they got to take him now because we've already seen a kicker go off the board. The Browns just took Nathaniel Watson, linebacker out of Mississippi State. So now we're waiting on Seahawks and the Raiders. Anyways, I think they got to go offensive line depth. If there's somebody you like, important to grab him soon because we really need some safety, some depth. Receiver, again, if there's a receiver you like, I think we need to address that because we only have 2 receivers under contract next season. And then kicker, we've already seen one go. We have 3 picks in a very short span coming up here. So if there's a kicker you really want, I think you should probably take him with the first pick and don't risk somebody else taking him. Let's see. You guys are saying Brendan Rice, Jalen Coker. Thank you for the for the shout out, Alex. Alexander, Aubrey Plaza. So he's referring to my Aubrey Plaza pillow. I think she's an Eagles fan. I could be wrong, but I actually think she's an Eagles fan, not a Rams fan. But my Aubrey pillow is always here in my Rams episodes. So I'm seeing guard. Some of you saying kicker, offensive line depth. Dwight McGlover in the corner out of Arkansas. Some of you are saying keep going with defensive line. Yeah, I don't know. If there is a kicker you like, I think you got to take him now. So the Seahawks just took offensive tackle Mike Jarrell out of Findlay. So I'm honestly not familiar with the prospect, but there's an offensive tackle. Would not be upset if the Rams did the same thing because I really want offensive tackle depth. I think now's the time to address it because there's not a ton of offensive line depth that I really love left. Um, so we'll see. Mark, Chicago took a punter, not a kicker. So a punter did go. Um, yeah, if I'm making the pick for the Rams and we're up in 2 picks, so Vegas is on the clock and then we're on the clock. Vegas's pick is in. Vegas's pick is in. Let's see who they take. Guys, once Vegas's pick is announced, we're on the clock. Oh my gosh, it's time. Let's see. They've had Vegas pick is in up for a very long time. So, um, anyways, if I'm the Rams, I'm taking Joshua Carty, the kicker, with my next pick, just because, or any kicker. I think Carty's probably my favorite, but what do I know about kickers? So, I think you take the kicker now to ensure that nobody takes your guy. Um, thank you, Alex. I don't see what the pick is for the Raiders. They're just taking their sweet time announcing it, of course, and they'll probably do the same thing again for the Rams. But yeah, I would probably take the kicker now because if you have a favorite one, I think there's going to be a run. We've already seen a kicker go, and it's a huge need for the Rams. We have to have a solid kicker. So if there's somebody you trust and you want, I would take him now. The Raiders picked running back Dylan Lobb out of New Hampshire. So the Rams are on the clock, guys. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock with pick 209. Okay, guys, it's time. Everybody has said that what they want in the chat. Like I said, I think I would go kicker. If there's a kicker that you really like, I would take him now to ensure you don't miss out on him. If we don't go kicker, I'd like to see offensive line depth or wide receiver. Obviously, Brendan Rice, Jalen Coker, Joshua Cephas, would love all of those receivers. The Rams pick is in. The Rams pick is in. Please don't have it on the screen for like 10 minutes like you did last time. The pick is in. Everybody's saying the pick is in, but we just don't know what it is yet. Um, Again, they're taking their sweet time putting it up. It's so like my heart rate is just intensified. Um, let's see. Everybody in the chat really wants it to be Brennan Rice. Like I said earlier, I think it could be Brennan Rice. I don't know why he has fallen this far. That's very interesting to me. Let's see. It's Joshua Carty. There we go. It is kicker Joshua Carty. That is exactly who I wanted. And I know a lot of you did as well. Like I said, if there was a kicker that you really liked, you had to take him now because once the first kicker was off the board with Will Richard out of Alabama, it's like you don't want to miss out on a kicker when it's such a need. So yes, let's go. Okay, I like that pick. You know why? You have the luxury of taking the kicker now because we're up again in 3 picks. And then we're up again after that in 4 picks. So we have 2 more picks coming up. So yes, great pick. As Trench Baby said, Alexis 4 for 1. Man, Cardi B. Woo, guys, I like Cardi. Again, I'm not gonna pretend that I can give an amazing analysis on these kickers. I can't. I can read other people's analysis who know what they're talking about and just kind of form my opinion based on that. Heard really good things about Joshua Carty. He would be my pick, as I've said. If I were gonna take a kicker, I mean, I think between him, Cam Little, and Harrison Mevis, any of those 3 I would have liked, but Carty was my number 1. People are saying it's Playboy Cardi. 91% kick rate, very solid. Coming out of Stanford, 59-yard field goal range. Yeah, great. I'm gonna take a second to go share this on Twitter, but I love this pick and I love taking him at 209. Like I said, we've been talking about, I think you had to go get your kicker there because you could have risked a kicker run happening and you miss out. So, all right, guys, I'm only getting silent. Oh, the Detroit Lions next pick took Christian Mahogany, the guard out of Boston College. Uh, the Christian Mahogany dream is dead. Man. Oh, and he went to the Lions. Oh, if I wasn't riding this high from the Cardi pick, I'd be more angry. All right, let me share on Twitter about the Cardi pick, guys. 1 second. All right. Yep, time for a new dream. Um, so yeah, really happy we got Cardi, guys. But yeah, the best guard available was Christian Mahogany. He's off the board. So that dream is dead. But it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, really wanted Christian Mahogany, but so happy that we got Joshua Cardi. The Chiefs pick is in. So the Chiefs pick, the Jaguars pick, then we pick again, guys. So it's time for a new dream. All right, now that, okay, the Chiefs took Kamal Haddon, corner out of Tennessee. Like that pick. All right, so now we've got Jacksonville up. We're waiting to hear their pick, and then it's the Rams. Um, you know what? I'm gonna go with Jalen Coker as the next pick for the Rams. I know everybody's saying Brennan Rice. I wouldn't be upset if we took Brennan Rice, but again, there's something weird in the air with him falling. So I'm gonna say Jalen Coker, wide receiver. I think you have to address receiver at some point in this draft, in my opinion. Might as well do it now. There's nobody left on the offensive line that I love. So I do think it is a need. I do think we need to address it, but I'm just not sure who I want now that Christian Mahogany's gone. Um, you know, I think Jalen Coker is the best bet here, and so that's who I would go with uh, once we know Jacksonville's pick. Um, thank you, Darren. Nick, I don't think we're going to take Gabriel Murphy. I think we've just gone too much edge and defensive line. I think they got to go wide receiver, offensive line, maybe inside linebacker. Um, thank you so much, the gentleman. I appreciate it. Guys, we are 1,156 people currently in here waiting to see the Rams pick at 213. Um, the Jacksonville pick is in. Let's see. The head pick is up on the screen. I don't see who it is. Um, and then the Rams are up. But yeah, Cardi does have a 50 plus range. You're right, DS. Really love that pick at kicker for us. I think we got probably, from what I've heard, the best kicker in the draft. So very cool. Come on, guys, announce the Jacksonville pick. It's always the pick right before us where they're like, pick is in, and they do not announce it. Um, I still don't see Jacksonville pick. Ooh, so I'm calling it. If everybody wants to call their, okay, see, Jacksonville took Cam Little, one of the big three kickers. Cam Little, the kicker out of Arkansas. So this is why it was so important for the Rams to take the kicker they wanted with their pick. We're probably going to see a kicker run here. Cam Little, again, part of that big three I mentioned between Cardi, Little, and Mevis of the kickers in this class. So, um, all right, guys, the Rams are back on the clock. What do we think? I'm not even gonna check. Normally I'm like scrolling Twitter and trying to get, the pick out. But it does seem that the TV has caught up with all the reporters. Um, By the way, Jake did have Cardi in his mock, so that is a plus for Jake. Pick is in for the Rams, and of course they said the pick is in, and they went to a different screen. I feel like this got to be Jalen Coker. If this is Jalen Coker, I will be ecstatic. Not that there aren't other prospects they could take here that I wouldn't like, but just with the roll that we're on right now and the way that this is going, um, of the picks today. I would love this to be um, Jalen Coker. So, yes, we did draft a kicker. All right. Announce it. Announce it. They have it. They're doing that thing again where they've had pick is up in forever, but they're not saying who it is. Please be Jalen Coker. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I don't see everybody else is saying they're seeing ads. I'm not seeing an ad. I'm just seeing that NFL Network has the pick is in, but they aren't saying who it is. Come on, NFL Network. Yep, I'm sorry, everybody. I know everybody who's on YouTube is getting like a literal advertisement right now. Um, so the pick has been in for a while. They're trying to make us wait. Maybe they're waiting because they know there's an ad on the streaming services. I don't know how it works. Ooh, my heart rate is doing this. What do you guys think? I called Jalen Coker, but I obviously have no idea. It hasn't been announced. That's just what my gut tells me. Coker or Brennan Rice? What's it gonna be? This is hilarious. They are just really not announcing it. Absolutely, NFL Network does not care about Rams fans. They are like, you will wait your turn. Um, this chat is all Brendan Rice and all Jalen Coker. So I hope it's one of those two, unless the Rams go out of left field and surprise us. But NFL Network has said the pick is in. It's been what feels like at least 5 minutes. Thank you, Noah. Um, they do not care about us. They are like, you will wait. Unreal, man. Unreal. This is the second time they've done this to us in this draft, where they're basically just like, I'm sorry, guys. Every source that we had that was like online that was getting picks in quick has basically stopped. So there's quite literally nobody who is saying who the pick is. Like nobody. It is dead on the timeline.
What's up?
The Rams pick has been in for like 10 minutes, it feels like, and they haven't said who it is. So you know already because you texted me. You saw they took Joshua Cardi.
Yeah. I've just been trying to hydrate. It's been rough out here. Rough day.
So I called, yeah, definitely hydrate. I said Jalen Coker is who I think it's going to be.
I would take Rice, Coker, or Cornelius Johnson. Joshua Cardi is the best kicker in the draft, so I'm very glad about that pick. Also keeps my streak alive. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm thinking, and then they have another pick, but this is the one before the 49ers, so you gotta make it count.
I think it could be Brendan Rice or Jalen Coker. I would like Joshua Cephas. Cornelius Johnson wouldn't be bad. I don't like him as much as everybody else, but I like who I just mentioned, but I do like him as a prospect. There isn't anybody at offensive line who I love here. I want to know why it has quite literally been almost like It's been definitely over 5 minutes, and it says the pick is in. Everybody who's watching on like YouTube or Hulu says that they're getting ads right now.
Oh, that's weird.
So,
So I had the Josh Carty pick almost perfect, except I had him at 217. So I didn't have the exact pick right, but I got him right. I mean, no one cares about the exact pick, but there's still a possibility I can get Dwight McGlothern right and Bo Richter and Aneem Dankwa.
well, they do have a pick coming up, 4 picks after this. So if they could just go ahead and announce this, then we could get a move on to the next pick. But man, it has been so long. I mean, we've got 1,255 people in here.
Oh my
They don't care
God.
about us.
They do not
Thank
care
you,
about
Brian.
us. Yeah,
It's
Alexis
every
has done
time
a
we
great
pick,
job
Mike.
holding down the fort.
Oh, thank you. Um, it's Jordan Whittington, the wide receiver out of Texas.
So
So,
this is really funny. Jordan Whittington, I this is hilarious. Okay. I did a super sleeper video and not all hope is lost because he was in my super sleeper video and it was for the Rams. And I said, like, something along the lines of if they can, there's no way they don't take Jordan Whittington. This is a guy that I've mocked to them before in previous mock drafts. I've seen him for a long time as a Ram. He's been through a lot of adversity, a lot of injuries. He's not the same player he was, but he's still good. He can work in the slot. He can be a special teamer. He is a great blocker. I did say they get someone from Texas, so check that box off too. But this guy is just the embodiment of a Ram. He's one of the best, locker room guys. People rave about his character. But I like Whittington. And, I think this is a guy who is going to come in here. He's going to be huge on special teams. And then I think we'll see, if Ben Skoranek doesn't come back after this year, he's going to take the Ben Skoranek rollover. So I actually really like this pick. I understand it's going to bother some people that they passed on Rice, that they passed on Coker, but I don't think that this was not the pick for that. They clearly are looking at this as a guy that's going to help on special teams. And I mean, I really like it. Do you know anything about Whittington?
yes, I mean, I'm not like, I haven't seen a ton on him, but from what I've watched and what I've read about him, I think the injury thing is kind of a little concerning. Like you mentioned, I think he lost a lot of juice. He can still do stuff, but I do think this is a special teams thing. I would have liked for them to take a receiver who would have been more of a contributor. I don't know that Whittington is ever going to be a massive contributor. I could be wrong. I think that, again, you're looking kind of that Ben Skoranek role. I think there were some receivers available that,
Wait, hold on.
could have.
Hold on. I don't know. Is it not Jordan Whittington?
No, it is. That's what they said on the TV.
Because Jordan Schultz is reporting Bo Limmer.
Well, that could be their next pick.
Okay, so I guess he's ahead of the. Did they trade up? How does he already have that?
I don't know. I mean, they definitely picked Jordan Whittington because there hasn't been a correction on the screen.
Okay, so yeah, it is Jordan Whittington. The Rams confirmed it. They just put out a post. But yeah, my super sleeper video and article, it was not all for naught. I was sitting there wondering, I'm like, here I am. I'm going to make all these, I'm going to look up all these guys and it's going to be all for nothing. But yeah, Alexis, I really like this pick. I'm very excited about it. Is he going to potentially be, a franchise wide receiver? No, but he's the type of guy that, the Rams definitely go after. So,
yeah, real quick, the 49ers just took Jarrett Kingston, the guard out of USC. So they took somebody from USC, but it was not Brendan Rice.
wow.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm a little indifferent about the Whittington pick. Listen, he is a very specific need that the Rams felt like they wanted to address. Um, I don't think that I would have kind of liked to maybe potentially see them go somebody like a Jalen Coker or Joshua Cephas, who could be more of like an actual contributor, but it is what it is. And you take that risk on Whittington and maybe he ends up surprising people and he ends up being more of a contributor and more of a long-term receiver guy who you don't really just use for special teams. We don't know. So they like him, and like you said, they have that Texas connection, so it makes sense. Dallas just took Ryan Flournoy, the wide receiver out of Southeast Missouri State. Now the
Interesting.
Rams pick is in. This might be Bo Limmer. So maybe Jordan Schultz had it early
They
because I don't know.
definitely held everybody back, I can see.
Yep, the Rams picked Bo Limmer, the center out of Arkansas. I like this pick. This is, uh, and of course they go to commercial right after they show it on the screen. But this is a really good depth pick. I thought
Yeah.
Bo would go higher. I thought he was like I had him going around the fifth round, so I really like this. Again, offensive line depth is much needed. So great pick, for Bo Limmer. Um, Thoughts,
Yeah.
Jake?
I'm surprised he was still there. I'm trying to find him on my board right now because I have him as the sixth overall center on my board, but I'm trying to find where he is. Let's see. I'm just going to use the. Yeah, so he's 172nd, and they get him here, a little bit later on in the 200s. So I like the pick. It's hard to complain about these guys at this point, but just some of my notes from this guy. Played at center, played at guard, right guard. He started a game at left guard. This is somebody who ended up moving to center after my guy Ricky Stromberg opted out. So I was a big fan of Stromberg. I like Arkansas offensive linemen, so I do like this guy. He's a 4-year starter at Arkansas. Powerful, and this is a really strong dude. He squatted 700 pounds. He's flexible. He has starting experience at multiple positions in the interior, and he has a 1.75 10-yard split, so he's explosive. I like the move here. I think it makes a lot of sense. Wicked athletic, 39 reps on the bench, which is just obscene. Yeah, Alexis, I like the pick a lot.
I do too. Really good pick, depth pick, by the way. It looks like the Ravens took Devin Leary, the
That's
quarterback out of Kentucky.
interesting. Has
That's
Pratt not gone yet?
no. Oh, wait.
Okay, that's insane.
No,
I'm
I don't think
sorry.
he has.
That's absolutely insane. I can't even believe that.
That just is a weird fit to me for Baltimore, if I'm being honest.
I mean, Pratt is so much. I'm just going to be honest with you. Pratt is so much better than Devin Leary. It is not even close. We're not even talking about the same. I mean, Pratt could potentially start someday. He's got legitimate traits. Devin Leary throws the ball hard. That's about it. I mean, he was my 10th quarterback because his class is really, weak, but I don't really know how Pratt is still there. But I will say, when you get to this point in the draft, Alexis, you're very likely to see that, these guys that are getting drafted here or not getting drafted, agents are calling these teams up like, don't pick my player. They're not going to sign. They'd rather just go through UDFA. That's honestly what happens. That's what happened with Lyle Collins. Do you remember the whole thing? He fell all the way to the 7th round. Teams wanted to draft him. The agent kept saying, don't pick my player. He wants to go through free agency. I mean, so you might have something like that where, a guy like Brendan Rice at this point, his agent's saying, don't pick him.
Well, what do you think we do at 254? So for everybody asking, we're up at 254. Um, so a while because we're at pick 219 right now with the Bills. So pick the Bills pick and then the Bucks pick, and then we're into the seventh round, which is basically a free for all. Anything can happen in the seventh. Um, I'll be honest, I don't know that there's anything I'm very particular about in the seventh. I mean, if Jalen Coker or some again, I would like to take a receiver who could be more seen as somebody who could really contribute to the offense. So I wouldn't hate if we took another receiver.
Oh, by the
Um,
way, I found my excerpt from that article. Do you want me to read it on Whittington?
sure.
So I had Jordan Whittington just screams Rams receiver to me. Not only is he from Texas, which is where Les Snead's son is, but in addition to that, Whittington does the little things very well and with desire. Whittington is a yards after catch guy, natural hands receiver, a willing blocker, and a leader. He's been through a lot, missing 22 games in his first 3 years due to groin, meniscus, and clavicle injuries. However, the Rams like perseverance in their prospects, and Whittington has been a model of that. So I think I don't know. I think we're good at knowing what the Rams look for. I mean, you nailed it with Fisk and Verse, and I seem to nail it with the later round guys. I never seem to get the ones earlier, but you
Well,
know,
do you think that they could try to get a receiver again in the seventh?
yeah, no, I think getting Bo Limmer, now you have your backup center, great stuff. Getting Whittington, now you have. I think he makes the team. I really believe that. I think somebody is going to be on the outside looking in. I think he ends up replacing Skoranek next year when Skoranek's contract is up. But I think, yeah, he's more of a slot guy. And I mean, I guess he could play on the outside. So I'm not going to say that, but I think really, you're looking at him and he's got decent size. Don't get me wrong. He's, 6'2", 205. 23 years old. So again, we're sticking with that mold. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because he doesn't have like elite speed or burst or anything like that. He's lost his explosion, I would say, since the injuries, but he could get it back. That's one thing. And I think if you're looking for like Jalen Coker, I mean, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Uh, by the way, Steffi Smalls, friend of the show here, just says, I love Bo Limmer. She just texted me that. So there's
Yeah,
fans of Limmer around here.
I really like Limmer a lot as well. By the way, the Bills just took Daquan Hardy, the corner out of Penn State,
Oh,
who's a
corner.
good
I think they'd
player.
go corner, actually. I think they're going to, I could see McLaughlin. I'm going to say they go with, I'm going to say they go with Miles Harden. I think we've talked about him. We've mocked him before. I think Miles Harden is the guy that they would go with, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure I mocked him to go to the Rams. I did not. Okay, never mind. No idea. Don't listen to me. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Let me pull up best available again. Bucks
Aneem
pick is in,
Dankwa
by the
also.
way.
I would like
So
him.
once we know who this is, we'll be in the seventh. Yeah, Dwight McGlothern is my best available, I think. Miles Harden's there. I mean, not really high on Devonshire out of Pitt. Not really high on Omar Brown out of Nebraska. Sheridan Jones out of Clemson, maybe. Then I think we kind of get into UDFA territory for.
McLaughlin is
Oh,
he's my 53rd overall player. So he's definitely number one on my list.
Kalen King out of Penn State. Did something happen with him?
He didn't test well. He's kind of slow.
Because
He
he
was a
was
big
like,
name at one point.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at corner, the only two that I probably would take would be McLaughlin or Miles Harden. Receiver, I mean, Brendan Rice and Jalen Coker are available, but something at this point, I don't think Brendan Rice is going to get drafted. Um, no, I don't think I'd go defensive line again. Javion Cohen out of Miami, the interior offensive lineman, could be good depth. Wouldn't hate that. Matt Lee out of Miami. Um, Curtis Jacobs, the linebacker out of Penn State. John Tree Hunter, the linebacker out of Georgia State. Like both those guys. Um, Drake Nugent out of Michigan. I didn't realize he was still available.
I like
Um,
Drake Nugent, but they already went with Limmer, so I think that rules that out.
yeah, I don't. Steel Chambers out of Ohio State. Um, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of getting. So the Bucks just picked Elijah Klein, the guard out of UTEP. So now we are officially in the seventh round. I really like the idea of taking a receiver who's going to be more of a contributor. I know what we all know about Whittington. Again, could go either way, not super. I think it's really hit or miss on if what side he's going to come out of with the injury history and how the Rams view him. So again, I don't know what's going on with Brendan Rice, so he might not be drafted. But Jalen Coker, I think, would be a great fit for the Rams. And
Yes.
again, we're in the seventh, and so would Joshua Cephas. And we're in the second round, or sorry, the seventh round. So whatever the Rams do is probably at this point not going to be for need. It's going to simply just be based on want. So, and then remember, we got UDFAs.
That's true. And I mean, we can hang out for. I mean, I'm feeling better, so we can hang out for a little bit and see if any trickle in. If you want to do that,
Frank Gore Jr. is still available. I just don't think they're going to take another running back.
we really have over 1,000 people in here. Oh my god.
I know, guys. So we're at pick 221. Our next pick is two. I'm totally blanking. I don't have it pulled up anymore. Man, we have a while. I mean, I don't think that the Rams care if Jerry Rice is going to be there or not. I think if they're going to take Brennan Rice, they're going to take him because um, they like him. By the way, the Rams pick 254, people confirmed in the chat, so we are like 30 something picks away.
Yeah.
Now, could the Rams trade up? Maybe. If they're open to giving away picks next year.
Yeah, I don't know. Um, I don't know if that makes any sense to trade up necessarily. What I do know is that we are at 9,000 views. Um, so we are on. I'd be more emotional, but obviously I'm not feeling super well. Um,
Mhm.
actually 9,500 views. So we're getting closer to 1,000 or 10,000. And this is an all time high for average view duration of 27 minutes per view. So pretty crazy. Also, a
That's
chat
awesome.
rate of 25, which is obscene. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Thank you, Anthony. That's very kind. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I think we did a really good job this year of making this more Rams focused. We know our audience. We know most of you are Rams fans. There's probably some people that are watching just to watch, but let's be honest here. There's a flavor for everyone out there. Everyone is doing their own live draft stream. When we started 6 years ago, I don't really feel like people were doing it every year. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like it was as common. Now it's everyone has one, right? So I
Yeah,
think you really just have to understand your audience. And I mean, making it like still talking about picks and still, reporting things, but understanding, your people and your audience and what they care about, I think is the most important thing.
I agree. I agree, and I'm so happy to be hanging out with everybody. Christopher, I agree. I'm ready for the schedule to come out so I can start planning what games I'm going to. Yeah, I mean, the Rams haven't taken a corner yet. They haven't taken an inside linebacker.
Whittington
So
is always wide. Are you wide open? Is that what you mean?
I think so.
He is open a lot.
Thank you, Jason.
Appreciate that,
That is very
Jason.
nice. Um, who does it's we're still at 221. They haven't announced the Bills. Uh, okay, the Bills took guard Travis Clayton out of the International Pathway Program. So he is coming out and he is draped in what looks like the UK flag. Are you guys watching this?
That's actually really cool.
It is really cool. I wish that, let's see if
So
he takes the flag off. I'm just looking at the colors, so I can't see what's on there, and they aren't saying, I don't have the volume on.
Travis Clayton was my number one super sleeper offensive tackle in my article. Comes over from the NFL draft as part of the International Player Pathway Program. Former rugby player and boxer. So you have to have footwork to be a boxer, especially at
He's
that
English, by the
size.
way. It
Yes.
was the UK flag.
Yep. He's
Nice.
English. Tested extremely well. He's 6'7", over 300 pounds. Yeah, I mean, you take a flyer on the guy, you know? Jordan Mailata opened up the doors for a lot of these international players, and I am so excited to watch this sport grow into the international focus because now we're starting to see it. Now it's starting to come alive. You know, you're really like international free agency and posting and things like that in baseball is massive, right? So, you know, Dominican Republic and, you know, you talk about like the Japanese pitching, you know, and hitters. I mean, you know, we saw it with Yamamoto, and I mean, it's so big for that sport. I'd like to see football get to that point where we're having all sorts of international prospects come in. It's just really cool to see that we're already getting to that point.
I agree. Very cool. Commander's pick is in. Thank you, Hakeem. Appreciate you tuning in.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We tried our best. I kept leaving Alexis on an island.
All good. We held it down.
It's true. You did. It's amazing how this never happened before. They didn't take a corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they did sign a Kello back. Wouldn't be surprised. It depends on his market,
Ooh,
though.
the Commanders took Javonte Jean-Baptiste, the defensive end out of Notre Dame.
He had some interesting stuff when I was watching the Senior Bowl one-on-ones. I thought, you know, he was
He
interesting.
he would have gone high. He's struggled injury-wise as well, right? You know, another guy who I don't think is quite the same as he was. I don't think he's the prospect everybody thought that he would be, but I like him obviously. This is about where I had him going. People are asking who we think had the best draft. I've got to probably say the Commanders off the top of my head. I'll have to go back and like look at everybody. But I mean, the Commanders have just had done a really nice job.
Man, I really like the Whittington pick. I don't know why, because I mean, you know, I had other guys rated higher, but I just
It
and
makes
Limmer as
sense for what
well.
they need. Oh, I
It
love the Limmer pick.
well, like
Love
Limmer,
it.
Blaine just posted on Twitter. You'll have to check it out because he was at the I don't know if he was at the combine. I don't think he was at Senior Bowl, but he posted he went one-on-one against second round pick Tavondre Sweat and handled him like easily. So we like to see that for sure. And by the way, it's worth noting Whittington played 14 games from 2019 to 2021. he played 27 games the last 2 years. So I think, and I'm hoping, his injuries are behind him, and I think that's a big reason why he was drafted and didn't go undrafted.
Right. For sure. Thank you, Steve.
Oh yeah, sorry, I couldn't match the pizza with you. I'm gonna stay
That's
away from
okay.
pizza this time around.
So we pick at 254, but we are at pick 223. So we are quite a ways away, unless the Rams trade up in the seventh. Everybody still wants Brennan Rice. Guys, we'll find out about it could be like as Jake said, maybe he at this point is angry and doesn't want to be drafted and wants to pick where he's going. I really don't. He is obviously talented enough to be drafted. So it's something. Either it's an attitude problem, something he said, something we don't know about. There is something as of what's happened, we just don't know. Oh, the Chargers drafted Brendan Rice. How did you guys see that? I haven't even seen the Bengals pick or the Raiders pick yet.
Yep, I see it. Pelissaro just put it out there.
Well, okay. The dream is dead. The Brendan Rice dream is dead. So,
Hey,
sorry everybody. The
sometimes,
Chargers just taking everybody we want this year.
yeah, it's disappointing, but I've loved this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I never had the expectation the Rams were going to take Rice. But yeah, we passed on him 4 times. Yeah, I'm interested to see what happened. Very interesting to me. So, okay, did you guys
Everyone
see
did.
the Raiders and the Bengals pick? Because I just like didn't see that yet at all. And, the Chargers were up after them.
Let's see. The channels had almost 100,000 views in the last 24 hours.
Amazing.
It's crazy.
So the Raiders got Trey Taylor.
Oh,
The
the dream is
Bengals
dead.
got
He's great.
Yeah, the Bengals got Dejon Anthony, the safety. So we know that the Chargers took Brendan Rice. So that means Arizona must be on the clock, right? Because we're obviously
So Trey Taylor, by the way, won the Jim Thorpe Award. The Rams drafted last year's Jim Thorpe Award winner, best defensive back in the country. That was Trey Tomlinson. So, in case y'all didn't know, now you know.
well, now we're just waiting on the Cardinals. I guess you guys are ahead of me because I've got NFL Network on and I'm also scrolling Twitter and I'm still like I'm just now seeing the Chargers pick, but the TV is on like they haven't even announced the Raiders pick. So we know the Raiders took Trey Taylor, but
It looks like the Rams have picked everybody that I had already watched. Like there wasn't like remember when they picked Chris Garrett and I was like, well, he sounds like he could be good. Like I didn't
Mm-hmm.
get the I mean, where am I gonna get what was it, St. Thomas, Aquinas State? I don't even know. Mr. Scampers, how we doing? I think the last pick I'm going with McLaughlin.
Yeah, me too. Dominic asked us if we think Tomlinson gets more play this year. I'm not sure. I think it's probably the same because, you bring in all these free agents. I mean, maybe. I think if anything, maybe Durant. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, I could see it. I also could not see it. I mean, it's really hard to tell. Like I haven't gotten really an inclination of like where they're going to go, like what direction they want to go with the cornerback room, except for the two starters. And I'm sure we'll see, you know, we'll see Jacoby Durant. We'll probably see Darion Kendrick every now and then. Yeah, it makes you wonder with Trey where he fits in all that. Yeah, I really like this class though. They got some big time ballers.
Atoka, I think the consensus feeling about Whittington is that he is somebody who has had a lot of injuries in college, but he's lost kind of a lot of that explosiveness, has never really been the same, but seems to potentially be on the upswing, could potentially be finally overcoming those things. And from what I have heard and seen from most reporters, Rams content creators, is it feels like he's kind of going to be a special teams guy, maybe a Ben Skoranek replacement. But that being said, he could also surprise and he could
It
also
could be a
become
gem.
yeah, he could be a massive contributor to the offense. We don't know that. So that's just kind of what the vibe is so far. But because of that, I am kind of hoping like if Jalen Coker is there, we take Jalen Coker in the seventh because I would really love a receiver that could just contend right away. Um, Bobby Brown tweeted you, Jake, according to the chat.
Which tweet? Bobby's my guy, so that's not a surprise.
The Cardinals took defensive back Jaden Davis.
Wasn't sure where you were going with that. I thought you were probably going to say Dwight McLaughlin because the Cardinals have had a good draft. Pain in the ass.
They really have. Frustrating for sure. Miles Harden is still there.
I could see it.
And Neem is still there too.
I like Aneem.
Yeah, NFL Network is falling behind. They're just now announcing Trey Taylor.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I had Jordan Whittington as my 219th overall player. They got him at 213, so par for the. And then Bo Limmer. $172.
So as far as 254, I don't know that Jake or I have a really strong preference at 254. Um,
Yeah,
again, I'm not like there's nobody I'm dying to have. Um, again, I think receiver would be fun if they could get like a Cephas or Jalen Coker. Oh, Dwight McGlothern, obviously, if he's there. Um, okay,
it's
so the
not a need,
Browns,
but I'd love to see them get Bo Richter just because I love that guy.
it seems like the Browns drafted Miles Harden.
Well, that sucks. I like options, obviously.
Yeah, you guys are way ahead of NFL Network because I still don't know who Arizona. Oh, somebody said that Arizona took Jaden Daniels or not Jaden Davis, and then Cleveland, I guess, took Miles Harden. So that means Baltimore's up.
Let's see.
Yeah, so as far as receivers go, Liberty, I mean, I think you've obviously got Cup and Nakua as the main two. I think Demarcus Robinson is three. Um, four, I guess, up for grabs.
Oh man, I gotta update the ticker. It's been a while. It's pretty bad.
Caden, we really love Joshua Carty.
We do definitely.
Still 830 strong.
That's crazy. You guys are the best. Notice the Rams don't really go after small school guys anymore, seems like. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Oh
Feels like
yeah,
they don't.
Atwell's probably four.
You know what I think is the reason why they haven't traded down at all? I think
Why?
they lost a few guys last year. I know they lost a few guys last year, actually, that they really wanted, but they thought would fall. So they made a quick trade down and then they lost them. So I think that had a lot to do with it. I think they're just having a best player available type of draft, to be honest with you. And I think it's been really good. It's worked out well for them.
The Ravens took Nick something, a center, and then the screen changed. So if someone can drop who the Ravens took. And now the Raiders pick is in. The Raiders picked MJ Devonshire, the corner out of Pittsburgh.
All right. That would be great. Would love for Joshua Carty to be the new Matt Gay.
Vikings pick is in. Feels like they might go Taj Washington. I don't know, but so the pick was in, then it went to commercial, so I don't know who the Vikings picked.
That's awesome. We love that.
People keep wanting us to rank the Rams draft so far, and I'm going B plus.
Off the top of my head, it's an A, but I have to wait, of course.
Okay. Okay, they're back, and I still don't know the Vikings pick, although the pick is in. So this is pick 230, so we still have 24 picks till the Rams are up.
The last pick will determine if it's an A or B. Really? The
There's
weight on
really
that.
only two picks there's I don't know. Yeah. The Tyler Davis one and the Jordan Whittington one were a little like for me, but
Let's see.
one sec, I'm gonna check something.
Is it possible the TV's ahead of the actual reporters now? Devonshire just got drafted by the Raiders. Like, I feel like Alexis reported that a while ago. Vikings take Michael Jurgen.
Yeah, it's Cam Jurgens' little brother, center out of Wake Forest.
Oh,
Um, so nice. His brother is probably the new starting center on the Eagles.
that's true. That is true. So, in case you're wondering who the best players available are, according to NFL Network, Fabian Lovett, Marcus Harris, Leonard. Oh, never mind. I don't know why it filtered defensive tackle. That's bizarre. Okay. Gabriel Murphy, Fabian Lovett, Omar Brown, Nathan Thomas, Miles Cole, Marcus Harris, Bo Braid, Trent Jones, Leonard Taylor, Isaiah Williams, James Williams, KT Leveston, Braden McGregor, Gottlieb Ayedzi, Gabe Hall, Dwight McLaughlin, Zion Tupuloa Fatui from Washington, Dalen Holker, Cornelius Johnson, Iyabi Oki Anoma. Those are the best available according to NFL.com.
Nice. Patriots pick is in, but I don't know who it is. Patriots took Jaheim Bell, the tight end from FSU.
Interesting.
Well, guys, okay, the Vikings just took defensive tackle Levi Drake Rodriguez out of Texas A&M Commerce. So Dallas, Indianapolis, Denver up next. We're still like 22 picks out for the Rams.
$22 picks away, huh? Chigazi Anusium. All right. Still have 500 people in here. That's crazy.
I know, it's awesome. Cowboys pick is in. We'll see who that is.
We hit 10,000 views.
There we go. Insane.
That's crazy.
The Cowboys took Nathan Thomas, the offensive tackle out of Louisiana.
Interesting.
Well, guys, is Dwight McGlothern who we really want with our last pick, or what's the vibe?
That's my 53rd overall player, so I definitely want him. I had a second round grade on him. The next highest player that I've rated would be Miles Harden's off the board. So, man, where? Gabriel Murphy at pick 77. I actually took him in my shadow draft at 217. I would take Coker.
Yeah, I would take Jalen Coker or Dwight McGlothern.
Yeah, I would take Jalen Coker. I know there's two Cokers. I'm not talking about Andrew. I'm talking about Jalen. How is Murphy still there? The production he had in college, the film, I mean, I don't get it. Josh Proctor's still there. Really like him.
Thank you, Sanj. Appreciate the donation. He says, I
Thank you,
can't
Sanj.
watch another Troy Reader miss tackle.
Oof. He's a friend of our show. I'm glad Troy Reader's back, though. I feel like they needed that depth, so.
Thank you, Hakeem.
Oh my God. If we could get Gabriel Murphy and freaking Bo Richter, that would absolutely slap. Gabe Hall is also there. And we'll see what happens, folks. I can go through my my sleepers here, my super sleeper list. So 2 quarterbacks I had, Jason Bean from Kansas. I think he's somebody that if he stays at quarterback, he could be an enticing QB3 to develop. Has crazy athleticism. Gavin Hardison from UTEP has some tools there. I was impressed with his tape. Amani Bailey, if they went for like a running back late, I like him. Did Dajuan Edwards already go? from
No.
Georgia running back. He's an option. Did George Holani go? I feel like he definitely went. The Boise
Who?
State running back, George
No, he
Holani.
didn't. He didn't.
So Holani, Jace McClellan, Jaden Sheridan.
Jace McClellan did go.
Oh, he did go. Okay.
Yeah.
Cole Burgess from SUNY Cortland. I'm hoping he gets drafted. That's the guy I'm rooting for. Fun fact with him, he was in my list. He ran the fastest 10-yard split in the entire draft. That is even faster than the man that ran a 4.21. He ran a faster 10-yard split than Xavier Worthy. And he's from SUNY Cortland. So it's not exactly local to me, but it's 2.5 hours away. It's pretty cool. So I'd like to see him, Taywon Palmer. I know you mentioned he had been drafted when I was away. That was one of my guys. Aeneas Smith got drafted.
He got drafted. Yeah.
David White Jr. from Western Carolina. Intriguing option there. Jordan Whittington already was drafted by the Rams. Eric All got drafted. He was another option. Devin Culp, did he get picked from Washington?
No.
I know
He's
McLaughlin did. Mason Fairchild, one of our last interviews, would be an option. Aneem Dankwa, Josiah Ezerim. Did Tylen Grable go?
Yes, Grable did go.
Okay.
The Colts just drafted Jonah Lealu, the defensive end out of Oklahoma. And you know who else is available who I wouldn't mind? Secondary player. Not that we need it, but Thomas Harper out of Notre Dame is still available.
He is available. You know
If
who
we're
else
just
is
throwing out people
available?
we like.
Garrett
Who?
Greenfield.
Yeah.
I'm very high on him. There's also international guys, if anyone's interested. There's one more guy because Manu went, right? He went earlier. Bayron Matos from the Dominican Republic, part of the NFL International Player Pathway Program. Fascinating background, 3-sport athlete, play at New Mexico and South Florida as a basketball player. So you probably saw him in March Madness and didn't even know it was him. 6'7", 313 pounds, crazy athlete at tackle. I would not mind taking a little flyer on him. Devon Vale from Utah has just been drafted by the Broncos.
Yes, and now the Jaguars pick is in.
Or maybe it's Vele or Veal. I don't know.
I think it's Vele.
Vele. Like Pele, but with a V.
Exactly. Jaguars pick is in pick 236. The storm is picking up where I am at right now.
Uh-oh.
I'm watching it outside. Very windy. So the Jaguars pick is in at 236. Again, we're at 254, so we're quite a ways away. Caleb was our number one quarterback prospect.
Yeah, he was mine as well. Solomon Byrd from USC, drafted by the Texans. Good pick. Tested horribly. That's why he fell, but he actually had a really good showing at the Shrine Bowl. So
the Jaguars took defensive end Miles Cole out of Texas Tech. I like him. This is
he
about
had
where
some fun tape.
Though.
Yeah. If you were going to go with another center, Drake Nugent, great. Can play guard as well. I think he's really underrated. And Jalen Sundell from North Dakota State, really came away liking him. If they were to go another edge, Bo Richter would be my first option. He is an edge inside linebacker hybrid. So I could actually see that. It wouldn't be just double or triple dipping on edge. You'd be getting an inside linebacker also. Richter play at Air Force, kind of reminds me of Andrew Van Ginkel.
The Bengals took Matt Lee, the center from Miami, who I mentioned earlier before we took Bo Limmer. I like Limmer more, but I liked Matt Lee.
Amari Gaynor from North Carolina, another hybrid linebacker edge, inside linebacker edge. Easton Gibbs, potential linebacker option. And then I had some cornerbacks here on my list of super sleepers. Chigozie Anuzium from Colorado State, fantastic size and speed combination. Miles Battle from Utah, 6'3", 196-pound corner, ran a 4.37. Marcellus Dial from South Carolina forced 31 pass breakups over the course of his 3 years. Willie Drew from Virginia State could be an option. Reddy Stewart from Troy. Mikey Victor from Alabama State, 6'2", 205 pounds. He's got crazy arm length. So those are some corners. I don't know if they go safety. Keep an eye on Mark Perry. They met with him. I know they only drafted one guy they met with, and that was Brennan Jackson, but keep an eye on him. The irony is I don't think Jackson met with the Rams. Yeah, I don't think Jackson met with the Rams before we did our interview.
I
Maybe
don't
he
think he
did
did either. By the way, Jake, did you see that John Franklin Myers got traded to the Broncos?
I did. And did you see the Jets almost destroyed the entire trade by accidentally almost trading away a pick that was in that trade?
I didn't see that.
That's hilarious. How do you mess that up? They apparently had like a handshake deal or whatever. And they realized at the last second, oh crap. Wait, hold on. 30 and a wake up said Joshua Carty made an 85-yard field goal at the combine. He made it by 15 yards. Hope this is the answer at kicker. Do you mean 65? 85 goes against every law of humanity. No one's
85 is almost at that point luck. Like that's just like you're swinging for the fences, and I mean, that would be insane.
I'm excited for Joshua Carty. I'm not gonna lie. Another elite athlete, by the way, with Lalu, the Colts got from Oklahoma. They keep drafting these like really athletic guys.
Yeah. Saints on the clock.
What pick are we at now?
We are at 238 or 239.
Oh my goodness.
This is going so slow.
They're
milking this out. They're trying to milk it
milking
till
the
7.
shit out of this because they want it to hit I mean, I get it. They get the bag and all, but it's so annoying. It's so obvious too. We're not stupid. In the meantime, I'll tell you what, chat. We're going to take PFF right now, and we are going to enter a mock draft based on what is currently there. And, oh, did they? No. They got rid of the automatic, like, picks.
So the Saints drafted Josiah Ezerum, the tackle out of Eastern Kentucky.
Good pick.
That is a good pick. All right, guys, we're 14 picks away. The Panthers pick at 240 is in. $730 people strong. Okay, the Panthers took Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan. It's a good pick.
I'm surprised I know everybody. There hasn't been one player where I'm like, I don't know who that is. There's gonna be somebody. There has to. I've never gone through an entire draft, and I will watch tons of tape on tons of guys. I'll never go through an entire draft without like a pick where you're like, who?
Yeah, I've had 2 guys I didn't know so far. Maybe 3, probably 3.
You know, there's always that one team that takes like a guy from like D4. I don't think Division 4 is real, and I don't really care. You get the point. Chat, how the hell are we doing? I'll tell you what, right now, we're almost at 11,000 views. So, doing pretty well. The 100-yard field goal. Patrick Mahomes. Instead, you take his arm and you put it into his leg. Every time a Rams game ends, I want to see what Jake says after.
I don't really know much about Chris Roland Wallace.
The Cowboys still haven't taken a running back, so I guess it's going to be Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, it has to be.
Which is scary, to say the least. Did Vidal go?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was probably upstairs when I saw. Okay, I missed that. Because I'm thinking like Blake Watson.
I don't remember if he went or not.
I could totally see
Very
the Rams
nice.
signing Mark Perry.
Yes, Kalen King is still available. We touched on that earlier. He's kind of had like a dramatic kind of fall.
Again, once again, getting stupid calls. I'll be right back.
So Brennan Jackson was listed as a edge, I believe. He's an edge rusher, so yeah, I'm thinking we'll probably go corner with our last pick. We're at pick 241 now. But yeah, 254 is when we're up. At the moment, Jake's on a phone call. Miami took Taj Washington, the wide receiver out of USC. They love fast players. That's such a Dolphins pick. Yeah, the Dolphins are just very obsessed with getting fast players. The Titans just took James Williams, the safety out of Miami. I'm a little surprised he fell this far. I liked him. Yeah, it is surprising Dallin Holker hasn't been drafted yet. I don't know. Maybe we take him, maybe we don't. I still think I'd rather go corner, but yeah, we'll see. I forgot that Holker was still there. Interesting. Next picks up are Cleveland, Dallas, Green Bay, then Tampa. We're at 243, so we're 12 picks away from the Rams pick. Yeah, James Williams could easily probably become a linebacker. Thank you, Scales. Yeah, I'm starting to think that all the reporters are not getting any info because we're not seeing picks before the TV anymore. So that's a little bit of a bummer. Um, thank you, Darren. That's very kind of you, to say. No, Jaheim Bell got drafted by the Patriots, right? Unless I'm mistaken. I thought that he went to the Patriots. Thank you, Brian. Um, so is there a consensus of who everybody wants at 254, or are we all just kind of like best available? I know a lot of us like Dwight McGlothern, Jalen Coker. Um, sorry, I have a dog in my house right now and they're not used to it here and they're running across my stuff. All right. Scales, I got pizza already. You missed it. Um, so I apologize. But yes, I ate already. Jake did not get pizza because he was very ill and didn't didn't want any. Murphy who? I'm blanking. Oh, you mean no wait. Yeah, Murphy who? Thank you, Long This, for the donation. Wish at least you got one that she's into. Oh, Gabriel Murphy. Okay, you're right. I forgot about Gabriel Murphy. So the Browns drafted Jawan Briggs, defensive tackle out of Cincinnati. Cowboys pick is in. Let's see who it is. The Cowboys selected Justin Rogers, defensive tackle out of Auburn. Thank you, DS. Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant pick is fun. It is a fun one to have. I really like the Commanders and the Cardinals draft off the top of my head. I'll have to go back and review. But those two teams come to mind for me when I'm thinking about really good picks. I mean, the Commanders have absolutely blown me away. The Packers took Michael Pratt. Wow. I can't believe he fell this far. Michael Pratt off the board. All right, guys, that was pick 245. So we're at pick 246. We're 8 picks away. 8 picks away, 680 of us in here. Big 3 quarterbacks were Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels. All right, next few picks up are Tampa Bay, Houston, and then the Chiefs. So 245, Packers took Michael Pratt. We picked 254. 690 of us in here. Getting close. And so the Rams pick at 254, and then there's only 3 picks left after that. So they're very close to the end. Rocky, I don't think they draft another kicker. That could be the one position that I would be angry at. Okay, looks like the Bucks took the tight end Devin Culp out of Washington, who I like, if that's correct. Thank you so much, Jojo. That's very, very nice. I appreciate it. Let me sit up straight more so you guys can. The Jake's gone. I need to be more prominent up here. Okay, the Bucks did take Devin Culp. So you got Houston, KC, Houston again, Baltimore, the 49ers, Tennessee, Chargers, then us. So close, right? So close. I have a Greatest Show on Turf t-shirt. So it is, if you can see, right to left, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Kurt Warner, and Marshall Faulk. So, yes, the Bucks do. So Houston's on the clock, guys. The McLovin dream is still alive for now. We'll see. Thank you, Brian. So the t-shirt is from Dreamathon. I don't think they still sell it, but Game Changers also has a Greatest Show on Turf shirt, which I have. It's just not the one I'm wearing today. So if you just Google Game Changers t-shirts and go to their website, they've got a really cool Greatest Show on Turf one. We have not picked in the 7th yet. The only pick we have in the 7th is 254. And we're currently at 247. It is missing Ricky Prohl and Azir Hakim and Orlando Pace. There's a bug. Thank you, Liberty. Yep, pick
What did I miss?
254.
There you
Nothing,
pick.
just some picks. We haven't picked yet. Houston's up at 247, I think I just said. So we have like 7 picks until we pick.
I just I messaged Brennan Jackson and I congratulated him. I said we have to have you back on. He's like, oh, we have to run it back. So
yeah,
there you go.
He's awesome. He's like I said, regardless if he went to the Rams or not, we would have stayed friends. But now it's awesome that he's on the Rams. So yeah, guys, look out for that episode. and hopefully some other guys that we drafted. Nice, Bo.
He saw a reaction.
He did?
Yeah. He said y'all's reaction was awesome. I'm so blessed and thankful for this opportunity. I appreciate y'all having me on early in this process.
Hey, we are big fans of him for sure. By the way, that Houston just took Marcus Harris, the defensive tackle out of Auburn. But yeah, Brennan Jackson is awesome. And we are, like I said, his mom is also awesome, great family, and I'm hyped that he's on the Rams. So can't wait to talk to him in person about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I just saw Marcus Harris.
Thank you, Jay Squirrels, and thank you for all your comments, guys. Yeah, Jake, you better watch Blade Runner 2049 before he comes back on. Because you guys talked about that at length.
That was funny.
Chiefs pick is in. Let's see who this could be with their final pick. Probably someone amazing. Okay, yep, the Chiefs took CJ Hansen, the guard out of Holy Cross.
So he goes, but I thought Coker would have gone before him, but
I would have too. Yeah, you know what? It's got to just be maybe I think with Coker, it's the small school receiver. Maybe they think he didn't go up against enough big competition, but I mean, look at the tape. I mean, he was at the combine. I mean, he was at the Senior Bowl, like he was at all the big events. He held his own. So, again, would love for the Rams to snag him in the 7th. So Houston is up again. Then we've got Baltimore, San Francisco, Tennessee, Chargers, then us. Houston's pick is in. Let's see who this could be. I feel like this is going to be Andrew Coker.
this is officially 11,000 views.
Amazing, guys. On day 3.
On day 3. Last year, we hit 7,000. So, pretty crazy. Crazy
I like
stuff.
Steel Chambers too. Yes.
Steele was a character. That was a fun little interview there.
Yeah. That was an interesting interview.
We even talked about planking on it. He's like, wait, people did that? I was like, yeah, people did that.
Okay, now they're so milking this because there's like 8 picks left, and we know that Houston's pick is in, and they're just like not. They're just like, pick is in. Oh, Ladarius Henderson, guard out of Michigan.
Okay.
So Baltimore, San Francisco, Tennessee, the Chargers, and then us.
The league is sleeping on Jalen Coker. I just tweeted that out. I'm just like distraught. I'm like, what?
Thank you, DS. I mean, I would love for the Rams to take like again, I know we've taken a receiver, but I think Jalen Coker offers way more to the table before Jordan Whittington does in terms of game readiness and fit.
He's my 89th overall player in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Rice did get taken to the Chargers for those asking.
Drinking a beer for us. Appreciate that.
All right, Baltimore, San Francisco, Tennessee, the Chargers, and then us. Come on, guys. Let's get a move on.
Hurry.
Okay, the Ravens pick is in. They're saying picks by school for the NFL draft. There's no way that Notre Dame has had 7 people drafted so far. They just did something on the screen. It's not. I don't feel that. I mean, I guess it's accurate if they're saying it, but
Could be.
Michigan had 11, and then there's another school tied at 11. Okay, they did the thing where they're like Baltimore's pick is in, and
We're just going to wait for 10 years.
Cam Hart is not still there. He did get drafted. He went to the Chargers because, of course. If the Chargers take Jalen Coker, I'll be really annoyed. Thank you so much, Dom, for the donation. That's very nice.
Thank you, Dom.
Yes, more content coming your way, hopefully very soon. Well, we know very soon.
Yes. Well, we're going on Bleacher tomorrow.
Yes, Jake and I will be on Bleacher Report live tomorrow.
And we're going to be giving grades to the picks and talking about the picks. Thank you, Jay Plummer. I'll try to feel better. Gavin Hardison. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. 30 in a wake up. We will see.
So we've been like, not Coker, who would be the best pick? I love Dwight McGlothern. I mean, he's still available. Joshua Cephas. Let me look at who I have.
I don't know what it is with me falling in love with Arkansas defensive backs and having them plummet all the way down the board. Remember Monteric Brown?
Leonard Taylor is still available. Not that I don't want us to take defensive line again, but
Gabe Hall is still there. Like, what? I don't know what's going on.
I think out of everybody who's left, I mean, maybe Braden McGregor, but he's more of an edge to me. Yeah, I think that Jalen Coker's got to be the way, him or Dwight McGlothern. I wouldn't mind Steel Chambers. Joe Alt, Blake Fisher, Maurice Lafayette, Cam Hart, JD Bertrand, Audric Esme, and Jean Baptiste. Okay, I guess it is 7. I was thinking it was like 4. I'm checked out.
Yeah, Gabriel Murphy's still there.
Who was tied with Michigan for 11 for most? Because I like briefly looked at the screen, but it was Michigan and one other school that had 11 drafted so far.
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. Who's the best linebacker available? I feel like we haven't really talked about linebacker.
The Baltimore Ravens drafted, and I don't know how to pronounce his last. I don't know who this is, but Sinasu Kane, the safety out of Purdue.
Oh, okay. He made the list. He was on the super sleeper list. However, because I'm an idiot, the 50 super sleeper video only had 49 because I skipped over Kane and didn't even realize it. But he was in the article.
49ers pick is in, guys. Probably going to be someone we like, and I'm going to be like...
I know. Every time.
So 49ers pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, but after them, it's Tennessee Chargers, then us.
I could see Curtis Jacobs to the Rams.
Yeah, I mean,
know some people keep talking about him.
Strong. Everybody's popping in to see the Rams pick. We're up in 3 picks. We're about to see who the 49ers picked. The NFL is totally milking this because
it's insane.
They're just
I am familiar with your game.
Okay, the 49ers drafted Tatum Bethune, the linebacker out of Florida State. I forgot about him.
Stupid fly.
So, I mean, solid
I was
pick.
just looking at him, actually.
Now you've got Tennessee and then the Chargers up and then us. So, Tennessee's pick is in. Now they're coming in a little quicker. Maybe they're like, shoot, we're running out of time that we allotted for.
Yeah. We don't have the commercials.
All right, let's see. But as of now, okay, the Titans took Jalen Harrell, the edge out of Michigan.
It's a good pick.
Good pick. All right. If the Chargers don't take, I don't even want to say it, but if the Chargers don't take Jalen Coker, the Jalen Coker dream is still alive. My favorite pick is probably Brennan Jackson or Jared Verse. What about you, Jake, to answer the question on the screen?
My favorite pick, that's tough.
I don't know. I loved Fisk too.
Yeah, I loved Fisk. I mean, I'm going to say Brennan Jackson.
Yeah, because for value, like it's easy to
Yeah.
hit on a first round pick, but to get somebody of that caliber where the Rams did, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's an A+ pick for me. You know, they got him in the 5th round. Psh.
All right, we're waiting to see the Chargers pick. They've already drafted 2 receivers, so including one in the 7th. So I'm gonna venture to say they're not gonna take Jalen Coker. I feel like they're gonna take Braden McGregor out of Michigan. It's Harbaugh's last pick in the draft. I think he's gonna get a Michigan guy. Braden McGregor is still there. Drake Nugent is also available. The Chargers could take him.
This is true. The dream is dead. I can't. It's too funny.
Oh my God, they're taking forever to announce the Chargers pick. But just do it, Charger. Take a Michigan guy for your coach. Reunite them. I mean, but since their pick is in, we are on the clock. Oh, yep, they took Cornelius Johnson, the wide receiver out of Michigan.
Okay.
I knew it. They were going to go Michigan, obviously.
He's really good.
Yeah, get Harbaugh one last guy. So they've taken 2 receivers. So I was wrong. I said they weren't going to take a receiver because they already took one in the 7th, and then they obviously took a
I really
receiver
like
early on.
I like Cornelius Johnson a lot. I think he has potential wide receiver 3 upside.
Yeah.
Could be maybe like a poor man's Nico Collins.
All right. Listen, I want Dwight McGlothern or Jalen Coker. If I had to guess, Dwight McGlothern makes more sense because we haven't taken a corner, but I mean, the value to get Jalen Coker here is just so enticing for me. What do you think, Jake?
They're both my top players.
Yeah.
So I'll take either one.
All right. Jalen Coker dream is still alive. The Dwight McGlothern dream is still alive. Let's see. Somebody said, what about Sam Hartman? No. I say that as a Notre
That's a
Dame
Notre
fan.
Dame fan saying that.
Yeah. I didn't want the Rams to take any quarterback at all.
No. No.
My connection just got bad for a second, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
The last pick of the draft, and the football gods can't let you be. Unreal.
All right, guys. I mean, NFL Network, and yet they're probably going to do the thing they've been doing with the Rams pick, where they take forever to announce it. The Rams pick is in. It's on the screen. The pick is in. Let's see. NFL Network, don't mess with us. Yeah, they said the pick is in, then now they've gone to an ad for the NFL schedule release.
Oh, Greenfield too. I'm gonna go Garrett Greenfield in the shadow draft. Because I already have McLaughlin and I already picked 2 receivers. So
I went McLaughlin because I've already done so many. I've already done 2 receivers. I'm not going to go third, but I want Dwight McGlothern or Jalen Coker. Joe Milton did get picked, Blake. He went to the Patriots. The Patriots took Drake May and Joe Milton. I don't know if you saw that, Jake. You might have been upstairs when that happened.
I sent that to you.
You did?
Yeah, I texted you Joe Milton. And you're like, oh, actually, it's Joe Milton. Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Rams pick is in. Yes, we just don't know. And yes, also for the comments, Drake Nugent is available. They are doing this whole ceremony now on the NFL Network screen. So 957 of us. I'm lightheaded now at the anticipation. The TV. Come on, guys. Not seeing anything on here. It's KT Levinson, the guard out of Kansas State.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
I didn't really see him being drafted. I mean, I get it. It's one of the last picks in the draft. Um, I don't know. I guess you could go make the argument it's offensive line depth. Um, again, it's tough to not like it. I mean, you're in the last three picks of the draft.
Yeah. No, I get
So it's
that.
kind of like, I'm maybe they thought that he wouldn't be there in as a UDFA. By the way, the Packers just took Kalen King, the corner out of Penn State, who we all were talking about a lot.
I
So
had
yeah, I mean,
Leviston 170th overall. So I think they got a good deal on him. This is somebody, 6'3", closer to 6'4", 326, 6-year senior. So another veteran guy. What you're looking at with him is he's going to be a guard, right? And I think they needed the depth. So I like this 2-year starter at Kansas State. All Big 12. He's somebody that I think needs to work on his technique, but I think the things that you like about him are that, I think he started 27 games the last 2 seasons, right? He was a leader. And, this is somebody who's going to be really good, I think, in the run blocking department. In pass protection, he is pretty solid. But I think he's better, in the run game. So he's somebody that I think is a solid pick here, 7th round. Like you mentioned, maybe this is somebody that they looked at as a potential UDFA. Again, I had like a 5th round grade on him because I had him as the 170th overall player on my board. But yeah, I like him. I mean, I don't, there are other guys that I would have preferred. I can't believe Dwight McLaughlin is about to go undrafted, but no, KT Leviston is not Kansas. It's Kansas State. But yeah, I mean, I think he's a solid player. I think this is a guy that'll probably be a rotational, maybe a spot starter at his peak. But I think what you're getting with him is, somebody that's going to add to the rotation on the offensive line.
yeah, I mean, you can't be upset at offensive line depth, like we said,
Yeah.
and they didn't address it earlier in the draft. So they're kind of doing it here at the end. So yeah, I mean, guard, we got a backup center.
And just so everyone knows, he was in the 87th percentile in the broad jump, and his weight for guard is 87th percentile. His 40 time was bad, which, is what it is, 45th percentile. He has okay agility, good explosion grade because of the broad. He jumped a 62nd percentile vertical, and he was 64th percentile on the bench. He's got some long arms, so that's good. But yeah, they liked him. I'm not complaining.
Well, so you've got Denver and then the Jets up, and then we're gonna see UDFAs probably dropping fast and furiously, as they typically do.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, again, for everybody who wanted McGlothern, if he doesn't get taken here, obviously he's in fair play as a UDFA. So is Jalen Coker, assuming he doesn't get drafted here. I mean, the Denver pick is in, then it's the Jets. So a lot of the guys that you guys were saying you wanted could still end up a Ram, just as a UDFA.
It's true. It's true. I'm actually going to change the ticker to just the Rams draft picks at this point. So I think they did a really nice job with this draft.
Denver took Nick Gargulio, the center out of South Carolina, and I probably pronounced that wrong, but I honestly don't know much about him. I haven't heard. Yeah.
Or Gargiulo. Who knows?
He's got a sick mustache. So now we're waiting to see who the Jets take as Mr. Irrelevant.
If they get a jersey and the Rams didn't last year, I'm going to actually throw a fit.
The Jets took Jalen Key, safety, out of, and I'm seeing you guys in the chat, but I don't see the school.
Wait, who took Keaton Slovis? Oh, the Colts took Slovis. Okay.
Out of Alabama.
Yeah.
So Jalen Key, safety Alabama, is Mr. Irrelevant.
And we already have UDFA's signing. So I just saw one. Austin Reed signed somewhere just now. Bears, I think. Didn't you like him? Oh, no, you like Carter Bradley.
Who?
Austin Reed.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up and see what UDFA. Do you have a specific account you like for them, or are you just kind of like?
Yeah, actually. What's his face? Why am I blanking on my friend's name? Justin M _ NFL.
Tanner Mordecai, the Wisconsin quarterback, went to the 49ers.
Bears have agreed to terms with Troy cornerback Reddy Stewart. He was part of my Super Sleeper article. The more I think about it, the more I like the Leveston pick, by the way. Carter Bradley is signing with the Raiders. I didn't mean to cut you off.
All good.
Eric, thank you so much. Great draft. Had to work the whole day, so thanks for narrating for me. Alexis, awesome job holding it down. Feel better, Jake. Thanks. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much, Eric.
Okay, Tom Pelissaro is the one right now to have notifications on for. Bayron Matos is signing with the Dolphins. Reed is signing with the Bears. Bradley signing with the Raiders. Slovis is signing with the Colts. Okay, they didn't draft Slovis. Slovis is signing with the Colts. Dolphins signed Andrew Meyer. Don't know who that is. And now we wait. Michael Mason, Coastal Carolina defensive end, signing with the Chargers. But where's Bo Richter signing? That's all I need to know.
Right.
That's my dude.
Thank you so much,
ID89.
ID89. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. We really appreciate it. We love you too.
Cheers to another incredible draft stream, you two. I'm not signing off yet, but the furious Twitter refreshing is done for another year. Love you guys and love everyone in the Ramley. Great draft, all in, all. Appreciate it, man.
So yeah, we're scrolling the UDFAs. This is going to be a process, obviously, but very interested to see who gets like McLaughlin and Coker and some of these guys.
The Rams had 26 undrafted rookie free agents last year, so they're probably going to add some. Of course, Seattle added Jack Westover, another tight end. That team is insane. Doesn't matter who the head coach is. They love their tight ends. Silliness. Thank you, George. Hey, I need to know where Bo Richter goes as well. I'm praying it's the Rams. I love that guy. Like his film, he stood out to me as somebody that's like, I want that guy. Jack Plummer to the Panthers. Christian Wallace.
Winston Reed to the Browns.
Christian Roland Wallace, USC defensive back to the Kansas City Chiefs. No! Bo Richter to the Vikings. The dream is officially dead.
The dream is dead.
Oh. The Bears got Theo Benedette, the British Columbian offensive tackle. That's cool. Corey Schrader to the 49ers. I know you like him.
God, that makes so much sense.
Kyle Shanahan just is going to have who needs offensive linemen when we just have all sorts of running backs.
Oh, McLaughlin Vikings.
Are you kidding? Dude.
According to the chat, I haven't seen it. But I trust the chat on that.
Dwight to the Vikings. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I just scroll UDFA on Twitter and there's so many sources, so that's how I just figure out. But the Dwight McLaughlin dream is dead. So yeah, I mean, 680 people in here. Thank you everybody so much for tuning in who's hung out with us.
Javian Cohen to the Browns.
Of course, Drake Nugent went to the 49ers.
Oh, God. Come on, Rams. Come on, I want to see Jalen Coker, Rams. That's what I want to see. And Dankwa. I'd like to see Dankwa. Oh, man. Alex Verdugo just crushed one. 3-run homer for Alex Verdugo. Let's go. That just showed up on my feed when I was refreshing. People want Curtis Jacobs. To be fair, I get that.
People hear me?
I couldn't hear you. I think the Rams are going to be in the market for a linebacker. Andrew Coker is going to the Raiders. Sam Hartman is going to the Bears.
I don't see the fit there, but whatever.
I really just overlooked that person because I couldn't pronounce their name.
Austin Reed and Sam Hartman to the Bears. What, do they not trust Caleb Williams?
That's going to be awkward when
already
Austin Reed
nervous?
outplays Sam Hartman. Okay, while we wait or refresh feverishly, let's see here. I'm sure people aren't going to like our Tyler Davis reaction video.
I honestly don't care.
Yeah, I'm posting all the reaction videos now. Because, I mean, it's been a long day, so I wasn't able to put them out right when they were happening.
Jordan Scholes just sent out 2 separate tweets. One where it says Sam Hartman to the Bears and one where it says Sam Hartman to the Commanders.
That's weird.
And he another tweet, Sam Hartman to the Commanders. So
maybe mini camp. Maybe a rookie mini camp.
Hartman
like a tryout.
Is not a Bear, he's a Commander.
Sorry, Alexis.
I mean, I don't really care. I'm not like a huge, like, Hartman, yes, he played for Notre Dame, but he's more like a Wake guy to me. He played 4 years at Wake and...
No, I feel that. Did you like him this year? Like, was he, like, because, I mean, I didn't really watch a ton of him outside of 3 games.
He was okay.
Okay.
I mean, he wasn't like,
I think we were right when we said they should have gotten Hudson Card. I think we were right on that.
Yeah.
Carson Steele to the Chiefs. Good running back at UCLA. College running back. I don't know how he works to the pros, but he had some fun moments. I'm sure some people in here know him. Are you kidding me? Dude, the Vikings just get everything. They got Gabriel Murphy, too. Unreal. Richter, McLaughlin, and Murphy. That's insane. We're almost at 12,000 views. Xavier Weaver, someone in the comment section out of Colorado, was interested in him. He just signed with the Cardinals, it looks like. I'm waiting for some Rams. I think that's the thing. I think we should wait for some Rams picks and then we should probably wrap it up. Give us 2 Rams signings. Oh, the Rams signed somebody. Ohio wide receiver Sam Wiglas. I've never heard of him.
I have not either. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate you for tuning in.
Thank you, Andre. Outstanding job. Excited for the season. We'll keep up with news from you both. Appreciate you and feel better, Jake. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
The Rams don't really shine historically with UDFAs. I mean, obviously every once in a while you'll get like an Alaric Jackson, but I'm
Yeah,
not going to
and they
pretend that the
spent
Rams are notorious for this.
they spent a premium on Alec Jackson too. They paid him more money than anybody, so they knew what they had in him. Oh, Holani didn't get drafted. The Seahawks signed him. So the Seahawks just sign running backs and tight ends. That's just the way it works. Judge Culpepper is signing with the Bucks. All right. Is there... It doesn't look like Jalen Coker is signed somewhere. I just checked Twitter. Frank Gore Jr. is signing with the Bills.
Nice.
I'd say give it 5 more minutes and we'll wrap this thing up. See if we get any trickling Ram signings. The Vikings must be willing to spend tons of money on UDFAs because that's a pretty good priority free agent crop.
Yeah.
If they got Jalen Coker at this point, like I don't even care what else they do. So Sam Wigles, I'm gonna look him up. Okay, slot receiver, transferred from Ohio State. All right, so Wiglis, I don't know how to say his name, but slot receiver caught 73 passes, 877 yards, 11 touchdowns. He gets open a lot. He's durable. He ran a 4.62. Yeah, he's just not like a great athlete, but I guess they like it. I mean, I think he has a chance to be kind of like what we saw with Trammell, because I don't think Trammell signed, so he has a chance maybe be a return guy.
Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you. There's going to be so much content on the channel. So if you guys are starving for content after we hang up this live stream, don't worry, because there's going to be a lot of it. Vikings also just signed Trey Knox. They're going in. Brian Hudson is signing with the Lions.
Wait, Andrew Coker or Jalen Coker?
I think Andrew Coker went to the Raiders. All right. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to wait any longer. This
Yeah,
is taking
they're in a
forever.
presser right now, McVay and Sneed, so I don't think they're on the phone. So, um,
Well, they have their assistants
guys,
doing that, but yeah.
guys, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Crazy. We still have 460 people in here. It's been a long 2 nights, long day today,
Today's been a long day.
and it has been a long day. We've survived, as has you all. And yeah, just thank you again, Dallin Holker to the Saints. So we will be updating everybody on Twitter about UDFAs and news and opinions. So if you don't already follow Jake and I on Twitter, our usernames are up at the top. Please go follow us, and we'll chat on there with you guys as well. And then tomorrow, Christopher, we won't be doing this, but Jake and I will be doing a live stream tomorrow for Bleacher Report for about half an hour. And that will be at 2 o'clock Eastern, so 11 a.m. Pacific time, if you guys want to watch us in the Bleacher Report app. And yeah, guys. And then the schedule's in 2 weeks, and then we can start planning what game we're going to.
Yes.
This is our 6th NFL draft live stream we've done with Downtown Rams. So amazing. Thank you so much for everybody who tuned in.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to have to start going live a little bit more because this is my first live stream since the one that I did vertically. I just did on my phone when I got back from Florida. And just, these last 3. And it's just been awesome. Just the live audience and the interaction, everything. And Alexis, you're going to have to do that too. And actually, everyone, since Alexis is the worst self-promoter in the history of the world, go and check out her YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. I'll drop the link in the comment section. So let's just do that real quick. That's the only errand we have to have you run. Let's see here. So I'm going to try and find you here. Okay, cool. So got you here. You're almost at 1.2K. So that's good. So everyone, she's done a damn good job. She held down the fort. I had a miserable day. I did finish. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. But please do her a favor. You're muted, by the way, Alexis.
Sorry.
Do her a favor, please, and go and subscribe. Because she was, pulling out all the stops to carry this thing, put it on her back when I needed her to the most. And this is on my channel, so it's not like she was getting the views on her channel for that. She was getting the subscribers, so we really need her to get that. I need her to get that recognition. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And again, thank you everybody who tuned in. And, Jake and I, like I said, we'll be live on Bleacher Report tomorrow, but we'll be recording in the next couple of days a Downtown Rams episode, recapping the draft, giving more insightful thoughts now that it's over, and we'll have time to actually digest and watch film and be able to make some thoughtful analysis. So, yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. And Jake, any closing words?
I'm going to give the Rams draft an A. I thought they did a really, really good job. I'll dive into it more in another episode because I don't want to keep this live stream going and going and going. It's just ridiculous at that point. But it's been an absolute blast, a privilege, and a pleasure, to be here in front of you guys doing this again with Alexis. 6th year doing this. And we'll be back for a 7th year. I have no doubt about it. The thing just continues to grow. Our final, numbers here are going to be over 12,000. and we're going to have 28 average view duration per view. So that's amazing, and that's thanks to you guys. It does not happen without you guys, and this goes beyond DTR. This is, people that support Alexis when I'm not around, going in her live streams, interacting with her on social media, people that support me when Alexis isn't around. And then we're able to kind of combine our own following. And this is what ends up happening. You have 322 people at the end of a 7-hour day, talking about guys that are signing, UDFA contracts, and people are still here. And it's just awesome. And you get used to, like, the way we're growing. I think we've gotten used to having an audience, but I don't think you ever get used to breaking, records that you've held, and, all the donations, and just the really nice comments. I mean, really nice comments about both of us. And, obviously they're negative ones as well, but I'm not going to acknowledge them. So appreciate everyone as always. And just know that this isn't, the end. I understand draft season is technically over. But now, we get to do the fun part where we get to dive in, we get to watch more film on these guys. Cause like I said, I only watched 3 games of everybody. So you get to watch more film and, go from there and really start diving into this team and talking about this team. And now we have a kind of an understanding of what the depth chart is going to look like. And to me, that is a fun time going through that. I'm a kid in a candy store when it comes to like 53-man roster and things like that. So, just keep in mind, soon enough, it's going to be, August. We're going to be talking about preseason, and then you'll have the regular season before you know it. So that's all I got, Alexis.
Awesome closing words. Can't agree with you more. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Hope to see you guys soon. But until then, guys, stay safe, take care, and go Rams.